Everybody's got a plan. There's a lot of talk about plans these days. People have plans for you, plans for me, plans for the country, plans for the world, plans for the future. Some people are even out here bragging about concepts of a plan, not even actual plans, but concepts of a plan. I'm no different. I have plans. Lord knows I have plans for myself and for the Kings of Sport and for the NWA Podcast. I have plans. I'm sure you have plans. Plans in your life for things that you want to achieve, things that you want to accomplish. Yeah. Everybody's got a plan. Till they get punched in the face. Hit the music, Ray.
You're listening to the NWA, the Nubian Wrestling Advocates.
You are now about to witness the strength of street knowledge.
Yo, it's Righteous Reg. It's a case for the safe, keep a space for the Nubians. Unfiltered, off-kilter, the professor, the godfather. Post-wrestling, the NWA, not keep guessing, The views and expressions, you know the rest, it's pop excellence, get the message. Advocates for Nubian wrestling, you're listening to the best again. Black wrestling in the ring we invested in. Nubian kings and queens we invested in. It's for the culture and we reppin' it. It's for the culture and we reppin' it.
And welcome to the NWA Podcast, the Nubian Wrestling Advocates, presented by Post Wrestling. I am the Godfather Nate Milton, one of your hosts this month. 10 years in the game, not a damn thing changed. I'm still your favorite podcaster's favorite podcaster, and I am joined by the advocates for what is going to be, in the words of Iron Mike Tyson, a ludicrous edition of the world's fastest trip in pro wrestling. So let's not waste any time, because we've got to talk about the Hurt Syndicate. We've got to talk about the New Day. We've got to talk about Full Gear. We've got to talk about Survivor Series. We've got to talk about various changes, various things that we're seeing within the industry. And of course, you know, with this man coming up that I'm about to bring to the stage, we have to talk about the recent election in the United States of America and its effect and ramifications on the world of sports, particularly when we're talking about combat sports. So let's bring this man to the stage. Some people know him as Moderna Chris. Some know him as Mimosa Chris. Some call him the Angry Intellectual. Some even know him as the Mayor Pro Tem of the great city of Los Angeles, California. But I call him my friend. Ladies and gentlemen, y'all, welcome to the stage, my brother, the Professor, Chris from LA, a.k.a. Chris Ely. Can we rock? What's up, Doc?
What's up, man? Chilling still. Overcoming this botched dental work I had on Friday, but I think I'll be good for a little while on this
Chris,
show.
Come on, Chris. I hate that we have to air family business in front of the podcast audience, man. But I told you kept telling me for the election, you were going out to see Paul Wall in H-Town. You was going to get you a grill. I said, don't do it, Chris. You can't be our big age and be out here getting a grill. Don't do it, Chris. But you know, you your own man, Chris. You're going to make your own decisions.
All right. Hey, what can I say, man? Yeah.
But other than the election, which we will talk about here in a little bit, how have you been, my friend?
I've been great, man. Even in spite of the election, I've been okay. You know, I think here we always knew the risks. I don't think any of us are idealists like that. That's why I like, even when we did our 2020 twin show, we weren't saying Kamala's definitely gonna win. You know, we actually said, hey, when we come back next month, things might not be what we hope them to be. We have to plan accordingly, you know. And that's just what we in the political science realm do. You know, you have to plan for the best, you have to plan for the worst. And I've like I did my mourning like the day after she lost and probably the next couple days, but afterwards I just kind of had to shake it off and, you know, look at one of my old professors told me a long time ago that worry is like thinking about events from the past that have already happened. So you might as well kind of not focus on that. And also worry is about focusing on a future that has not yet been written. So we're kind of in the middle of, look, the election happened. You know, that is what it is. We got to dissect what went wrong and figure out what we're going to do from there. And then I'm in a state where I'm not as worried as other people in other states.
Right.
But it's not going to be great for the next few years. As long as you are of that realization, you should be okay to kind of navigate life, but a lot of bad things are going to happen. I'm not trying to laugh about that stuff, but it just is what it is, because you don't judge power by what somebody says. You know, Trump says a lot of shit. What you judge their power by is the stuff they say against the levers of power that are available to them. And Trump is going to have a lot of levers of power available to him come January the 5th. So, and that's kind of where we have to go. And we have to look at what the Supreme Court has said in the past, what they're saying in the present, and what they're saying about the future. But we have to look at everything. I wrote down a list of things that are definitely going to happen. So I don't, just before you start getting your hopes up, I'm telling you, this is going to happen. This is the political science me telling you this is going to happen. So you can prepare for it the best you can.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, you're not just getting the professor, you're getting the prognosticator. Y'all ain't ready for it. Y'all ain't ready for it. Because Chris ain't giving you predictions. He's giving you a spoiler alert, ladies and gentlemen. But speaking of spoilers, somebody that never spoils the party, somebody that is going to join us in this conversation tonight. Because Chris, you did hit on something where you don't want to laugh at this, but I do feel like sometimes, and it's always been the way in America, sometimes you have to have joy even in the midst of the storm, in the midst of the troubles, and we're gonna find a way to balance that out to get the people to real, but also have fun with it, man. Because we only get one ride on this train, Chris. Nobody gets to come back, so we only get one ride. So we're gonna keep it moving. But the man is gonna keep it moving. Maybe somebody who can bring some youthful optimism, ladies and gentlemen, all the way from the nation's capital. Y'all give it up for the youngest in charge. Hashtag Yick Movement. Stand up. The man that gives you all the news that's fit to read on Post Wrestling. The man that is the host of Andrew Thompson interviews available in video form on YouTube and in audio form on the Kings of Sport Network. He's also my nephew. Y'all give it up for Andrew Thompson.
Nate, Chris, great to see y'all again, man. I'm glad to be back on the show. Last month I was under the weather. That weather bud was whooping my ass a little bit. And I didn't want to keep pausing and unpausing while I was coughing like crazy, but I'm glad to be back. Very, very, very interested to get into this conversation about the election that just went down. But let's get our producer two-way in here, Nate.
You can't have the NWA podcast without this man. even though we had it for like a whole 2-3 years without this man. But that's not the point, nephew. We ain't talking about the past, like Chris said. We talking about the present and the future. And going forward, we can't have an NWA podcast without this man. Ladies and gentlemen, y'all give it up for the super producer. Some know this man is 10-Day Ray. Some know this man is Two-Way Ray. Some say he is the Caitlin Clark of podcast producers, a.k.a. Caitlin Dark. Let me bring to the stage a man who can't remember the Titans, but that's okay as long as he can remember to hit the damn button at the end of the show. My man, Ray Williams.
Hey, how's it going, y'all? How's it going?
Hey,
What's up, Ray?
Yeah, I'm glad that at least I have something to kind of take over the place of my botch Will Ospreay / Zack Sabre Jr.
Who said taking the place? Like, if anybody that hasn't seen, check out the last episode of the parlay where Ray shamefully admits that he has never seen Remember the Titans. So, Ray, it's not replacing your wonderful Zack Sabre Jr. take from the NWA podcast. It's standing alongside it. Now we just need 2 more to build Mount Rushmore or Mount Rashmore out here on these streets of Ray Williams clips.
Shame,
but
shame.
I will say that I am not alone. We had, and it's public record too. It's on X, public record, that the invisible hand himself, the beige forefather himself, Marcus Vanderberg, also admitted to not seeing the movie. So I am not alone. And I do not need this shame, okay? I will get around to it. We'll get around.
Beige forefather is crazy.
That's wild. That's wild, Ray Williams.
Hey, man, go ahead. He said
somewhere Elder Barge is just watching this and shaking his head. Just. But yeah, so we got a lot to get into. I'm glad all the fellas could make it this month, and I'm glad you all could make it because this is going to be a fun show again. In addition to the political talk, we're also going to get into wrestling and the predictions for these big events coming up. So if you want to join the conversation, again, unlike some people, we open everybody to have a seat at this table, but there's a way, Ray Williams, that you can get to the head of the table and sit next to Roman Reigns, and that's by coming through with the super chat, ladies and gentlemen. Hit that super chat button. Uh-oh, already.
Super chat.
You said it yourself. Very good transition, Nate.
Our brother man, T.
Anthony.
Yeah, shout out to T. Anthony. He said Chris ain't giving predictions, he's giving spoilers. If that's so, Nate, why is he avoiding Roman? Why is he avoiding Roman's calls, Mr. Wise Man?
Chris is a busy man. Like, he running political campaigns. He putting families together in the bloodline. Like, Chris is he trying to run a damn city as the mayor. He trying to help the Lakers win a back-to-back NBA Cup. Come on now, Chris got a lot to do, y'all. He's going to the WNBA draft tonight. You know, the draft lottery, so to see if the Sparks can get that #1 pick, get paid buckets in these streets.
Wasn't it the Dallas Wings? The
Dallas Wings got the first pick. Oh my! All right. So here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. This show is for y'all, but it's also for us. Ray, what's the top 5 in the draft, WNBA draft? I know I'm putting you on the spot here.
Oh Lord!
So the Dallas Wings are gonna get Paige Buckets and Enrique Ogunbowale in the same backcourt.
Hey, bro, when I saw that they got the #1 pick, that's the first thing I thought about. I was like, Enrique and Paige, boy, that's about to be, that's about to be tough right there.
It's gonna be nice.
Now you want to know what? I'm kind of glad the Sparks ain't get it because I feel like that'd have been kind of crazy.
That'd have been too OP.
Like that, you know what I'm saying? They got Rakia Jackson. They got
Cameron Brink.
You know, like I'd have been like, all right, bro. Like, come on now. Like you gotta.
They do it too much, Chris.
Yeah, so you gotta spruce things up a little bit. And
what is this AEW? We just gonna put everybody in the same damn stable? Come on.
Yeah.
So Dallas got the first pick.
I know Chicago Sky got the 3rd pick.
Okay.
So LA has you go ahead, Ray, my bad.
I was gonna say LA has #2, Chicago has #3, my Mystics have #4. And then let me see if they have the rest of it.
Hey Nate, Flo J to with Angel Reese again in Chicago.
Woo! You look, Flo J, Angel Reese, and Camilla.
But that's tough. Like,
and Kennedy, if they re-sign Kennedy Carter.
But hey, have you seen I don't know if have you seen some of her like overseas clips recently? Like she been doing
Camilla, yeah.
No, I'm talking about Kennedy Carter.
Oh, Kennedy. No, I ain't seen. I've seen Camilla's, but I haven't seen Kennedy's.
Kennedy been frying shit
Cooking.
overseas. Like, she is a hooper, dog.
Grown men.
Bro, she's frying. Like, it's crazy.
I'm
She got
telling you,
ball
man,
handles.
the Chicago Sky, my Chicago Sky Ray, gonna be a problem next year, man.
Now, I ain't even gonna lie to you, bro. Like, New York Liberty, they weren't supposed to win that championship. That shit was rigged. Like, them BS foul calls they was calling it. I was like, oh yeah, they rigging this junk. And then you got the WNBA owner was wearing a dress of the New York City skyline as the New York Liberty are competing in the final game of the WNBA championship. What? Like, I'm trying to figure out, had nobody on her management team, nobody in her like was like, do you know how bad you look right now? Like,
hey, they was like, yo, we look, if we can't get Caitlin Clark the championship in her first year, the next best thing is to have New York win this thing.
Right, exactly,
good booking, brother. It's what's best for business.
Crazy.
Best for business.
But yeah, so we're glad everybody joined us tonight again for what I'm sure is going to be a brief episode of the Nubian Wrestling Advocates here on Post Wrestling. Again, hit us with the super chats, hit us with the comments up in the chat, and we'll bring those up if Ray sees fit to add your voice to the conversation. But we are going to start with the politics of it all. More money. What we got, Ray? See Anthony back to back.
Andrew, you want to take this?
Oh yeah, I think Ray. But he said, T. Anthony, shout out to for the $5 super chat. He said also, Nate, great first episode of the Parlay on the Kings of Sport. Great long drive podcast.
Hey, Parlay, if y'all haven't checked it out, the Parlay first episode with myself, Ray, and Brittany Monet, the fabulous, bombastic Brittany Monet. And again, I think thank you for bringing that up, T. Anthony, not just for the super chat, but I feel like that's a good way to entry into the political talk, because I'll start first and then I'll kick it to Chris, because of course Chris is like, we got to feed the big man in the post on this topic, because that's what he do work on these political streets. But when the election results were announced, I think at the end of Tuesday night, November 5th, we all kind of knew the writing was on the wall. And then going into Wednesday morning, afternoon, we got the confirmation. And so the first person that I called was my oldest niece, who is in her first year in college, and this was the first year she had a chance to vote. And she was extremely excited and passionate and hyped to vote for Kamala Harris. And so we just had like maybe a 20, 30-minute conversation. And she's just like, yeah, so what are we supposed to do now, Uncle Nate? And I was like, hey, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, but that doesn't mean you got to stop fighting. And like I could tell, like she was just disappointed and frustrated. And it's like I was disappointed that Kamala Harris lost, because that's who I voted for, full disclosure. But I voted in so many elections that, like, it's a coin flip. And as Chris said, we had an idea over on the 2020 twin that despite what we thought was an obvious choice, the obvious choice isn't always obvious to everybody. And so I was disappointed, but it was after talking to her that I got angry, Andrew. I didn't get angry until I talked to her, because it's like, damn, like you win some, you lose some, but I could hear the disenchantment in her voice, the disillusionment in her voice. And I'm like, yo, this kid is 18. And she's already thinking about checking out of the process. And, like I had to give her a pep talk, so to speak. And it's like, what can I do? Because that's my immediate, look, you can say anything you want about me, anybody listen to this show. Because 9 times out of 10, I ain't even gonna see it. Or if I do see it, I'm gonna mute you. Because I got bigger fish to fry. But when something like that affects my nieces, the most important people in my life, I was like, you know what? I got to do something. And I said so on Blue Sky. Shout out to Blue Sky, because I'm on Blue Sky. I'm waiting for the fellas to come through on Blue Sky, because Blue Sky doing some things right now. But I said on Blue Sky, I feel like I've been kind of sleepwalking, so to speak, these last 2-3 years, since the pandemic on these podcast streets. Like, not that I'm phoning it in, but I can tell, like, just due to working 60 hours a week at the day job and then doing the shows, like, I've given 100%, but 100% of what I've had hasn't been what 100% was 3 years ago or 4 years ago. But now I'm fired up, nephew. I'm fired up, Chris. I'm fired up, Ray. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to get active. And So not only with us, like the four of us here, with the Nubian Wrestling Advocates and with the Kings of Sport, but I'm ready to collaborate. I'm ready to get back to what we was doing in the pandemic. I'm ready to have new voices, not only on this show, but also on the Kings of Sport. I'm ready to have new ideas, new shows like the Parlay, which I think is a cool way to just have conversations, because that's part of the reason why politics is so fraught right now, Chris, because people ain't talking to each other, man.
Yeah. Right.
And so, like, hell, I even, like, if Chris has the time, this brother's busy. I told you all the things he's doing, trying to rig the WNBA draft for the LA Sparks and whatnot. But he's also got a book coming out. And it's like, if we can make things work schedule-wise, like, I want to have a straight political show on the Kings of Sport, because I think political literacy is something that's going to be very important these next 4 years. And I think Chris can break it down in a way that's factual, but also entertaining and real. And you also going to get, like, probably some crazy stories about Chris out on these LA streets when he was in his 20s, because that's what Chris does. He mixes it in with everything. But I also want to collaborate with people, man. And I want us to not be dismayed, not be disheartened in this moment. I want us to realize, like, hey, and I think it's Toni Morrison that said, in times of upheaval, in times of struggle, artists don't duck. Artists don't hide. Artists don't go silent. They don't fade away, Ray. And I'm not saying that we some great artists or anything like that, but we do have talents and abilities. We do have a voice, and we do have a platform that we can use to help others find their voice or amplify their voice. And so we're going to be putting in work this next year. Like I said, I can only speak for me. I can't speak for the fellas in terms of how I felt about the last few years, because we've been working, but I'm back. Like John, you seen John Wick, nephew?
Everybody, yeah, I actually saw that movie. Unlike some people that haven't seen movies.
Right. Andrew has seen movies. Unlike some people, we ain't gonna say that, Ray. But Ray, everybody keep asking if I'm back. Yeah, I'm kind of feeling like I'm back, dog, and I'm feeling energized. And so this is what we need to do in this space, because we all have voices, we all have thoughts. Like, and this is not to say that you got to agree 100% with everything that Andrew, Chris, or me think, or Ray. Don't agree with anything Ray thinks, because he ain't seen Remember the Damn Titans. But it does mean we got to have conversations, real conversations, not the conversations that you're going to find from somebody like Joe Rogan, who's using his platform to misinform and disinform the people. Somebody like Sage Steele, somebody like Jason Whitlock, a man that sold his soul years ago. Somebody like Clay Travis or Barstool Sports. They're going to tell you what they want you to hear. We're going to have conversation about what's really going on. They talk about it from a perspective of dividing people. They talk about it from a perspective of othering people. We all family here. And sometimes families have disagreements. Like, now, don't come over here with the bull, because there's no place for the bull over here. But if you got a disagreement and you want to have a conversation, we can have that conversation. Because my goal in this space, Chris, is, you talked about we're not idealists. And I would agree. I think I'm a little bit more of an idealist than you, but I'm a realist as well. I'm the realist idealist, right, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen. That should be my damn, if I was 20 years younger, that'd be my MC name. The realist idealist. Gonna make you feel this?
You want to know what's like so crazy to me, bro, about these last couple of days, is like seeing some of these comments, whether it be like on Instagram or whatever social media platform you use, like specifically like on some of these, but like even after the UFC fight, the John Jones main event, like he went over to Donald Trump and like started doing his little stupid ass dance, and
Brock Bowers did the damn dance in the Raiders game today. I know, and it's funny, nephew. It's funny when people in sports use their voice to protest, to use their voice to uplift other people. Shut up and play sports. Get your politics out my sports.
Hey, Nate, Chris, and Ray. The amount I remember when Colin Kaepernick first started kneeling. They was like, man, it was like, let's keep the politics out of sports. Why are you keep like you wanna know what kills me, right? It's like, especially when it comes to the Colin Kaepernick thing, is that when they always say politics, I'm like, I don't think that was politics. I think that was just somebody who is a black man that was tired of seeing his people getting shot and killed on camera. You know what I'm saying? In general, for just no absolute reason at all. Like, I think that's what that was about. That's not about politics. But in this specific case, like now, I don't see any of those keep my politics out of sports when you have the.
Where Laura Ingraham at? She need to tell somebody to shut up and dribble right now, like she did to LeBron.
Exactly, and then you got the president, the president-elect getting full interests at UFC events, and it was a full
They treated it like it was
propaganda.
a homecoming game.
But they acted like that man was the king coming back home. Like he came out, that crowd at MSG was acting like they just seen Jesus Christ himself. I was like, goodness gracious, like y'all people are. But you want to know what's so crazy to me? Like in a lot of those comment sections that I was looking at, I was like, I have never seen so many people that is like just okay with a president who is like very openly I mean he to me he is a one of those like racist individuals that tries to like hide it to a certain degree but not hide it, but it's
Not
like
very well.
It's like to the degree to where there are people that would definitely refute it, like, and then they would try to come to his defense with just like but regardless of that, like it was just crazy to me to see like so many people in these comment sections like, oh man, America's back. It feels like America is America again. It hasn't felt like America in so long. I'm like, well, what exactly do you mean?
Hit him with the Drewski, nephew. Hit him with the Drewski. What do you mean by that?
But what exactly do you mean America is back? Like what does that exactly entail? And I think what that means is for a lot of these individuals, a lot of these MAGA individuals are uneducated. And I think that very much shows within even in some of the voting maps, and I'm sure that Chris will bring up and dive into, and that Ray will show on the screen for the people watching. Like it's like really insane to me to think that.
And here's the thing, nephew. Like it's okay. And Chris and I have had this conversation before. Like it's one thing to be uneducated or to be ignorant about a subject. That just means you don't know nothing yet.
Right.
But it's another thing to not even have the curiosity to find out what's real, right? to blatantly take in the false and not even seek out the truth. That's another thing altogether.
But you want to know what's crazy? Like it's like, okay, my whole thing about this is I don't have an issue with people being Republican. Like that's nope. Not my like. Do I agree?
No, I used to be a Republican.
Do I agree with
for like a good 2-3 years?
You know what I'm saying? Like, do I agree with a lot of the values and sort of the moralistic things that come with being a Republican from what I think, from what I've seen portrayed as like traditional Republican values and all that thing. Do I agree with that? No, but I'm not going to dislike you because that's what you believe in. Like this isn't for me. Like even like going back to like Obama versus John McCain. Like I wasn't old enough to have this like. You know what I'm saying? I was in high school. I wasn't old enough to vote yet, but I had like a somewhat understanding of politics to a certain, because it was just easy to Nate, check this out, to go online and do your research and find factual information. But what a crazy idea, Nate. Crazy idea. But I don't think it was a big thing to vote for John McCain over Barack. Like I'm talking about in terms of like in comparison to what this is. But this MAGA shit, bro, this is not like some traditional Republican values, but these people are like racist. They are sexist.
It's not about politics.
It's not about politics.
It's about culture war stuff,
bro. This is about like pure like just hatred and wanting one side to be above the other. And if it's like their way, they don't want it. And it's insane to me how much of America is like okay with that. And that's why I'm like so dumbfounded at these America is back comments, because like it really shows you how people really think and how closeted they've been over the last 4 years since Trump got out of office. And not to mind you, this motherfucker was impeached twice. He got impeached twice, and our new president has a fucking court date at the end of the month.
37 felonies.
37 felony counts, and is a convicted felon. And
no, if I had 30, look, if I had 37 felonies, not only would I not be president of the United States, John and Wade wouldn't have had me on this damn podcast. I'd be in the crib somewhere watching y'all talk about wrestling.
Bro, it's like I'm only imagining. Like, can you imagine like if a Kamala Harris or Obama had 37 felonies and like they was convicted and all this
they
stuff?
Would still be in jail, nephew.
They would
still be in prison.
And like now that this dude is like back in power, he's gonna obviously pardon himself and get himself out of this situation. And like it's like this shit is like a video game come to life. Like I genuinely cannot believe like the times that we're in right now. Like fucking Elon Musk has a federal government position. He's a high-ranking position in the government. Like, you got fucking RFK Jr. coming back out like this. But I'm telling you, this is like legitimately like a video game / movie. Like, it's like almost unreal to a certain extent. Like how Chris said in the opener. Like, I think that this is like just the beginning of like how terrible this is going to be. Like, I'm like, again, I think that like America, for the most part, like even those that aren't affiliated with that side, I think people will move on. You know what I'm saying? They'll continue to live their lives. And like, but I like it's just like I'm thinking about how things will unfold over the next 4 years, and like the things and the policies that will be put into place. And I like, again, like even something is just like him, Donald Trump, going on record. And this is not like, I think that people have this idea that when you say these things, you like making shit up out of thin air. Like Donald Trump like legitimately said that he's probably gonna give police immunity in 2025. Like I think that is probably like the dumbest shit that you can do. And like and like I'm thinking about all the instances that have happened just even since, but particularly over the last decade or 15 years or so, like even dating back to Trayvon Martin, when you have these instances where, you know, black people are getting like just, you know, fucking essentially like slaughtered on fucking camera, and like, you know, all this crazy shit is happening. And I'm like you giving, and I know the Trayvon Martin incident was different, but I'm speaking about like everything just within the general consensus of this conversation that we having. Like I'm bunching all that stuff together. Like it's like I cannot imagine you giving these police officers free reign to be like, okay, if something happens and I do this, the president of the United States is like, hey man, like we'll make sure that, you know, you're not harshly penalized for anything that goes left that you feel should happen. Because like I look at it like this, and I'm not trying to like dunk on like law enforcement, because I think that there is a need for police.
Absolutely.
There's definitely, like, I'm not one of those people that don't think.
And there are some good police officers out there.
And there definitely are some good police officers. But this is the thing. A lot of officers operate under fear. And I think you should to a certain degree, because you got to be very aware, and you can't have your guard too open, because you never know what could happen. Like, you're dealing with so many different people on a daily basis. You don't know what somebody's thinking, what they're going through. Motherfucker might be on edge, and you might be the motherfucker that's going to set them off. So they already, you know, your interaction with them is probably the last thing that's going to set them off. So like, but even in these specific situations, it's like I just don't think that that's the best course of action to take, because you're and even when you have like a lot of these officers, they come in, they get put into these areas where they're not comfortable. Like, you have somebody that grows up in like a rural area, and all they've ever experienced in their life is people that look like them. Like, they don't have any like otherworldly experience other than where they grew up, and that's what they know, and their values and their traditions and their beliefs. And then you throw them into an area where people don't look like them, where people have different values, different traditions, and different ways of talking and different ways of communicating, and their whole world is like this culture shock. So they already on edge. You throwing these like it's like when I see, I mean, again, you can't, I'm pretty sure you can't just have you know, I'm trying to figure out a way that I was saying it, because I'm trying to like not get too ignorant on this show, bro. Like I'm like really suppressing that right now, because like the election is done now, and I'm trying to not go too crazy.
Well, see, here's the thing, nephew. So what you were talking about is police reform, and there needs to be a serious conversation about police reform, because police are asked to do a lot of things that they are not qualified to do. Police are asked to be mental health workers. Police are asked to be relationship counselors. Police are asked to understand what somebody else is going through. And like you said, sometimes they're operating out of a sense of fear rather than vigilance. And it's a very fine line. And so when you talk about police reform, when you talk about a lot of the issues that were brought up on the campaign trail by one side, you're talking about issues that affect all of us: black, white, brown, Asian, male, female, LGBTQ, whatever your religion is. It affects all of us as Americans. And you have the side that won that does not care about those things. What they care about is transgender athletes playing sports. What they care about is convicts in jail getting sex change operations. What they care about is DEI quotas and wokeness, Chris. What they care about is, you know, the ability to speak freely. I'm an American. I should have free speech, regardless of the consequences. That's what they out here fighting for. And that, to me, again, is culture war stuff. Now, again, when you talk about old school Republicans, old school in quotes, because we're talking about, the Bush era or the McCains or the Romneys of the world.
Right.
You're talking about policies a lot of times. You're talking about politics. Yes, there were things like abortion that were on the ballot that do affect people's lives in a more personal sense, but we're talking about defense budgets, Chris. We're talking about, the national debt. We ain't getting into people's business like this new crop is, this new breed of Republicans is.
Right.
And so, Ray, unless you got anything to say, I'm gonna throw the rock into the post, man. What we got?
Jason King, shout out to Jason for the $9 super chat. We appreciate you,
Jason.
Thanks for watching the stream too. He said Andrew was going to it. This MAGA stuff is dangerous and needs to be called out on every level. Yick truth bombs. Shout out to Yick truth bombs. Shout out to Jason.
Hashtag Yick truth bombs.
Hey, before we kick it over to Chris, because we gonna let Chris handle the rock. But like I do want to say something else. Like in terms of like the information that is being pushed out, Nate, Chris, and Ray onto social media, like, and even by the Twitter owner, Elon Musk, who is heavily affiliated with Donald Trump. Like a lot of these voters that I think heavily impacted the election this year is byproducts of this red pill, like this just misinformation age that a lot of these like 20-year-olds and 21-year-olds and people around my age range, like they see these things on social media and like it's like, okay, that's what we believe, that's what we got to do, and like that's Americana, and that's patriotism, and like that's all like that. Like there are people out here, bro, like that genuinely feel that way based off of information and this cycle mentality that is like constantly making its way,
and people like Joe Rogan, like for real, like let's
hey Nate, that is like a big, like I'm so glad you brought it, because I know you mentioned it a couple of times, like I'm glad you brought it up again just now, because like he has like one of the biggest platforms, bro. Like,
and what you doing with it, Joe?
And he's like using that to like propel this like misinformation age that we're living in. It's like, and this is what I don't understand. Like they get on people on the other side for sharing their beliefs and propelling their beliefs, but like when it comes to that, it's like, okay, yeah, that's okay. He's just free speech. He's just speaking his mind. I'm like, bro, he is promoting this like
this fool got out here and blamed Obama for the division in the country, nephew. Blamed Obama for the division that we're feeling right now. Not the racists, not the homophobes, not the sexists, but Obama.
Bro, like it's like really like, bro, I'm telling, like this is why I keep saying this. Like I'm gonna keep banging this for the next 4 years. This MAGA shit, bro, I'm telling, this is dangerous, bro. This is not no, like, again, this is why I said, this isn't some traditional Republican values. This is not that, bro. This is like hatred, bro, and just complete ignorance. Like that's why I'm like dumbfounded that people actually choose to side with this, and that's what they align in. And like, and again, most of the people, this is what I'll say, bro. I think that most of the people that choose to vote that way or choose to align that way, they don't truly think that benefits them. I think that they have this belief about what they think America should be, and a lot of that is deeply rooted in a lot of the racism that is deeply rooted in this country. And like, I think that's what a lot of these people feel. So when they see a figure like Donald Trump, who is very outwardly about,
and a lot of it's a fantasy, nephew. Because if you go back to the 50s and 60s and talk to a random white dude in the 50s and 60s, he was like, damn, I wish it was like it was in the 20s and 30s.
Thank you, Nate. Thank you. But that's like, it just, like, I was doing a whole lot of word salad, I feel like, but like that's like exactly like what I was like, bro. It you want to know what's so like some of these people that like not like more so like middle class and classes underneath and beneath that swing that way. Like I think that they have this very like false belief in their heads that Donald Trump cares about them. Like they have like this true this idea in their minds that like, this is one of our guys, he cares about us. I'm like, That man don't give a flying fuck about you. You could be burning right now on fire. He could be the only person around to help you. That man wouldn't piss on you. I promise you he wouldn't. He would not. That man does not care about you. Donald Trump cares about the elite. He cares about the rich. The rich
He cares
get
about
richer.
himself.
He cares about himself. That's what he cares about, and the people around him, the people in his circumference, his circle. That's who he's worried about. He is not worried about you. And I think that these people
Hell, half the people in his circle, he don't really care about, nephew.
and I think half of these people are going to realize over the next 4 years, like, well, what do we do? And you want to know what's like, again, I know we're going to talk about the numbers, but like I'm not surprised at a lot of like other ethnicities like swinging that way or voting that way. I'm not thrown back by that or anything. Like what I was more so upset about, and again, I know it wasn't a lot because I saw like the polls, and like it was a lot of black people that turned out and voted for Kamala Harris. Like I was very happy about that. I was like very happy about that. That was very cool to see. But there was that percentage that voted for him, and like my thing is like this is just from a personal aspect. Like I've seen people that I like went to high school with, or I used to associate with at a point in time, just throughout life in general, that are like swinging that way. And these are black people that swing that way. And I'm like, I'm trying to like genuinely figure out like, and I had like, I just kind of look from afar because I've very like come to this realization that trying to have these political conversations with these individuals, like it's not going to go anywhere. Like this I'm telling you, this MAGA shit is like a cult. Like there's no explaining or trying to reason with anybody that aligns with that. Like they have this set belief in their head, but I'm just like dumbfounded how these individuals feel that way and look like, you know what I'm saying? That half of these people, they have daughters, they have aunts, they have moms, they have people that women in their life that they swear that they care about, and you choose to vote in a way that would affect them or affect future rights that they may have. And it's like I think that's the part that's more so disappointing to me. But like how you guys were just talking about, how you mentioned on your other podcast on the Kings of Sport, I wasn't surprised that he won, but I think I was just more so disappointed at how much of America is so okay with a lot of these beliefs and a lot of these things that this MAGA stuff represents. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm like genuinely confused at how most of America feels that way. And I think it's just more so disheartening, because it's like, what is the point of trying to combat or fight against stuff like that if you have a majority of the population that wants things to be as they are? You know what I'm saying? It's like, right. This is not some all for one individual, like all for one thing. Like this is about a certain subsection of the country that wants this general idea of what they think America should be, to be as it is, and anybody else that doesn't fit what they want, you gotta go, and you are a part of that. Like, and that's why I think this MAGA shit is dangerous, bro. And again, we're going to see over the next 4 years how this turns out. I do not think it's going to be a good thing. I am not looking forward to these motherfuckers coming to DC and coming to the DMV area in January for the inauguration. I hope they have a horrible fucking time. I hope it rains. I hope the shit is just awful. Like I hope it is just an awful experience.
You wanted to rain on Chris Jericho, ruin his outfit?
Chris Jericho and his fucking wife. I know she was at the Capitol Capitol 2021 when they stormed the Capitol, Nate. They stormed, bro. Do you understand? Like, see, y'all got
1-6 Mafia,
bro. They stormed, but this man lost, and they stormed the Capitol. You stormed a federal building. Bro, I'm not trying to make it all morbid and shit, but if black people decided to storm the Capitol next January, I promise you, it would be bloodshed out that bitch like no other. They would take our asses down before we even get on the steps. Like, these people ran into a federal government building,
attacked officers,
bro. And most of these motherfuckers got out alive. Yeah, some of them are in jail or got charges against them, but they're alive. Do you understand? I just can't imagine like our people doing some shit like that and it not being like national news because a massacre.
There was one woman that got killed, I believe, and they treated her like a martyr.
Yeah,
like a saint.
That shit was crazy. Like, and I remember I saw like, I'm not like advocating for any. I don't want anybody dying, or, you know what I'm saying. I ain't that, like, you know what I'm saying. Like, I'm mad about the shit, but I ain't like, I don't want nobody losing their life over those shit like that. But like, again, I look at that as like, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. Like you go into a federal building and like these people are telling you on the security on the other side of the wall, on the other side of the glass are telling you, don't come through this motherfucker, don't do that. And she did it. And unfortunately, the end result is what it is. But like, it's just insane.
Try storming the bank in your neighborhood. Not even a federal building. Try storming the damn SunTrust. Try storming the damn Bank of America. And try storming Navy Federal. See how that work out for you. Regular, everyday, average citizen. Let alone storming a federal building.
It don't even got like exactly like you said. It doesn't even have to be a federal building. Try to do something like exactly when they say and see how that work out for you. Like it's insane to me. But let's go ahead and pass the rock over to.
Well, and I will make the transition to our the man of the hour, ladies and gentlemen, the man of the 7 hours, if you keep a track tonight, because I think what you said, Andrew, is kind of echoes what my niece was saying the other night. Like, what are we supposed to do when it feels like everybody's against us? And the two things I told her as I pitched the rock to Chris is, number one, the people that are for you are there. They just aren't as loud always as the people that are going to send hate your way. But then the second thing is, what can we do? What can we do, Uncle Nate? Like, what am I supposed to do? You got to live. Because the one thing they want you to not do is live. The one thing they want you to not do is thrive. The one thing they want you to not do is be successful. So you can't give any quarter to the folks that would wish you ill, wish your family ill, wish the nation ill, because that's really what they're doing. But again, Andrew, you said you're confused about this a little bit. How did this happen? Oh, we got money on the table. What's the brother saying, Ray, nephew?
Our good brother T. Anthony. Shout out to T. Anthony for always kicking the exchange, sending $5 super chat. We appreciate you, good sir. He said storming Wells Fargo will get you a front row seat to a Whitney Houston concert.
Yeah, and Quincy Jones gonna be in attendance. R.I.P. brother. But Andrew said, he's trying to make sense of this nonsense, Chris, and that's why we got this man here. Because if anybody, especially in this pro wrestling combat sports space, is going to give you the straight shot, it's going to tell you what it's all about, tell you how it is and not how they want it to be. Joe Rogan, it's going to be this man, the professor, Chris Ely. Political science is what he does. Political science is his business, Ray Williams, and business is good. Chris, help us out, brother. Tell the people some news, man, that can kind of make sense of all of this that we've experienced over the past not only 2 weeks, but also over the past 4 years, damn it.
Okay, so first I do want to set the record straight on Trump and his felony convictions. Trump was convicted of 34 felonies. We gave him a 3 extra, the 37. He was convicted of 34 felonies, and these were state charges in New York City. So those charges are not going to just magically go away or disappear. While he's president, those charges are going to be stayed, meaning they're not going to be able to be executed while he's serving in office. When his 4-year term is up, he can look at those charges again. What Jack Smith is right now currently deciding he's going to do with Donald Trump and his federal charges, which are different from the state charges he has in Georgia and different from the state charges he has in New York, is he's trying to figure out if he's going to dismiss them all the way. And if he dismisses them all the way, they can't bring them back up again in the future. So what I've been hearing from legal scholars is that Jack Smith, he's going to get fired once Trump gets in the office. So he's winding his term down now, because when Trump gets in the office, one of the first things he'll do is put in his own special process, whatever for the FBI. He's going to be able to do that. Jack Smith, is what's going to likely happen is those charges aren't going to get dismissed, those federal charges. What he's going to do is put them off to the side, put them on ice, and then let's assume Trump doesn't get a third term. those charges could come back up. So it's not like Trump is escaping scot-free. Now, with that said, because I do have to table it with this, Trump is going to have a lot of levers of power at his disposal. Originally, when I made my prediction, I predicted Kamala Harris would get 284 electoral college votes. She would need 270 to win. I predicted 284, and she got 212. No, she got 222, and Donald Trump got 312. So Donald Trump is the president-elect as a result of that. A few things. Okay, so what that we have to put his win in perspective. Half the country did not vote for Donald Trump because half the country doesn't vote. Actually, more than half the country doesn't
Speak on
vote.
it, Chris.
So there are, I think the current population of the United States of America is 340 million. Amazon, what's the population of the United States of America?
In 2024, the population of the United States is 342 million people.
All right, so I was off by 2 million. So 342 million people, right? 75 million of them voted for Donald Trump, which is pretty much on par with what he got in 2020. The problem was the people that voted for Kamala Harris are not the exact same people that voted for Joe Biden. What I mean by that is Joe Biden got 86 million people to vote for him in 2020. And a bunch of people stayed home. Originally, once the initial numbers came in, it was looking like Kamala Harris was like 15 to 20 million people didn't show up to vote for Kamala Harris. Now it's looking more like 5 to 10 million people didn't show up to vote for, which is still a lot, which is still enough to make a difference. So what Kamala Harris lost to more than anything else was the couch. There were people who were disenchanted by 2020 or what's been going on for the last 4 years, whether it's inflation. Some of it could be the racism, some of it could be the sexism, but they did not vote, right? So it wasn't Trump. The Trump's win. It wasn't some glowing review of MAGA and Trumpism and all that stuff, because it's not any more popular now than it was in 2020. It's just Kamala Harris is just not what she used to. I mean, the Democratic Party is just not what she used to be. I think a lot of it is sexism, racism, all that stuff. But I also think a lot of it is just the Democrats did a very horrible job of planning this shit out, right? And that's why I was surprised when I was checking my email after the election, when I was on Twitter and people were like telling me I was right. I was like, dude, have y'all been listening to the show? I wasn't right at all. And they listened to the first show we did that day that I got on late, where I had to do like the radio station interviews, because the Democrats just like forced Joe Biden out of office. The problem with this is it gave Kamala Harris only a 107-day window to state her case to the American public. So usually with presidential elections, it goes in like a series of events, right? You get first the rumblings that someone is thinking about running for president. So you'll see someone like, say if it's Gavin Newsom or something, he'll be doing a lot of talk shows And then on one of the talk shows or a couple of the talk shows, they'll say, well, Gavin Newsom, we hear that you might be thinking about running for president. Are you going to run for president? And Gavin Newsom might say something like, well, right now I'm just worried about the state of California. That's what my job is, blah, blah, blah. But it's basically a feeler to see what the mood is for him running for president.
I felt like Gavin Newsom was in the room with us, Chris.
Right. So what happens after that is once he lets people know, like by doing that he's running for president, he'll then make an official announcement. After the announcement, he's got a good year to tailor what his message is going to be. He's got primaries. He's got a chance to build his brand. Kamala Harris was kind of thrown into the fire. You know what I'm saying? She really just, it was 107 days. These Democrats, these stupid fucking Democrats, did not have any plan on a replacement for Joe Biden. They wanted to have an open primary, which I said in August, this is stupid because when his history shows us is when you do an open primary, it's always bad for the party that does the open primary. We have 1968 with Lyndon B. Johnson, not Lyndon B. Johnson, but Hubert Humphrey and Richard Nixon to look at when Richard Nixon destroyed him in a landslide, right? So there's history to say that was a bad idea. So what the Democrats did that was right was coalesce around Kamala Harris, but they were forced to because the PACs were saying, look, we need somebody. And the PACs got behind Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris, it's not her fault that she lost. She did the best she could what was given to her. And what was given to her was crap. You know, she had to kind of make fast decisions. She really didn't get a chance to test out what standing on a campaign trail, what Liz Cheney would mean for her, you know. And a lot of Democratic pollsters were, I would say, people in the Democratic Party were getting high off their own supply because they were thinking things like, we're going to win Texas, or we have a chance at winning Texas. I don't know if you remember the state, but when we did the show at the beginning of the month, and people were asking about Texas, I firmly said I do not see it happening because I was looking at the math in Texas and the math wasn't mathing. But I was like, hey, if you guys feel comfortable spending money in Texas, spend the money, you know, do what you got to do. But in retrospect, that was a bad idea because you really didn't have the states secure. You don't spend money in a state like Texas unless you've got the swing states secure. What I mean by that is you've got states like Georgia, which is now a swing state. You got a state like Michigan. You got a state like Pennsylvania. You got a state like Nevada. You got a state like Arizona. You got those states secure. Then you can go, let's see what we can do in Texas and whatnot. And Kamala Harris spending her last day in Texas, that was Democratic strategists giving her bad advice. So I want to focus on the bad that the Democrats did because they did a lot of bad. It wasn't just, oh, Donald Trump Donald Trump ran a shitty campaign. It was one of the worst ever. And he won with the same votes he got in 2020. The votes that made him lose in 2020 propelled him to victory in 2024. You know, to put Kamala Harris in perspective, Kamala Harris got more votes than Bill Clinton. She got more votes than Donald Trump got the first time. She got more votes than Hillary Clinton. She got more votes than Barack Obama the first couple times. She did not get more votes than Joe Biden did in 2020 or that Donald Trump got, so she got a lot of votes. It just wasn't enough to send her over the top. And I think the political apparatus that was behind her, that was there to protect her, I don't think they did a very good job of doing that, right? Also, I've seen people like James Carville and Nancy Pelosi Monday morning quarterbacking this shit. The losing party is always going to Monday morning quarterback why we lost the race. It just is what it is.
Because of you, Nancy.
Right.
Because of you.
I'm not going to say it's because of Nancy, but she's got to take.
She ain't help, Chris.
Yeah, she's got to take some responsibility for this, because the way they forced Joe Biden out, that was a panic move. I'm not saying Joe Biden would have beaten Trump, but what I'm saying is Joe Biden, in the polling that the companies that I work with were doing, I'm talking about Win with Black Men, I'm talking about Hit Strategies, places like that, Joe Biden was doing very, very well with old people. Very, very well. Mm-hmm. Kamala Harris did not get those numbers. Would Joe Biden have won old people if he stayed in the race? I don't know. But I know panic moves are always going to be a recipe for disaster in a political space. And what Joe Biden having to drop so late with 3 months left, and George Clooney writing fucking articles, and Chuck Schumer bullying him out, and the way the Democrats publicly bash this guy.
To be fair, Chris, when the worst Batman tells you gotta go, you gotta go.
Hey, but it fucked us up, man. So it really did. And then now people are kind of like over crediting Donald Trump for something, and I was afraid this was going to happen, because the fact that he won the popular vote this time around is gonna kind of mainstream him a little bit for a little while, right? And again, it's not about what Donald Trump says. It's about what he says against the levers of power he's going to have available to him, right? One of those levers of power is the Supreme Court, which already pretty much said that any executive decision that he makes while in office is going to override the other two branches of government. Now, we'll see if they really mean that when they test it out. I've been following the Supreme Court closely since Trump's won. They haven't made all bad decisions. They made a lot of bad decisions. Mark Meadows out of Georgia, he was trying to get his case moved to federal court so Trump could pardon him. The Supreme Court said, no, it's got to stay in Georgia. So he's not escaping those charges. The question is, how are they going to move about with Donald Trump? There's some unfortunate facts that a lot of these Trump voters are going to have to reconcile with. One of them is that gay marriage and things of that nature are going to get cut. I'm not trying to be mean or scary, but that Donald Trump is going to get 2 more Supreme Court justices, because Alito and Thomas are going to retire. So he would have had 5 Supreme Court justices once they're over with. Right now, the Democrats are trying to get Justice Sotomayor to retire. Sotomayor is 70. 70 isn't old. I don't think, but I understand the concern because of what happened with Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
Yep.
But I think she'll be okay to 80. My grandmother is 91, about to be 92 years old. I don't know I don't know how I feel about trying to force her out when she hasn't really had any health issues that are like imminent, right?
And there's no guarantee they can get a replacement. Ask Merrick Garland.
Right, yeah. So it's like you really have to be careful and strategic, which is something the Democrats have not been. I think another thing that happened, Nate, is we looked at what happened in the midterms and how well the Democrats did in the midterms against what the polls were saying, how well we did in special elections, especially in y'all's state of Virginia. We did exceptionally well in those special elections. Abortion was winning all over the place, but they underestimated Donald Trump. And that was a big problem. And I underestimated them this time as well. But I never thought there was, I knew there was always a chance that he could win. That's why when I've been writing my book, I wrote both possibilities. I wrote what's going to happen if Trump wins and what's going to happen if he loses. So what I'm doing now is waiting for those first 3 months after he wins. And that my book is getting published like as soon as all the shit drops. I will say Democrats did win some good races, not a bunch of them, but we won some good state races and some like the Wisconsin Supreme Court, North Carolina in the Supreme Courts there. We got rid of their super majorities. We did well in some places. The problem with this is the Republicans got 3 branches of government. And Elie Mystal said this best. He said this at a speech that I heard him give at USC a while back. And I think he might have said it on TV a couple of times. Democrats, what they do, what we do, because I'm a Democrat, is we make these strategic chess moves. And we think, oh, that's such a good strategic chess move that we just made. Eat that, Democrat, or eat that, Republicans. And then what Republicans do is look at the chessboard. Nice chessboard. Flip it the fuck over. Then take the chessboard and shove it up the Democrats' ass. That's what they do. So I'm saying that to prepare us for the fuckery that is going to ensue, because Andrew is 100% right about that. There will be fuckery, and we have to prepare for it. What I would advise to everybody, stop watching MSNBC, CNN, Fox News. Don't watch those, not because they're bad news. Well, Fox is bad, but because what MSNBC does, I don't know if they intentionally do this or not, but they do a lot of sane washing of Donald Trump. And that's not what the country needs right now. Like even that UFC event that Andrew and you guys were talking about with John Jones, that is sane washing. You are acting like this tyrant, this civilly liable rapist, this 34-time convicted felon is a dude you could just hang out with and chill with and high five and all that. That's not what Donald Trump is. Donald Trump is an imbecile of the highest degree. Donald Trump is a trash human being. And we have to treat him like that. If you're watching MSNBC, if you're watching CNN, if you're watching the news stations, what they do is they compare him to normalcy. And you can't do that with people like Donald Trump, if that makes sense. I don't know if I told you about this, Nate, but about a month ago, I was offered $1,000, maybe it was $2,000. I forget the number amount, but I was offered a lot of money to get into a scholastic debate with somebody who is a flat earther.
Okay, AJ Styles.
not AJ Styles, but it was me, and they were gonna come with the flat earther stuff, and I was gonna tell them why the earth isn't flat, and I turned it down because my argument was that's not an intellectual discussion,
Right?
Because you want me to debate reality with somebody that's coming with a science fiction argument, like if you're trying to tell me, like if we're debating who's a better American, Barack Obama or Apollo Creed, that is not a good argument because Barack Obama is a real person that was born and Apollo Creed is a fictional character. So I'm not going to be debating fiction with motherfuckers who believe in fiction, because this is the kind of sane washing that our news has turned into. Neil deGrasse Tyson said it best a while ago when he was talking about arguments and how the arguments have kind of shifted. Because what we used to argue was because what the argument has turned into is a Democrat will say global warming is a problem. And then the Republican response is that's bullshit. Global warming isn't real. There was a time where we were arguing with the Bush administration and we would say global warming is a real problem. And I'm not glorifying the Bush administration, but they would say, yeah, global warming is a problem, but the way the Democrats deal with it or the Green New Deal isn't the way to deal with it.
Right.
At least then we're having an intellectual discussion, right? Because we're both sides are recognizing that global warming is a problem. It's just the levers of how we take care of it is the issue.
Right.
Now we're just getting motherfuckers that are just like, oh yeah, vaccines are fake. You're fake. They'll tell you things that are science fiction. I knew it was a problem when I went to Arizona because I've been going to my local swing states. So I've been to Nevada a couple of times, been to Arizona a few times. I was concerned about Arizona. I'm not gonna lie, because those people out there just believe nonsense. This lady got into a big ass argument with me, and I'm over here trying to walk away. But she was like, yeah, I love the ACA, the Affordable Care Act, but I hate Obamacare. I was like, okay, old lady.
And that was the last time Chris ever spoke with Kari Lake.
I was like, you do realize these are not the same thing, I mean, these are the same thing. They're the exact same thing. And this is where we're at, And there are people that were telling me
that's the crazy part, Chris, because I bet you if you call the ACA, if Biden decided to call the ACA Trump Care, they would love that shit, dog.
Right? Yeah.
Same exact thing.
Yeah, and if Trump had any brain, he'd probably just do that. If you cancel the ACA or just rename it Trump Care, make you feel good about yourself or whatever. But I mean, this is where we are at with society. So I mean, I think a lot of the arguments, what I was hoping with the Kamala Harris administration is there'd be loans for first-time home buyers, student debt forgiveness. I was hoping for a lot of the stuff she was promising on her platform. We can kiss all that shit goodbye. It ain't happening. All these people that you were afraid are going to get confirmed are getting confirmed. Get out your head that, he will never confirm Matt Gaetz yes, he will. And you got to understand that all these nutsos, the Elon Musk, they're getting cabinet positions. Do not play yourself into thinking that that's not going to happen, because it is going to happen. You just have to prepare yourself for it. Even, let's say, perchance it doesn't happen. You got to move about life right now in this moment like all the bad shit is going to happen, because Donald Trump said all the bad shit is going to happen, and he's going to have a lot of levers at power that are going to make sure the bad shit is going to happen. There will be mass deportations on his first day of administration. He's going to deport the easiest people to deport first, which is probably going to be Muslims. Palestine is not going to be in good shape after Trump and Jared Kushner, Bibi Netanyahu, and all those people do what they're going to do to Palestine, because this is what Trump thinks those people demand of him. And don't be surprised if Trump asks for a third term, because he might. And we have to fight against that. So the best advice I could give, I know we've gone long on this segment. The best advice I could give to all of us out here is we got to protect our states. So y'all live in Virginia. Virginia is a reliably blue state. People were saying Trump is going to win Virginia. I call it bullshit on that.
Not on my watchdog.
But you got to protect your state, because we can't protect other people. Like it's the whole adage when you get on the airplane and the oxygen falls, you put it on yourself first, because you can't help anybody unless you've got your oxygen first. And we got to treat our states like that. We got to understand what's coming. All this stuff, all the initiatives that we fought so hard to get that have a good chance of coming. All those January 6 motherfuckers that were tried on federal charges are getting them dismissed. I don't know how many were. The state charges are those cats are staying in jail. The ones that got charged with federal charges, which I think most of them got charged with federal charges because they did it to a federal building, they're getting pardoned and sent out of jail. There's going to be a lot of people that are protesting the street that are going to get attacked for doing it. So we're going to have to move our protests underground. If you're planning on getting off of X/Twitter, do it. Just make sure you're strategic about doing it. Make sure you have a replacement platform. And that's what a lot of people are working on right now, is what's going to be like, if it's going to be fan base or if it's going to be like Blue Sky or whatever.
Or Threads or whatever.
Yes, Threads, anything like that. We have to plan things out. The days of not planning shit out got us where we're at right now. Hey,
Chris, as far as like real quick about 2028, would you, if you were like in that position, would you start building up the next candidate like next year? Because I feel like over the last 4 years, like Trump has like really been like essentially campaigning for this year, like just over the last. So would you start next year? Would you start like at least get an idea of who could go up and, you know, potentially take that side? Is that when you would like sort of plot that out?
So that's a very good question. If I was us, what I would do is not worry about 2028, not in the immediacy, because we got to make it to 2028. That's the fucking problem. I don't think people understand how serious this shit is.
Right.
We need to worry about 2022. And if you got local elections in your area, whether it's a school board, alderman, anything like that, you got to worry about that stuff. If we get Senate and Congress where we need them to be in 2022, or not 2022, 2026, then we could start thinking about 2028. One of the things what people are asking me, if Kamala Harris would run again in 2028, it'd be unprecedented. I don't know if she would want to do that, because right now
I don't even think she would want to do some shit like
that. Yeah, because she's 60 right now. In 2028, she'll be 4 years older, so she'd be, you know, she that's something she'd have to think about. And then what happens is the population gets tired of people really fast, right? So the only times someone's made it to a general election and ran again is Richard Nixon.
Mhm.
When he ran against Kennedy in 62, and then he didn't run again until Richard Nixon ran against Humphrey. Then he ran again. So, and then Donald Trump did it recently, but there was a special set of circumstances that allowed for Donald Trump to do that. I think, but in short answer, Andrew, and nobody likes me to say this, but if you're a Democrat and you're thinking about 2028, you are fucking yourself up, man. You need to be thinking about the immediate future and fixing that shit. Because 2028, we might not make it to 2028. We gotta plan for Trump. We gotta plan like he's gonna do all the bad things.
Yeah.
We gotta plan for Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy and all these dipshits. We have to plan like they're gonna do all the bad things.
Which they probably are.
Yeah. And I think that once and we have to, and actually we're gonna have to see a lot of this in action before we're able to make moves, unfortunately. So some of this we could preemptively strike against. Whatever the Supreme Court's going to decide to defend, but Trump is going to get 2 more Supreme Court justices. So we've lost the Supreme Court for at least 20 years. So right now I'm 43. I don't think we're getting the Supreme Court back until I'm 63, and that's assuming I make it to 63.
You gonna make it, Doc? Don't say that. You gonna make it.
Demi Butler.
Look, I like I said, man, I'm working
podcast. I'm gonna be 30 years old. You gonna be
I work in dangerous spaces, so I just kind of like have to be realistic about this situations.
Yeah,
I'm pretty like
Andrew gonna be 44 years old, still hanging on to the youngest in charge.
Right, yeah. So I mean, we yeah, and I think this is a sad thing, Nate, that a lot of us don't do in the party these days. Is when Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, and you could even go as recent as Cesar Chavez in the 90s and the 80s. These people were making plans like that there was a good chance they wouldn't be alive to see these plans through. We have this microwave society now that everybody thinks things should just magically get fixed. I'm hearing millennials that are my age, and they're saying shit like, man, I'm tired of voting. I'm tired of this. You're a fucking millennial, man. You gotta understand, if you were a baby boomer and the shit those cats went through, anybody born before 1965, I promise you they had it worse than us. You know, and they had to do like the congressman from Georgia, I'm blanking on his name, across the Edmund Pettus Bridge, all that shit. John Lewis. Like the stuff those cats did, you should be like, understand that we're fighting different fights, and we could fight these fights on every single front. But we also have to not get high on our own supply like we did this year. You know, expect white people do white people things. Just expect it, because I think what happened is we thought we were gonna and when I say we, I'm not talking about me specifically, I'm talking about the party. Yeah. They thought they were going to court all of these white women, and Trump ended up winning those women by 59%. And what was happening is the Democrats wanted to bring the total white woman Trump supporters down to 50%, down 2%, because in 2020 they voted for Trump 52%. Instead of bringing it down, they brought it all the way up to 59%. And then the thing is I think the total number has come down since then, but that's a problem, you know? So the white people, they're going to have to court these people better. They have to give them better information.
Mhm.
I was never concerned that black people were going to ever vote for Trump by the ridiculous amounts Republicans were saying. I think they were doing that to get us distracted, and it probably did, because I talked to black voters, the ones that I trusted to vote. I knew were never going to vote for Donald Trump.
Right.
But it was, and there wasn't enough of them that voted for Trump to sway the election. I think Trump might have gotten 1% more, which I don't like him getting any more, but it's not enough to
like change the fact.
Yeah. Black people did their job. If you could go back to that graph real quick, because I want to show you this about the Latino voters as well. Latino men are getting falsely accused of breaking for Donald Trump.
Mhm.
That's not true. They broke for Kamala Harris, but they only broke for her by 55%. The other 45% of them broke for Donald Trump, which is still a lot. I'm not trying to say it's not a lot,
Right.
but you also have to understand Latino voters in different states vote different ways. Latino voters in California did not break for Donald Trump by only for Kamala Harris by only 55%. I think it's closer to like 60%. Latino voters in Virginia didn't break for Trump by this amount, right? They voted for him, but it is getting redder. And my friend Mike Madrid from the Lincoln Project wrote about this in his book, because I think what happens with the next generations behind me and your generation, Nate, is that the longer their parents have been in this country, the longer the more separated they feel from the civil rights movement, right?
Mhm.
If you're like a third or fourth generation Mexican kid, you don't feel that immigrant struggle the way your parents did, or the way even people from our generation did, right? I know Mexican immigrants in California who've been out here for about 6 generations.
Mhm.
So a lot of those people are not going to relate to that immigrant story, right? So we have to understand where the Latinos voted for Trump at, you know. What those polls don't show is the amount of Jewish men and women that voted for Trump. Jewish women actually broke for Donald Trump second after Black women.
Harris.
And then they broke for Harris second after Black women, and then Black men voted for Harris third. I think Jewish women broke for Harris by like 85-86%. They don't really show Jewish demographics with race demographics for whatever reason. They show those demographics with like religion demographics, because being a Jew, there's people that racially identify as Jew, and then there's also people who they converted to Judaism, right? So it gets a little complicated, but I want to put those things in perspective. We can do better than this. And giving up is not the answer.
Nope.
We have to, again, I think our first thing we got to do right now is just protect our states. Virginia's done a very good job of keeping it blue. California, we went redder than I would have liked to have gone in this election, but we're keeping it red. New York was a little scary, but New York kind of reminds me of what Texas did in 2020. I didn't think Texas was going to go blue in 2020. even when the early poll results were for New York and they were showing New York getting all these MAGA people, I don't think New York is going red anytime soon, but we have to be on top of everything. So just know that the fight is going to be long and rigorous. And again, don't be looking at the grand prize when you haven't even. We got to handle the ground first, man. we gotta win these fucking state elections, and we gotta win in 2 years. And we got to worry about what the Supreme Court is going to do. And we got to make sure our local governments and all that shit is straightened up. And then we could worry about which one of these dorks wants to run in 2020. if Kamala Harris is like, you know what, I want to run in a real election season, and she could build a coalition, I'm not against it.
Right.
If Gavin Newsom, I'm not a big fan of Gavin Newsom, but if he runs and he could build a coalition, I'm cool with it. Whether it's Shapiro out of Pennsylvania, whoever.
Hey, Chris, they gonna send Dwayne Johnson out there.
Yeah, I don't know I think the Democrats might be done with him, but we'll see. Maybe the Republicans will be looking at him, but
Dwayne versus Terry in 2028.
Yeah. But we've been set back. I mean, it's no doubt. I mean, if you were a fan of the progressive movement, those motherfuckers complaining about reparations, either you give me reparations or we ain't voting. Y'all ain't getting reparations anytime soon. So give up that dream. It's because it ain't
that $1,200 we got.
What I will say, just on somewhat of a positive note on this, like what I think is a very extremely like sensitive subject in terms of like just how this whole thing has turned out. One positive that I will say is that I enjoyed like doing like research on like the local people in my area, like the local people that are running for these different positions, these different, you know what I'm saying. I like kind of enjoyed that part and like finding out like which people I like more aligned with, because it's like a lot of that information, bro, you just could do a quick Google search. A lot of these people have websites and stuff like that. You can just easily see like what their beliefs are, what they believe in, and like even voting. I like there was a part in my ballot about like giving like an additional like a substantial amount of funding to like community colleges in the area, and like I graduated from Prince George's Community College, and like it was like there where I kind of like sort of transitioned into wrestling media in like a very like unexpected way. And like I got to learn like a lot of stuff about like setting up cameras and mic work and like all that type of stuff. Like I got to like so I had like a very like fond like appreciation of community college. So it was nice to be able to vote for, yes, I would like them to get a substantial amount of funding. So like that's like a small thing. Like I enjoyed that part of the voting aspect. It was cool to like do that little research. You know what I'm saying? Nate, guess what, man? You go online and you actually find some stuff out, some factual information. Look at that. Look what it do for you, Nate.
That's exactly right. Real quick, Ray Williams. Couple things, brother. First of all, how many people we got watching right now?
We got about 40 people on YouTube tuning in right now.
Okay. And I appreciate all of y'all watching on YouTube. I appreciate everybody listening in the future that rock with us on that conversation. Because again, this is, maybe not what you came to this wrestling show for, but we appreciate you for listening and having this conversation, because again, politics affects all of us, man, and we all got to be active. We've all got to be engaged. We've all got to be informed. And again, man, we're gonna give it to you in the realest way we can. We're gonna give it to you in the most truthful and honest and thoughtful way that we can, because we in this together, man. We in this together. Ray Williams, any thoughts before we switch all full gears?
Look at that! That boy, that boy, cold.
Real quick, I did want to mention. I think you guys pretty much wrapped everything up in a nice bow. I do want to mention some of the discourse we're having in the chat.
Okay,
we got a couple people. First off, if you guys are new here, this is what we do. This This is a show we always talk about the link between politics and wrestling. They've been doing it for longer than I've been a part of the show, which has been the last 4 years. And when I became a part of it within the last year, we've always been doing this. So if you're new here, that's what you're going to get. It's not just going to be about the wrestling storylines and what's happening with the gate and stuff. If you want all that, go somewhere else.
Or just wait, because it's coming.
Yeah, it's coming. Yeah.
Like it's part of the show, people. We all post wrestling, people. We gonna talk about some damn wrestling.
Hey, bro, I'm bad, and they be like, "Hold on, brother. Hold on.
Don't go away.
Just be patient. Don't go
put
away.
Us on mute. You can put us on mute and then come back in about 20 minutes.
Go watch Sunday Night Football, then come back.
Ray's so fucking funny, dog.
But I do appreciate the long-standing listeners and the long-standing postmarks who have been having our back in the chat and just letting these folks know. So we appreciate you guys. Yeah. Shout out to you guys. So thank you. That's all I pretty much want to say.
And again, to anybody that is new here, anybody that is checking this out, man, like this is what we do, not only here at Post Wrestling, but also on the Kings of Sport, man. We talk about sports. We talk about politics. We talk about pro wrestling. We talk about entertainment. We talk about movies. We talk about music. And we all talk about it in a way that relates not only to our individual lives, but to everybody, man, because we all going through the struggle. And so again, if politics ain't your cup of tea, we understand, man. Some people are exhausted from politics, but it's something that affects us, man. It's something that affects these wrestling shows. It's something that affects these combat sports companies that you're interested in. So we are going to talk about it from time to time, especially after a consequential election. But as Ray mentioned, man, like we talk about all of this, man. Like that's what we do. And again, unlike people like Joe Rogan, Stage Steel, Jason Whitlock, Clay Travis, Barstool Sports, man, we ain't going to try to placate you. We ain't going to try to treat the audience like they dumb. We ain't going to try to treat you like you're unintelligent. Right. We're not going to treat you like you're not thoughtful human beings. We're going to treat you like grown-ups, man. And if you rock with us, we appreciate it, man. If you don't, hey, freedom of choice. But again, don't listen to Ray and go away, because I ain't say that. Stick around, man, because when we get to these predictions, when we talk about these predictions, y'all ain't ready. Y'all ain't ready for the predictions.
Dog, I'm dying. This man said, oh wait.
Yeah, wait, Ray. Like seriously. Like, Ray, I understand what you were saying, brother, but like we ain't trying to kick nobody out. I mean, if they acting up in the comments and being idiots, yes, you can get out. But if you just have a difference of opinion, or if you want to hear us talk about wrestling, hey, we gonna get to it, baby.
That's what I'm
saying. They did have some thoughts about us having people with differences of opinion and make it more of a conversation. But Nate, you've mentioned this before, that if they're not operating in good faith, we're not going to have those folks on.
Yeah,
exactly.
So, I think. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, I think that's the problem with a lot of the political discourse, and we're dealing with now, is these people are not operating in good faith. You know, they want to debate stuff that a lot of us don't think should be a debate. You know, whoever you want to marry and stuff like that.
Ain't got nothing to do with me.
That's not for me to be
shit about. It's like
debating.
Like, dog.
Yeah,
exactly, bro.
So it's like I'm not having those debates. Like Val Venus wants to go on the internet and say stupid shit about biological ladies and stuff.
Hey, real quick. Val Venus is a fucking idiot, bro. I was in Charlotte over the summer when I go to that convention I do, and then I was interviewing. I was like talking to some wrestlers and like doing like interviews and stuff like that. I remember I was talking to this one wrestler, and I don't think he meant it like seriously in any way, shape, or form. I think he meant it like in a joking manner. He was like, you should try to interview Val Venus. I'm like, bro, I'm not fucking interviewing no Val.
No, yeah.
Like, what do I want to talk to him for? I'm saying, like, who am I trying to appeal to interviewing Val Venus? I wouldn't interview Val Venus anyway, because I don't want to have I wouldn't talk to him, period. I don't want to have no conversation with that man. You know what I'm saying? Like, but so let me tell you, like, the word I've learned that getting wrestlers' political opinions is like, just don't do it. I don't want to know. See, that's that line of I don't need to know. I know too much about you. I don't want to know.
Right.
Don't even disappoint me. I don't want to know that, because I'm pretty sure, again, like I'm going to be disappointed. For any like wrestling connection, look, man, you had Paul Levesque, you know, giving his little big arm and a hug with Trump at the UNC show, which was
Yeah,
very, very interesting, man.
Yeah, and that was some political stuff too that they did, you know, because what TKO has been doing
Oh yeah,
for the whole
that
time
shit is like just
yeah.
MAGA
Yes.
feel. Like,
See, people in the comments, this is how it connects back to wrestling and combat sports. Because the people that you're watching on TV are also entangled and entwined in these politics.
Right, yeah, because what they've been doing is hedging their bets, you know. They wanted to prepare for a reality where Kamala Harris would win or a reality where Donald Trump would win. And they want to be in with both of them, right? So they know that Kamala Harris isn't going to be out seeking vengeance on anybody that doesn't like her. So they hedge their bet on, well, if Kamala Harris wins, it'll just be business as usual for us, right? But if Trump wins and we kiss his ass enough, maybe we'll get all these special breaks that we otherwise would not have gotten if Kamala Harris, won. So they want to make sure they're keeping both sides happy. It's very pathetic. If you come from a journalism background like us on this network, it's just so fucking pathetic because our job is not to be friends with these people. That is not what our job is. I don't even consider myself a journalist the way Andrew or John Pollock is, but at the same time, my opinion has to be based in reality. I'm not gonna I'm gonna tell the truth. I'm not gonna go off on an opinion that I have like it's a fact, you know, like whatever I think about Gunther or CM Punk or whatever, those are my opinions.
Right.
I'm not gonna be spreading unfounded lies about these people, and that's the thing that we gotta understand of the job of a journalist. Like the people that hate Dave Meltzer, I'm not saying Dave Meltzer is the greatest journalist ever, but I don't think Dave Meltzer, even Wade Keller, who I've bashed, I don't think they're out there maliciously telling lies. I think they could sometimes frame their stories in better, more sophisticated ways. But that's not me saying, oh, Dave Meltzer is just on these wrestling streets lying,
right? Or
Wade Keller is just fucking out here telling fucking lies.
And they're also covering motherfuckers whose whole business is to lie to you, the public.
Right, yeah.
That's what they do, baby.
Yeah. So that's the thing. And it's just, I think Triple H, these people, they you can't trust wrestlers because this is just what they do as far as like their whole life is a work, you know. Exactly. You lie so much about being a tough guy,
the carniest of carnies.
Yeah, to the point where you actually start believing your own hype, and you're out here on these streets thinking you could fucking beat like Evander Holyfield in his prime, you know. Like that's how these wrestlers are, man. And it's not me just saying that shit, but it's like, you know, when you're a wrestler backstage and you're over here trying to get into fights with fucking Brock Lesnar or Bobby Lashley and shit, and then like cheering when you get them in a headlock for 2 seconds before they have a chance to rip your fucking nose off. It's like, this is the kind of stuff we deal with in this space, you know.
Robbie Austin, shout out to Robbie for the $5 super chat. We appreciate you, Robbie. He said being overseas for the election, it felt really good to have well-informed international people offer support to us for the next 4 years. Thank y'all. Shout out to Robbie, man. Hey,
thanks.
You want to know what's crazy? Chris, Nate, and Ray is like, I've seen like videos of people that are from like Australia, or they're from England, or they're from like just they're from Scotland, whatever, like part of the world they're from that's outside of the U.S. When I hear their political opinions on how this like election turned out, bro, these people sound like the most well-informed, intelligent. Like they're just like, we don't have a fucking clue how these Americans voted for. Like, but I'm serious. Like their opinions seem so genuine. It doesn't feel like they're looking. They're just looking at what is the best beneficial choice to the greater good, and that's how they look at these things. And it's like it's insane to me to see like how people that aren't even Americans who like they just have this like it's just like a common sense view of how what is the overall picture, like how does this move us forward as a people, you know what I'm saying? It's insane to me to hear like them have these takes. Not insane, but like it's interesting.
Yeah, well, that's the thing about dictatorships. I've tried to explain this to people for as long as I can. Dictatorships are never taken. They are never taken in societies. They're always given to people, right? Hitler didn't fucking take Germany. He was given that shit. You know, and because Hitler was able to kind of like frame his messaging in a charismatic way where he was able to blame groups of people for whatever issues they were already going through, right?
Sounds a little similar.
Right, yeah. And Donald Trump, I'm not saying Donald Trump is Hitler,
right. I ain't saying that.
But what I'm saying is when you're doing that with that level of fascism and you're framing this message in the media, the garbage media in the United States of America gives you this platform to spew these lies one after another. You lie so much that the presidential candidate that he debated the first time got penalized for not lying and not being able to keep up with Donald Trump's lies. And the American media turned him into a weakling. They turned this fool Joe Biden into Orville Redenbacher.
Damn.
And they turned fucking Donald Trump into like this green-eyed masculine alpha male monster, and trick people into thinking Joe Biden represented weakness and Donald Trump represented strength. Right. And in doing so, they handed him the presidency, which is dangerous because it's not people thinking, it's not an informed citizenry thinking for themselves. It's a citizenry that's getting fed a lot of bullshit by media that's supposed to keep us well informed and supposed to put truth ahead of everything else that is felt to do that in this country.
Yeah, and the thing with Trump, Chris, is his greatest asset is he's a salesman.
Right, yeah.
And what Trump did, which was effective, like you gotta give the devil his due, is he was able to take legitimate concerns that people had about the economy, about the future, about what's going on in the world. He took legitimate concerns and gave people illegitimate solutions, things that aren't actually going to make their lives better in a tangible way. And people fell for it. People bought it. And so then, the question is, and we are going to get to wrestling. Just wait for it. Get on your Aaron Burr, wait for it.
I'm about to say, Nate, this podcast 5 hours, man. Y'all, like we got plenty of wrestling topics. But it was just important, and I'm sure to all of us to get this because this is an important conversation.
I will have Ray make a note. Get Way to timestamp this, or you can get Way and timestamp this just for so the people out there that are new on the streets. We don't want to alienate the new people. Just let them get acclimated to what we do around here on the Nubian Wrestling Advocates on Post Wrestling, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm about to say, Nate, this ain't gonna be the last time we talk about.
No, it certainly will not.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But like you might know what's crazy. Like I even, and this will be the last thing I say on it. I even remember back in 2016 when Trump first ran and the fucking KKK was publicly endorsing this man, and like the fucking David Duke was going out and saying like this is all, but like and I remember, and I will say his campaign denied that they didn't have anything, they don't want anything to do. But this is my thing, right? If the fucking Ku Klux Klan is looking at you and saying one of us,
that's our guy,
bro. That is the house. That that shit is insane, bro. Like,
Right.
Are you like hearing, like, bro, the most racist?
Andrew, there were very fine people on both sides.
Yeah. Like that's
But like the most racist hate group in the history of this country is looking at you and saying, "Hold on, man, is this guy? Is he?"
I like the cut of his
like,
jib.
This guy wanna, but the fact that those people even identify with you,
We're emboldened.
should let you know. All right, I'm done.
Yeah.
That's it.
But
That's all right. I'm done.
Yeah, well, I mean, Trump has always trafficked in that. That's what the Trumps do, you know. That like from Fred Trump denying black people housing, you know. This goes Trump. Kamala Harris was dead to rights because Donald Trump had, if you only count The Apprentice, he had a 20-year head start on her. If you go back to when he got in the public eye in the late 70s, he had like a 50-year head start on her, right? Kamala Harris is just now getting her just due in the public eye. People don't typically know who the vice president is. That's always a weakness of our presidency. The vice president is there to serve at the pleasure of the president. She's not there. She wasn't there to run as president herself. She was there to do Joe Biden's work. And it's easy for people to get lost in the shuffle. If I ask people on the street who was George Bush's vice president, a lot of them won't know. If I ask them who Bill Clinton's vice president is, they don't know. When I ask people the first day of the class who the vice president is, if it's a class of 120 students, there'll be 30 of them who will not know who the vice president is. It just is what it is. So she was fighting against this media apparatus that was kind of dooming her from the start, and they were asking her to do these heavy lifts that average white man would have had an issue doing, you know, much less a black woman from Oakland, you know, like she was trying to run this race where she wasn't trying to run on her race. She wasn't trying to run on her gender. She was just trying to get straight up facts. And Democrats, a lot of these cats were telling her not to play dirty when she probably should have played a little bit dirtier. You know, I'm a big believer, not in just cussing people out.
Yes.
I'm a believer of matching energy.
Say it again, Chris. Say it again.
Of matching energy. If you give me good energy, I will match you in kind with good energy. If you give me bad energy, I didn't know she was black energy, you are going to get the bad energy from me. You know, I'm not a when they go low, we go high person. I'm not a Barack Obama don't boo vote person. That to me is stupid too. I think you gotta, whatever energy you are getting from the other side, you gotta match the energy. If you're not matching the energy, then the other side is likely winning. And I think this is just,
you go low, I'm going to hell.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yes. I mean, it's like you can't just let people walk all over you. You know what I'm saying?
Chris,
like
you preaching right now. Go ahead. I mean, you preaching.
No, like when Jasmine Crockett, when Marjorie Taylor Greene start making fun of her eyelashes, and Jasmine Crockett came at her with the B6 comment. That's the energy you get when you come at me with bad energy, you know, and that's kind of the direction we need to move in this space. And I think in the with dealing with these wrestlers and wrestling like pundits and all that stuff, we kind of have to understand the clientele that we're dealing with, as far as like the Triple H's of the world, the Tony Khan, and how opportunist and carny that they are. And if this is what you expect out of these wrestling bookers, this is what you're gonna get. So like WWE, if you're mad at him for being like on camera with Trump, you got to show him with your pocketbook and ratings. And when Netflix crashes Raw on the first episode, the way they did last night,
Netflix ain't ready.
John Cena 17th world title and this shit crashed.
Right, yeah. So anyway, but that's, I mean, I guess that's the political spiel for
ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, the professor, Chris Ely, the professor, Ray,
for you, Nate.
Ray, give me a little music for this one. Bring the music back.
I can bring the music back. All
now
right.
we can bring the music back.
All right, let me go ahead. Here we go.
Here comes the money.
Hey.
Here we go. Money talk.
Hey, real quick, Andrew, let me go ahead and add this to. If there's still some new people out there, one way to get us to shut up about politics, get on in on that super chat. And we'll go ahead.
Hey, if you don't like us talking politics, you want us to talk about GI Bro, if you want us to talk about retribution, if you want us to talk about TNA Impact from 2018, hit us with the super chat and we'll talk about it. But until then, we got control.
And actually, Nate, it's a super chat right here for you specifically from T. Anthony, our good man T. Anthony. He said, Nate, how do you feel about WWE's handling of the Motor City Machine Gun so far? Nate, they are the WWE Tag Team Champions. They won the tag titles very early on. Like, it's like immediately, basically, since they when they arrived to the company, went to SmackDown. They just, I think the latest match they had was it was against the Street Profits and DIY. Ciampa came in there and broke it up and then, caused a DQ and all that. But how do you feel about the Machine Gun so far in WWE?
I've been pleasantly surprised, Andrew. Unlike some people in this nation, I can admit when I was wrong. Because when we first talked about the Machine Guns coming to the WWE, man, my immediate thought was they need to go to NXT. That would be the best place for them to flourish. That'd be the best place for them to ply their trade. But they've been doing great on the main roster, man. The presentation, the respect, like that's a big thing. The respect that even the announcers, like on that first night, like hyping these dudes up, which is not something that we've always seen traditionally from this company when you come in from another company with a name that you've already made outside of that company. And so, yeah, man, I've been pleasantly surprised. I've been very happy for them dudes finally getting their flowers, man, on this stage. Like, not that they weren't great in Impact, not that they weren't great in Japan, not that they haven't been great from day one, but to have this stage at this time in their careers, it's been cool to see, man. So salute to Saban, salute to Shelly, man. Y'all done made it.
Hey, Nate, I wanted to ask you about, I don't know if you had a chance to see it, but it was a report that came out from, I think it was Fight for Select like a couple of days ago, where they talked about like some of like the backstage reaction to Motor City Machine Gun. Somebody who's been a fan of like TNA / Impact for quite some time. I'm pretty sure there's something that doesn't surprise you, but I'm interested to get your take on it. It was like they have been like so, Shelly and Saban have been like so well received backstage by like just by people having like just genuine respect for them, like knowing who they are, and like they've been like very approachable and like help me like available for like advice, because these motherfuckers been wrestling for like 20 something, you know what I'm saying? So like are you like surprised to hear that at all by any circumstance, like any stretch of the imagination?
No, not at all. Because like you said, Andrew, these dudes been in the game for a minute. Like I'm sure a lot of the current WWE roster grew up off of some of these guys' tapes, you know what I'm saying? Watching their videos on YouTube, seeing them in Impact, you know what I'm saying? Seeing them in Japan. And so, no, it doesn't surprise me. Like, you never heard anything about them being prima donnas or being surly or eating muffins after a show. Ray Williams, back in Impact. So, like, yeah, like it doesn't surprise me, because it'd be like for us, like if we were just sitting here doing this wrestling show and all of a sudden Michael Wilbon popped up in the chat, Ray. And Michael Wilbon chopped it up with us for an hour about wrestling, man. It's like, this is a dude I've been watching my whole life do what he does at a high level. And now he's rocking it with me.
Right.
Like, so I'm sure if you're in that locker room and you grew up watching these dudes and you're like, yo, that was one of my favorite teams when I was watching wrestling in high school, or when I was watching wrestling when I was in college, or whatever. Like, yeah, just seeing that the people that you kind of looked up to are actually worthy of that appreciation, because a lot of times, as the old saying goes, Chris, never meet your heroes, because they will always let you down.
Right.
So I'm glad that not only the Machine Guns are having this cool moment, but that those in the locker room are rocking with him. But also, like, that's also something pretty cool, because it's like, if I'm the Machine Gun, it's like, yo, these cats are in this big company. They've been making money for a couple years now, and they looking up to me.
Right.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? It's kind of Ray Williams. It's kind of like, when you joined the Kings of Sport, when you joined the NWA podcast, you've been looking up to the Godfather all your life, man. You was a young Ray Williams, very young Ray Williams, looking like a little David Banner. Back in the day, it's like, Mama, one day I'm gonna be up there with that man doing some shows talking about wrestling for 17 hours on a Sunday night. And Ray Williams, you finally made it, brother.
Yeah, and I will say this about the Triple H era that I do appreciate is when he brings in these older established acts, he's not bringing them in like old senior citizen motherfuckers.
Right.
He's bringing them in like, oh, this is an established team that was here and now they are here. Like Vince McMahon, for whatever reason, he had acts that come in that company. And you bring them in there, and you instantly turn them into old fucking fossils.
You
did that with Sting. You did that with DDP.
He did it with Kurt Angle.
Did it with Angle. It's like, why are we doing this? So if you could get some life out of them, you get the life out of them that you could get out of them until they can't give it to you anymore. And Shelley and Sabin are textbook examples of people that can still go, and you treat them like they're people that can still go. And and you could probably get a good 5 years out of them, a good 5 WrestleManias out of them. And when they're done, they will have retired with a good WWE career, not this bullshit that Vince McMahon has been giving us for the last couple decades.
Yeah, I feel you. So fellas, I'll be ready to get into these predictions.
Yeah. So last thing, real quick,
right
Andrew.
back because I'm going to the bathroom real quick. So
okay.
Right,
Chris so while Chris is gone, ladies and gentlemen, a couple things that we've established during the last segment of the show, the first segment. Number one, Val Venus will not be appearing on the NWA podcast anytime in the near future,
or the Kings of Sport,
or the Kings of Sport. Yes,
that we do, Nate.
Yes, Val Venus will not be appearing. Ray, it's up to you. You're the producer. Nikita Lyons still on the fence about that one. Shout out to MAGA the Stallion on these streets.
I don't know about her, especially with that match she just had. Yeah,
hey,
that was not looking good.
She doing what she can, man.
Hey Nate, I wanted to ask you, and Ray, I wanted to get your thoughts on this too before we get into the topics that we got, bro. I don't know if y'all had a chance to see it, but this past Friday, Naomi had a WWE Women's Title match against Nia Jax. Bro, that shit was heat. Like, I'm like, hey Nate, so with Naomi, like, and Ray, you said this too on the podcast when we talked about Naomi coming back to WWE after the run she had in TNA, where they basically was like, hey Naomi, you're gonna be our person. and you know what I'm saying? Like she had that match against Nia Jax, bro. And like when I say the people were like behind Naomi, like they was like, if she wins, like this shit is coming unglued. And like I feel like Naomi is always gonna be that person in WWE. Like it's like she has these moments. Like I even remember back before she left, when her and Mercedes left, like she had this match in February 2022 against Charlotte Flair for the SmackDown Women's Championship. Fucking banger. And people was like, the crowd was fully behind Naomi. And like, dude, she just has these flat, like you wanna know what I'm starting to think? I'm thinking Naomi is like an underrated big match wrestler. Like when you put her in those situations, like where it's like big fight feel, or like it's like in a situation of importance, bro, she turns that shit up to like another level. I'm not saying that she like half-assed, but I'm talking about like when it's those big fight, big pressure situations, or like when you're supposed to make it out to be like that, she delivers on that aspect every single time. And I hope that we at least get another championship run from her, and we're going to talk about that with the introduction of the Women's U.S. Championship, because she's in that tournament. But Nate and Ray, I'm also just wanting to get y'all thoughts about like how Naomi in these like big match opportunities that she's had, even the stuff that she did in TNA, how she always comes through when you need her to come through. You know what I'm saying? Like she like big match situation, big fight feel. Even if it doesn't feel like that to a lot of people, it's like, hey, Naomi, I need you to make these people actually believe in you. I want you to go out there and make these people believe that you might actually win the title tonight. And she did it. Like for most of the time that Nia Jax has been champion, there has been time, and listen, like I love Nia Jackson's run so far.
I mean,
really
as
do.
you should, Andrew. She the GOAT.
But like I'm talking about like as far as that believability,
the most gorgeous of all time, Ray.
That she might lose the title, like that actual believability. Most of that has relied on the aspect of Tiffany Stratton's cashing and not necessarily the opponent. But with with Naomi, it was like, hold on, bro, they might do this shit tonight. It was the same thing with Charlotte, and it was right before WrestleMania. I don't think nobody fucking believed that, for the most part, that Charlotte was going to lose the belt before WrestleMania.
Right? No way.
But with Naomi, it was in February, Nate. We was 2 months out. You know what I'm saying? It was kind of like, hold on now, but I want to give the opponents credit because I don't want to just completely discredit them. But Naomi has this like believability and like just natural, like just fucking white meat baby face thing about her that makes her come off that way where you genuinely believe that she might be on the receiving end of a title switch tonight. So I just want to get y'all thoughts about that and, you know, just Naomi in general. And then we'll get to the U.S. title tournament later. After
Well, again, Ray, real quick, like, you know, as Andrew said, we have to give credit to the GOAT, the most gorgeous of all time, the Queen, Nia Jax in the building. You know, one of my most prized possessions is an autographed Nia Jax card that Steve Willie got me for my birthday one year. You know, I keep it right next to my framed picture of Barack Obama, and every night I say, "Good night, Nia. Good night, Barry." That's only half a joke. Like I don't have a picture of Obama next to my bed, but that damn card is somewhere in this room. But I think that when you look at Naomi, there's a couple things, Ray and Andrew. Number one, yes, there is that white meat baby face appeal to her. Number two, there's kind of the opposite of somebody that just kind of gets stuck in a position where you're like, they're never getting out of that position. Where Naomi has been around long enough and had just enough big moments where you're talking about like that match against Charlotte, where you're talking about one of my favorite Naomi moments is that WrestleMania in Orlando, where she showed up and showed out. Whether you're talking about the tag team title, like the win of the tag team titles, not the booking, because that was well documented. Yes, I still have that, Steve. I will never let it go. I will never let it go, man. To my dying day, I will hold that in my hand. But I think when you look at Naomi, she has done a good job of overcoming nonsensical booking or non-existent booking. Because if you really break it down, Andrew, since she's been back, what has Naomi done? She's been in the big three, which was cool. Yeah. Then she
had some title matches, but she lost. She
had some title matches, but she lost. Then she was kind of not with the big three anymore. Like they Jake Holder. She wasn't part of the big three no more, I guess. But then she was back with the big three. And then she was in the series with Nia and Bayley. And then she had a banger of a match with Nia the other night. And so like Naomi's credibility is due mainly to the work that she's put in and the work that the fans have seen her put in over the years, from a Funkadactyl to somebody who could be a credible women's champion. She's obviously not to this scale, but she's kind of like Trish Stratus in some ways. And don't go crazy. People that is new here in the comments, don't go crazy. But what I mean by that is Trish Stratus is somebody who was not pegged to be a wrestler, not pegged to be a champion. She was a model. She was eye candy. And she put in the work. And the audience saw her put in the work. And so when you get to that point where they pull the trigger and she's a champion, you believe it because you saw the work. You know, Ray, going back to Kendrick Lamar, why believe you? You never gave us nothing to believe in. If you don't give us a connection point with these characters, then why should we believe you? And with Naomi, she was brought in, she was a Miami Heat cheerleader, right, Ray?
Orlando Magic.
Orlando Magic. Ooh. So you know, if you're an Orlando Magic cheerleader, the amount of performative skills you got to have, Ray, to cheer for that nonsense franchise over the past 25, 30 years until they got Paolo Banchero, to cheer for that team, you had to have a great charisma and a great character about yourself. But she was supposed to be eye candy. She was supposed to be a cheerleader, Ray, and put in the work, put in the time, and became a believer. Like, I remember back in Team Bad, Ray, with her and Sasha and Tamina, the Unity. Back in those days, man, she put in the work. And she got better and better in the ring. And then I think what really has helped her on this run, nephew, was her time in Impact, because it was her first time away from the WWE machine. It was her first time on her own as, like, you're not just a part of this women's division. Baby girl, you are the women's division. Like, you the star. You are David Ruffin, and the rest of these women are the Temptations. And so I think that, like, she's got that confidence from that Impact run. And yeah, if you give her an opportunity, if you give her a shot, you know, she can make some things happen. It's not going to happen anytime soon, Ray Williams, because we all know, long may the queen reign. She ain't dropping that no time soon. You better off going over to Raw and testing one of them chicks, because Nia is much like Thanos, Ray Williams. Nia Jax is inevitable, brother.
There you go, Doc D.
Yeah,
So
I believe so. Oh, go ahead, Andrew.
No, Ray, I was going to ask you, you got any additional thoughts?
Yeah, I do agree. Again, I won't be as much drinking Nia Kool-Aid as our brother
You
Nate
should try it, man. It's delicious. It's purple.
We talked about the
we sipping on that purple drink over here, though.
We talked about the propaganda that's being spread around this country, make America great again. But Nate is,
and I would say
Nia
America is already
again.
great, Ray, because Nia Jax is our women's world champion.
He's under the my nigga. I don't think that rolls off the tongue. Make Jax my nigga.
Hey, Ray, what's going on with you tonight?
What were you going for there, Ray?
MNGA.
That's a half-court shot right there.
Ray hit the Nick Young. I'm gonna shoot the 3-point and turn around.
And then turn around. I thought it was in.
You thought it went in, but it clanked, brother. It clanked.
Ray dropping down when he telling people to leave.
You got to workshop that first, Ray.
No, let me stop. But I will give her her due, though. I think Nia has been. Nia, and this is in context with talking with Naomi. This is not another brain fart moment, but Nia is. I think Nia has improved so much, and she's willing to take chances too. We saw with the stuff that she's done with Bailey and her trying to hit Hurricane Run. Is like she's really going out there trying to put everything on the line this time around, and same could be said with that match that she had with Naomi. And as far as Naomi goes, we talked about this again. You brought it up, Matt, Andrew. You brought it up when we talked about her leaving from TNA and coming back to WWE, and if she would get that big a spotlight again. And I didn't realize how good, and I mentioned this before, like I knew how good she was as far as her talent and her ability and her physicality, but I didn't realize how good of a worker she would be within WWE. And so now she's just putting that talent on display. We always knew she had the charisma. Don't mind my teapot going off.
Is somebody making like an 18th century pot of tea?
Yeah, I got the old school one.
What in the Charles Dickens is going on in your house, Ray?
We'll be all right. Let me finish my point. We won't. It won't set on fire. Just
Ray Williams with his old. It was the best of times, worst of times. Look,
spot of tea, will you?
A spot of tea. I'm gonna watch the Zack Sabre Jr. match, bro. See if he hits that Zack driver.
Yeah. I think Prince Nana has some tea that would go.
Are you drinking Prince Nana tea, Ray?
No, not yet. Anyway,
that motherfucking tea going on.
I know, right? I'm trying to be patient. I'm trying to finish my point real quick.
Hey, Ray, go ahead and get that, man. We don't need the headquarters burning down.
I'm gonna take myself off.
Ray
screen.
talking about politics. He a member of the damn Tea Party.
Hey, bro. Ray is the funny. Ray is one of the funniest people. Bro.
Yo, Ray is unintentionally funny. Ray is like LeBron.
Yes, that's the perfect way. Ray is unintentional. But so we got AEW Full Gear coming up November 24th from the Prudential Center in Newark, New Jersey. As it is writing, we have 9 matches on the card. And we gonna go to Chris for this first week. This
Damn, Ray! I was hoping you come back in like a smoking jacket and a monocle. Evening, Governor. Raymond Williams here, reporting for duty.
Raymond Williams.
Tiny Tim looking. Do we have graphics for the Full Gear predictions, Ray?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Ray already got it. I had messaged him a while. Oh, look at Ray on point. He already knew. Hey, Chris, I wanted to go to you first just for this specifically because this is just to pop me because I want to hear what Chris got to say. Chris, we got Big Boom Costco guy AJ making his AEW in-ring debut on the 0 hour against QT Marshall. Chris, Big Boom AJ, accompanied by his son Big Justice. They will be on Dynamite this upcoming Wednesday to promote the match. What do you think, Chris? What do you think about Big Boom AJ getting in the mix and this match against QT Marshall getting made official for the pay-per-view?
I haven't really thought about this match. I don't know who Big Boom AJ is.
You ain't got the Riz, Chris.
Chris, you never seen the Rizzler or the Costco guys or nothing like? You never seen that?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's him. That's those dudes.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I mean, it's going against QT Marshall. So anybody going against QT Marshall needs to be beating QT Marshall, in my opinion. So that'd be my prediction.
There you go. What you thinking, Nate?
I mean, I think the real question is Baby Gronk gonna do a run-in?
Oh my goodness!
If they get Baby Gronk in this mix, it's gonna do numbers, nephew. But yeah, like no, QT is the fall guy here. QT is gonna take the pen, and they're gonna try to get whatever social media buzz they can out of it. And so I hope it's at least a decent match.
I was about to say, Nate, AJ and his son and the RZA, they got invited on to Jimmy Fallon.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, they were he was promoting Full Gear on Jimmy Fallon, like he was like openly speak, like he wasn't like. You know, so you know people, when people like they talk about wrestling, they kind of try to do that like ass thing where they like he was like I'm talking about this motherfucker. Like, I mean, and again, a lot of people, I'm sure a lot of people know in the chat, but like AJ used to be an independent wrestler. Like he used to, So like he was
I
like,
know that.
He was like cutting like he's like actively promoting this match, like cutting promos in Times Square in public. Like he's like doing the whole shabam. But when you get to the point where you ain't getting invited into the Tonight Show.
Right.
Like, all right. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I mean,
it's so crazy that he has done more to promote his wrestling thing than when Hulk Hogan, terrible lay on these streets, was a part of Impact Wrestling.
Right.
And went on the damn Tonight Show and didn't talk about Impact Wrestling until the very end. Oh, by the way, brother, I watch Impact Wrestling on Spike TV.
Yeah, because he didn't want to say TNA.
Yeah.
It's
the damn AJ doing more on these streets trying to promote the industry. So good for him.
What you thinking, Ray?
Yep, I got the Costco boys pulling out the win too. I'm glad for QT Marshall. I know he took a break from AEW to get some things settled, and he's back in. He's doing a job. We all know what he came to do.
I do have to kind of put the QT Marshall thing in perspective. He thought that he had a friend in WWE, in my opinion. And when he found out he didn't,
hey, Chris, you ain't gotta put that man on front.
When he found out he didn't, look, man, gotta keep it real. I like QT, but you know,
we gotta hit Chris with that Stephen A. Smith. Be nice,
right?
Be nice. I mean, it's true. You're not wrong, but you ain't got to say it, Chris.
Yeah. I gotta say it because I thought he was on one when he was trying to like get out of that contract. I think he's where he belongs. I think QT Marshall is good for AEW wrestlers as far as him wanting to be like a superstar. And I would never shit on someone's dream, but it's like you, I don't think he's made other people see the superstar that he probably thinks he is. So if he wants to be like a name.
I was about to
He's
say,
got
Chris, he got a behind the scenes role. He got an exec role.
yeah. I think that's where he belongs. That's the short answer. I think he's where he's gonna belong and where he's gonna build the new talents. I think being the architecture for him is better than trying to be a star of a show. You know, that's like me as a professor. My job is to make sure people become more famous and rich than me. You know, it's not to be
I'm counting on it, Chris. I'm counting on it.
Right. Yeah. So, you know, it is what it is.
Patreon.com/ the Kings of Sport.
Yeah, indeed. But that man, he's like, I was just want to say, that man, like, man, this doggone new grill ain't gonna pay for itself. I think he was on AEW talking about that getting surgery for his mouth cost like $6,000 to $9,000. He's like, man, I need to pay this, brother.
That's crazy.
He's like, I need to be a superstar or something to pay this off.
Yeah. I got Costco got AJ taking the win, but we're gonna move on to the main card. We got MJF taking on Roderick Strong. The way this match came about was Adam Cole had proposed the idea that either Adam Cole or Roderick Strong or both of them, whichever one got 3 wins, was going to get the match. And but both of them got 3 wins, and it was going to become a 3-way. But MJF gave Don Callis his Dynamite Diamond ring. Callis gave it to Konosuke Takeshita. Takeshita used the ring on Adam Cole. It took Cole out of the equation, so now it is Roderick Strong versus MJF. I think MJF's obviously winning this match, but I think it's going to be a banger. I'm always looking forward to Roderick Strong getting big pay-per-view singles matches. So, Nate, what you thinking if we just go straight down?
This is very much like a WWE Women's Championship match at WrestleMania for me, where I don't give a damn about this storyline that got us here, and they haven't really given me a reason, Chris, to care about the storyline that got us here. That being said, this match is gonna slap. This match is gonna be a banger between MJF and Roddy. Like they're gonna bring the goods. I just don't care about it leading up to it, but I know by the time the bell rings, I'll be invested. And I'm going with MJF 2 on this one.
Yeah, I don't think it's time for MJF to start losing matches just yet, especially to Roddy Strong. And I love Roderick Strong. It's just they haven't been telling compelling stories with Roderick Strong.
You saying he hasn't been booked strong?
Yeah, to make you think he's gonna beat MJF. So
I'm about to say, Chris, he just lost. MJF just lost to Daniel Garcia at All Out.
Right. Yeah. I mean,
well, he didn't lose.
Yeah.
He didn't lose.
He did.
He got put on the shelf, but he didn't lose.
Right.
I'm thinking about how Daniel Garcia came out on top at the end. That's what I'm about.
Right. Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah.
But
so
Chris, my fault.
And especially for the money that they said they signed MJF to,
right?
He can't be fucking losing to Roddy Strong, not yet, at least, you know.
True, I agree. I'm in agreement with all you. I think MJF's gonna pull it out. Again, Roderick Strong, much like QT, they're gonna be a part of the job squad this week. And do the job, looking up at the lights, but still get that paycheck. But I think this is going to lead into probably MJF attacking Roddy after the bell and doing something with him to cause Adam Cole to come out. But of course, our guy MJF is going to run off scared. So. But like you guys said, it wasn't really much build between these two, especially since we didn't find out that they were going to face each other until this past Dynamite, where MJF caused the not distraction, but caused the actual loss to him. So with the Callis family, so
I think most of this is about the reunion of Adam Cole, Roderick Strong, and Kyle O'Reilly. They sort of hinted at that, and Kyle is not a big fan of Adam Cole on screen right now. So I think that's what that's ultimately leading to, is to getting this group back together that had this big prominence from their days in NXT, and even you know when, but Bobby Fish is not in the equation anymore. I was about to talk about Red Dragon, but Bobby Fish is not there no more. So, but next up we got Jay White versus Hangman Adam Page. Jay White beat Hangman at Wrestle Dream. I think this is going to be a slapper, as they call it, but I think that Hangman is going to get the win this time, and it's going to be as far as their AEW run, it's going to be 1-1. Nate, what you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, come on. I'm rocking with my fellow Virginian, my fellow venerated
Hey, I forgot he
Virginian
was
veteran,
from VA.
Hangman on these streets.
Hey, Nate, where he from?
Where is he from?
Aaron's Creek.
Yeah.
Okay.
So somewhere rural, but not so rural that Swerve couldn't find his house on the GPS and drop a T-shirt on his baby. Because never forget that happened, ladies and gentlemen. One of the greatest moments in AEW history when Nana and Swerve dropped a T-shirt on a grown man's baby because he wasn't there. But yeah, I'm going with Hangman here because I think this is going to be another banger of a match. But Hangman is a guy that I feel like is always like ready to be re-injected into the mix. Like he's at that stage of his career now. You know, I remember, going back to the very first AEW show, Chris, like I'm that old where I can remember the first AEW pay-per-view, and everybody's like, why didn't Hangman win? Da 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 da. And it's like they're telling the story. And he has had one of the best character arcs in this company's history. When you talk about his early start in AEW, the tag team with him and Kenny, the stuff with Swerve, I just think that there's a lot to him, man. And you always want to kind of keep him, in the background lurking. But yeah, this is going to be a great match. And come on, man, give me Hangman Page on these streets because he's out here not only wrestling, Ray, but much like you, he's trying to educate the kids as well.
Yeah, this is a this is a tough one. This is the first tough one that we come across. I think win or lose, you could still have Hangman be like towards the top. Thing is, like, how many times are you going to start and stop with Jay White? It's like
that's a good point. That is a great point.
It's like you had.
I would answer your question with the question though, Ray. Like, what is the end game for Jay White in this company as currently constructed?
Shit, hey, Ray, you remember last year when Jay White was challenging for the world championship at 40, and people was like, maybe they should put the title on him.
And that main event mix is still congested.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I think Tony Khan does have kind of like Jay White in his sights as a future champion. I don't think it's going to happen now, especially with the stuff that's going on with Jon Moxley. But I do think that you do want to separate him a little bit from the Bang Bang Gang, and have him on his own to where he's kind of like building up that reputation as a fierce competitor because the Bang Bang Gang, like low key, have been kind of like the most improved players, not even the most improved players, but they've been like the low key, like MVPs when it comes to like Collision and stuff and doing things on there. But then White ended up getting hurt. So I think with him returning from injury, even though we did see a match between them and White did end up getting the victory over. So now that I mentioned that out loud, I think I'll go ahead with Adam Page because you're probably
Swerve, bro.
Yeah, I know. You probably want to do like a best of 3 or like in the trilogy with like a big time match on the next pay-per-view.
Yep.
So I think I'll go ahead with Hangman as well.
Dr. Ely?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with Hangman as well. Jay White, I like him. I think that AEW would benefit from having at least 1 or 2 guys that aren't in like a clique, that stand on their own. I don't mind the cliques. I don't mind.
I do, Chris. I do, and I'll get to it later.
But I think remember in the 90s, I'm sure you remember this, Nate, but when like you had all the faction warfare in WWE.
Los Boricuas.
Yeah. But there was always a Stone Cold, Stone Cold, and he wasn't friends with anybody, right? And it made him unique in that situation. And I think that either if it's not going to be Hangman, it's got to be Jay White, because I don't think the Bang Bang fucking gag does anything for Jay White. I think they benefit from him more than he benefits from them, and that's always my issues with these situations. It's like you're using somebody that's already a main star to get over people that are way behind him, you know? And I don't think it's fair to Jay White to do that to him. So yeah, for those reasons, I'm picking Hangman.
Cool. So next up, we got the 4-way match for the AEW World Tag Team Championships. We have the fairly newly crowned champions, Private Party, who won the belts from the Young Bucks at Fright Night Dynamite. They are going to be taking on the Outrunners, Truth Magnum and Turbo Floyd versus Kings of the Black Throne, Malachi Black and Brody King versus the Acclaimed, Anthony Bowens and Max Caster, who dropped a line about Kamala Harris losing the election live on Collision. Shout out to Max Caster, man. Always got something crazy up his sleeve. I can't wait for Anthony Bowens to get away from that brother. But in all seriousness though, I do think that that joke aside, I do think that the Acclaim thing has kind of run its course. That is how I feel, and I do feel that maybe it's time to, like, they're kind of teasing Max having interest from the Hurt Syndicate. I do not want him in the fucking Hurt Syndicate, but they're sort of teasing that idea, and Max is like really focused on his individual self. And like I've been wanting to see what a Anthony Bowens singles run would look like for quite some time, just to see if it will work or not. So I'm not like interested to see that. Private Party, man, they just got the titles. You know, they like people. I've said this countless times on this podcast. I think that they should have been the first AEW World Tag Team Champions. Like, the only reason I say that is because you put them over the Young Bucks, right? And in that tournament, and I was like, okay, well, you just beat the favorite, so like you might as well just go all the way with this young, fresh team. You know what I'm saying? But they didn't do that, and then they went through these ups and downs. Like we talked about it on the podcast, and Nate, I know I talked to you about it, about like Mark Quinn and Isaiah Cassidy saying like a year ago that they felt like their runs in AEW have been lackluster because they really haven't done shit other than beat the Young Bucks. And now it comes full circle where they beat the Young Bucks, but it was for the AEW World Tag title. So shout out to those guys. And then you have the fucking Outrunners, who have become like these like underground, like, bro, the people they love the Outrunners, bro. I'm telling you, they be going crazy for them. Like, so like it's gonna be kind of funny to see who takes the pin in this match, because the Outrunners have like this like esteemed fan base. So I don't think that people are gonna be like extremely thrilled to see them pin. I don't think it'll be like something where like they start booing or anything like that. Right. But it's gonna be interesting to see who takes the fall in this match. But I definitely think Private Party are gonna retain. What you thinking, Nate?
Yeah, Private Party retains. Way too early to take the belts off of them just as yet. I do dig the Outrunners, man. Like they cool, man. Like they good comedy, and the matches deliver. But here's the thing: in terms of who takes the pin, I think it's either going to be the Acclaimed to kind of further that story of teasing dissension, or it's going to be the dudes that might not even be in the company 6 months from now or 3 months from now, and that's your boy Black on these streets.
Nate, there was some reports that people suspect him to leave in 2025, but he got on Instagram and shut that shit down immediately. But I mean, you would expect him to. I was gonna say he
kind of got to say that though.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, it's kind of like when real quick when Adam Cole got asked in the interview recently, they was like, the interview was kind of like trying to see like would you go back to WWE? Adam Cole was like, I'm never leaving AEW. Like I would never.
Jay Cardinal said that she would never.
People say a lot of things when they are under contract to a company.
Right, yeah.
But I think if you're Aleister Black, it's kind of like, it's almost the inverse of Private Party, where Private Party like had a hot little moment at the beginning, and then they ain't do a damn thing with Private Party for like 3 years. Whereas with Aleister Black, like he came in and he was making moves, man. He was doing business. And then it's just kind of like
squashed Cody.
Yeah, he squashed the man that ended racism. He squashed Devontae. Maybe that's where all this stuff happened. You know, maybe that's what caused America to get off the rails. Aleister Black squashing Cody.
Nate, Chris and Ray, that's who the Democratic Party gonna send out there.
Man, let me tell you, Cody Rhodes. America has more than one presidential dynasty. Come on, man. We get Kingdom played at the inauguration. I might have to go there for DC for that one, nephew. Oh, First Lady Brandy Rhodes. Can you imagine?
with the timeline. Hey, but we just saying crazy shit happen.
Life, man. I'm telling you, like the simulation is simulating, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, I'm gonna go with Private Party to retain, and I'm going to say that House of Black takes the pen.
Dr. Eden.
Yeah, I'm going with Private Party as well. I'm not sure about the Acclaimed as far as which one was Caster, the one they were teasing that the
they've been teasing him.
I have to see it first before I judge it. Like, I'm not saying I'm against it. At the present time, I don't see how Max Caster would fit into the Hurt business.
No.
But
Owens actually makes a better choice of the two.
Right, yeah, but it's the wrestling promoter's job to make me see it once that's the decision that they're gonna make. So hopefully we'll get some kind of finality on the Acclaim, whether it's them breaking up or them just going their separate ways. But the act has kind of ran its course a few different times,
Mm-hmm.
We do need something new from these cats. Unless they just want to, unless they're leaving the company and going somewhere else, the act together in AEW is stale.
Hey, Chris, let me ask you this real quick before Ray gets to his prediction. That Hurt Syndicate is definitely teasing a fourth member to go with MVP Bobby and Shelton, and they've been like they've been in a lot of segments with Ricochet. Mm-hmm. Like, did you like who would you like if you just out the top of your head, like who would you in AEW?
Yeah, I've thought a lot about this, because they were on Renee Paquette's show talking about this as well.
That was a good interview.
So it would. The only thing about someone like a Kenny King is in his 40s, and it wouldn't fit the motif of them picking like a young guy, like the way Cedric Alexander worked.
They need like a junior heavyweight TNT title type.
Right. Person. Yeah. So that's my issue with Casters. I just don't know where he would fit in with that. But I do think you could put somebody like a Leo Rush could be the loudmouth in the group.
Yeah. And he's already got that connection with Lashley.
Right, yeah. Scorpio Sky's another like almost 40-year-old, but I think a guy that does it, because Scorpio Sky ain't doing shit.
He ain't doing that goddamn.
I think a faction where he could just kind of be like the guy that does the flips would be okay, because I think that's what the only thing they're missing from the Hurt Syndicate, So we'll talk about the Hurt Syndicate when it's time, but I definitely think that the like right now I'm just kind of I'm of the wait and see belief with the Acclaimed to see what they're gonna do, because I don't know when their contracts are up as well. But if their contracts are up anytime soon, if I'm Triple H, but we know Triple H with the Blacks. Forget I said that.
The House of Blacks?
The House of Non-Blacks.
Hey.
The house of I don't see color.
Everybody just looks like Tony Storm.
What would you think? You funny as hell, Nate. What you thinking, Ray? Who you think winning and who you think taking the pin?
Unanimous. I got Private Party winning. I think they're gonna take the win over. I think they're gonna get the pin possibly over Anthony Bowens. I think the Outrunners. I know it's been a while since we brought up this phrase, guys, but I think the Outrunners are they're the good portion of buffoonery, guys.
Buffoonery.
I love the buffoonery that they're offering. Is like silliness, but is not too crazy, and like they've gotten themselves over within like the last 3-4 months.
Right, yeah.
But it's just too early for them right now.
Yeah, they're not a main event act doing that shit.
It's like it reminds me of like Heath Slater and Rhino.
Right, yeah.
2017. That's kind of what it's like. But they'll eventually get their just due, but it's just not right now.
Right.
Yeah. And I think the Kings of the Black Throne, I just think they won't be able to get it this time around. And as Brody King, I believe Brody King broke news that apparently Aleister Black is going to retire and have his cats in a wrangling circus, like a traveling circus with his cats. So good luck to him.
Aleister Black is doing that?
Now, where the fuck you get that from? Well, that's a joke. You joking? Oh,
no, I think Brody King posted something like that on his Twitter account or on his Instagram. When all of this stuff was going on, with Aleister Black and with Adam
he must have been. That's like a jokey post. I thought you.
He's joking. Yeah, he's joking.
No, I'm about to say, man, leave them fucking cats alone, man. Let the cats be cats, man. Cats don't need to be doing fucking tricks and shit, man. Get him a litter box and let him chill in the house and do what
man
cats
Chris
do.
about to run for president of PETA.
So next up we got the AEW TBS Championship. We got Mercedes Moné coming to the ring by Camille. She'll be defending against Chris Statlander. Fellas, I think this will be the end of Mercedes Moné's run as TBS champion. I think Chris is about to get the title back. And I think it goes along with the theme of her having these like overcoming wins. Like I remember when she came back and she beat Jade Cargill for the title. So yeah, I think this is going to be Stat's big moment in her hometown. I think she's from New Jersey, so this is going to be her hometown moment. And I think that this will eventually lead to a rematch between her and Julia Hart. I believe they faced before. I think it was at, I want to say Wrestle Dream last year, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Ray, you can fact check that for me if you could, brother. But yeah, I think Chris Statlander is going to get the win, and I think Mercedes is going to move her way into the AEW Women's World Championship picture, and I think that she'll be in the mix with. They're obviously waiting for Toni Storm, the perfect moment to bring Toni Storm back. They're probably going to do it before that Australia show in February, but I think that in the meantime, Mercedes Moné will be sort of be in the wings, until that happens. But yeah, I think Chris Statlander is going to get the victory over Mercedes Moné. What you think, Nate?
I think your prediction, nephew, sets a dangerous precedent. When we talk about Chris Statlander and her victories for the TBS title, you talk about Jade Cargill, you talk about potentially Mercedes Moné. I'm not feeling this, nephew. It's like Rutgers going into the SWAC and the MEAC and beating up on these non-conference teams. I can't have it in 2024, nephew.
Nate, you saying Chris Statlander, Brock Lesnar?
We don't need Tony Khan to turn our good sis Chris Statlander into the new female counterpart of Brock Lesnar. We don't need that in 2024, ladies and gentlemen. But you bring up a lot of great points, Andrew. And honestly, again, this is something I said when Mercedes first won the TBS title. She's done a good job with the title, but I feel like that title's beneath her.
Mm-hmm.
Like that title's beneath her. Like they should have never set up a situation where she had to beat Willow for it, in my opinion. Willow should have had that for a little minute. That being said, she's done a good job with the belt. I've liked the inclusion of Camille with this act. Part of me just says like they're gonna ride this and TBS title thing until the wheels fall off with Mercedes. But I do think if you were going to pull the trigger on her losing, Stats as good as anybody to do it with. It's still kind of wonky, like the transition, like the heel to babyface transition. I feel like they
that shit was so weird.
Fully like gave us a credible explanation for the change. But that being said, I think it's gonna be a good match.
They just kind of did that shit.
They just kind of did it, and it's just like, oh yeah, don't, yeah. don't remember what happened 2 weeks ago or last week. Hey, this is this week. We talking about now. Why you bringing up old stuff, AEW viewers?
But she kind of just dropped Stokely and was like, "Hey, I'm going babyface now."
Where the damn music at, Ray?
Let me see.
Yeah.
So, shout out to T. Anthony. Oh, you go play the music, Ray. Right.
There we go. Thank you, Ray.
It says T. Anthony. Shout out to my boy T. Anthony for the super chat. He said only person that should beat Monet for the TBS title, and she needs to leave. ROH is Athena. Let me tell you something. T, let me tell you something, T. Anthony. I want y'all to get that dream of Athena moving the AEW TV out your brain.
Nephew, you saying we can't have the Bayou Classic with Mercedes and Athena?
Hey, Nate, let me ask you this real quick. How long? And Nate, how long have we been talking about Athena moving to our AEW TV? That shit ain't happening. It ain't happening, Nate. They got that. And again, she's having a record reign as ROH Women's World Champion. She killing it. You know what I'm saying? And I think that final battle at the Hammerstein Ballroom next month, I think that Billy Starks will end the reign. It's only fitting that she does. They've been telling this story for damn near a year or two now. So it's only right that Billy Starks is the person that end the run. And then I think maybe after that, so you know what, Nate? I'm gonna make a prediction right now. I think that Athena will be challenging for the AEW Women's World Championship at All In Texas, July 2025. Okay. In her home state. I think that she'll be in the mix by then, because she'll be. I think that they'll introduce her back into the AEW fold after she loses the belt to Billy Starks, and then that'll be her transition back. And I definitely think that Athena is going to be in her home state, and she'll be challenging for the Women's World Championship, or she'll be doing something of importance, maybe the TBS title. Either way, I think she'll be challenging for an AEW branded championship. But yeah, T. Anthony, I love you, brother. I appreciate you, but let me tell you something. That match ain't happening no time soon.
Dream match. Bayou Classic.
The Bayou Classic. The Bayou
We
Classic.
back.
He said if T. Anthony said another super chat, shout out to you. He said if MLK can have a dream, then so can I. Shout out to T. Anthony. But yeah,
Amen.
But Chris, who you got taking this match?
Wait, I didn't hear who Nate has taken the match.
I reluctantly went with Statlander. Rutgers coming in to beat Prairie View A&M.
Okay. I'm going with Mercedes because I do think there's something brewing there. And I don't think the Hurt Syndicate is out of her purview just yet. I think they're trying to make us forget it right now, but I think I just imagine something going on with that.
I like it.
And I'm picking Mercedes. Like I'm not like 100% bullish on it, but I'm bullish enough to pick that right now.
What you thinking, Ray?
I'm also going with Mercedes. I think something's brewing between Mercedes and Camille, and I think even though it's kind of been rushed, it's like now you're making people feel sorry for Camille now. Ever since she kind of got her arm broken when they tried to run Chris Statlander over with a car, which is like the most sports entertainment thing.
I'm about to say, and Ray, she got right back up too.
Like she just all she did was fell down and then just looked at the driver crazy. But I think Camille now, I think they're starting to have people feel sorry for Camille. Like she had her arm in a sling, but Mercedes was still trying to make her carry her bags.
Yeah, I remember.
Hey, Ray, do you think that eventual match will be for the TBS championship, or do you think that'll just be a traditional singles match on Dynamite?
I think it will be for the championship, which is why I'm picking Mercedes. I think there's still some I think there's still some programs for her to have before losing that belt.
I get that. Like the only reason why I was thinking about that, because I feel like that TBS title scene is about to get like real interesting. Like I feel like Willow's gonna be in the mix with Statlander, and Jamie Hayter recently had a promo that was interrupted by Julia Hart. So I think Julia Hart's about to get back to the fold. She lost the title to Willow, and she only lost the title because she had that shoulder injury, had to get surgery, and they kind of gave Willow the Oscar treatment. It was like, hey man, somebody hurt. You want this? so yeah, I think that TBS title pitch about to get real interesting. But
real quick, the thing is with Chris Statlander though, she's already had the belt, and like we've seen all these matches before, especially with her being a baby face. And so it would have been a bit more interesting if she would have stayed heel, but for some reason,
exactly.
Turned her on.
So we can actually have that Willow match for the TBS championship. That'd have been good. But moving on to our next thing, we got, and this is where we talk about the Hurt Syndicate, the cover people of our podcast is my Swerve Strickland going up against Bobby Lashley. Let me just say this. So we have MVP Shelton Benjamin and Bobby Lashley all in AEW. Let me tell y'all, brother, something real quick. Shelton Benjamin is having fucking bangers. It is amazing to me, bro. Like this dude, like and not that I'm surprised by like him performing as well at his age or anything like that, because I don't think Shelton Benjamin's like worn down or anything, but it really is like impressive to me. Like I'm talking about like the quality of the matches that he's having, and also I always say this, and we've said this plenty of times. You got to give credit to the individual you sharing the ring with. It ain't just Shelton, but like the match he had with Leo, his debut match, the match he had with Sammy, I really liked. I like the match. I like the match that he just had on Collision with Commander. Bro, Shelton is fucking hooping right now. You know what I'm saying? And it's like it's crazy. Like WWE can't keep everybody, and I feel like everybody it's people in AEW who I think will fit better in WWE. It's people in WWE that I think will fit better in AEW. I think that Shelton is for sure one of those people that just fits better, because Shelton is at the point in his career where he's just like, bro, just let me go fucking wrestle. And that's what I want to do. Just let me wrestle. That's all I want to do is fucking wrestle. I ain't trying to talk. You know, say he's still talking to Mike, but like he's like very just let me just have this back end of my career for this in-ring portion. He is fucking delivering. Like, and I'm like extremely impressed with Shelton. Not that I'm surprised, I'm just impressed to see like the quality of the matches that he's having, and it's really, really like really fun to watch. Honestly, I enjoy whenever I see a Shelton Benjamin match graphic pop up for his time in AEW. But yeah, we getting Bobby Lashley's in-ring debut against Swerve Strickland. Bobby's probably for sure going to win this match. The only reason why I was kind of hesitant is Swerve is like former AEW World Champion and stuff.
Right.
So, but I mean, I don't think him losing to Bobby Lashley is going to hurt or anything like that. So yeah, I'm gonna say Lashley gets the win. I don't know if it'll be clean or not. Maybe MVP, like maybe like hit Swerve in the head with his cane or something like that, or something along the way, some type of interference. But yeah, I think Lashley's gonna get the win, and then I think Swerve will probably get his win back sometime in 2025. I don't think it'll be this year, but yeah, Bobby Lashley for the win. What you thinking, Nate?
Yeah, Lashley's gonna win, definitely. Like put your money on it right now. Entertainment purposes only, folks. But I think that when you talk about the Hurt Syndicate, when you talk about Shelton Benjamin and his performance so far in AEW, it just goes to show you the benefit and the value of being with somebody that appreciates your worth.
Yeah.
That appreciates your talent. And Shelton is a guy who I always said had the potential to be a credible world champion in the WWE. They never gave him that opportunity, but he had the talent to do that. Like, brother wasn't the greatest on the microphone, but we've seen world champions in that company that weren't the greatest talkers. And spoiler alert, there's a way to fix that. Give him a damn mouthpiece.
Right,
so he could have been a world champion in that company, in my opinion, just due to what he can do when that bell rings. And so it's cool to see him being presented as a serious threat in AEW, being presented as, if not Lashley's equal, then Lashley's right-hand man. Like that dude might not be Bobby, but you don't want them problems. You don't want that smoke. And so I'm excited for this, man. I'm excited for the Hurt Syndicate and what they can become. And when you have the performers that are invested in their stories, you know, if anybody that watched that interview with Renee Paquette, which I thought was really well done. Yeah, this is something awesome. MVP, Lashley, Shelton, they've been wanting to do and to tell this story about this group of individuals. And for whatever reason, they weren't allowed the chance to, you know, no pun intended, finish that story in the WWE. And so, yeah, I'm excited for what they can bring to the table. You talked about the fourth member earlier, Andrew. I think Ricochet is a good possibility. Max Caster, depending on how they book him, could fit in. Leo is probably my front runner right now in terms of who they would select, because they do need a flippy guy, and he's somebody that can give you a secondary talker after MVP.
And they specifically said that in the Paquette interview about a flippy guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I will throw this out there. And Ray, stop me if I'm getting too crazy on these streets. Ray, don't do your job as a producer. But you know what? In this age of fractures and divisions, man, if the Hurt Syndicate wanted to have a quote unquote DEI hire and make a call and bring Hangman Page in on these streets, I wouldn't be opposed to it. It ain't gonna happen, but it's fun to think about, ladies and gentlemen. Hangman Page with the Hurt Syndicate.
Hell
Affirmative
no.
action.
That's nasty. That's like I'm trying to think of a food combination. That's like throwing some tuna salad on like some mac and cheese or something. Like that's
Look, that tuna mac casserole, Andrew, it might hit. You never know till you try it.
That junk sound like it make you boo boo.
Ray Williams had it for dinner with a spot of tea.
Hey, bro. Hey, Chris, who you got? Who you got winning this match?
Don't they make a tuna helper, like hamburger helper, Chris?
Tuna helper.
For the time being, I do think the Hurt Syndicate needs to stay
three man
all black business.
Yeah, right.
Just in the immediacy. Maybe eventually you want to play with some white
guys. They can franchise.
Yeah, but right now,
about to add like what was they on Hart was the nation of
right? Yeah.
Exactly.
If you want to add an Owen Hart in some years, go ahead, but not right now.
Not right now.
Yeah. This is one of the things I'll say about this, and this is I said a while ago when I found out Lashley was going to AEW. I said to quote me on this. I said the Hurt business, the Hurt Syndicate, they're going to make AEW mainstream, and then Lashley debuts. In less than 24 hours, it already has 1 million views.
Mm-hmm.
How many people in WWE are doing those kind of numbers in under 24 hours, you know? So Lashley being an AEW guy and doing this is impressive. Shelton Benjamin, I'd given up on that brother years ago. I really did. I even said on an episode we did a couple months ago, I was like, I love Shelton Benjamin, but I just think the wrestling business has passed him by, because of the way they booked him in WWE, giving him a fucking mammy, and then making him have Cisco hair. I think that was Benjamin's.
That was his idea.
Yeah, I mean, the brother was like, I'll get some Cisco hair. Anything.
He was trying anything he could.
Yeah. The fact that he's always touted as being a part of that class with Randy Orton, Brock Lesnar, Batista.
Shit, sometimes they be forgetting to mention him.
Yeah, and he's the guy that just never got the accolades as the 4 other white guys. If you say what the fuck you want to say, I do think it's because he's black. Just really that simple. It's like, we couldn't find anything to do with them. So, no, you guys weren't trying. You gave him a fucking mammy.
Mm-hmm. Chris, they gave him that. Go ahead and take this Intercontinental US title. Go ahead and take that.
Yeah. They gave him the secondary belts. They would always start pushes with them and then stop pushes with them to the point where they told the fans he wasn't somebody important or to be taken seriously. It was a them problem. It wasn't a Shelton Benjamin problem. In AEW, I could actually see him, and I think Andrew said this on a show a couple months ago. He could be ROH World Champion if he wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, if they if they do him right, they could probably give him like a weekend run with the AEW belt, depending on how over they get. The Hurt Syndicate is gonna do big for AEW because they're gonna get the push on a national stage that they should have gotten WWE. They left that place. Benjamin got released on some bullshit, and then Lashley and MVP bet on themselves, and I think they've got good people around them. I trust Will Washington is a friend of ours. I trust Will Washington and Tony Khan's mind. I do think TK sees the value in them. It's not like a bunch of guys are like trying to bum rush AEW at the moment. So you show us that AEW is a place where talented Black wrestlers can flourish, then you've built your audience. You've built an audience, and I see nothing but good things for everybody that's in the orbit of the Hurt Syndicate, and this includes Swerve and all that. So Swerve is gonna lose. I think he's gonna get dominated by Lashley. I think he'll get some good hits here and there, but I don't think there's any shame on Swerve from getting his ass beat by Lashley to eventually work his way back up to Lashley, because Lashley should be the final boss. The Hurt Syndicate, it should be like a situation with them, and they're on a collision course with Moxley's goons, right? Because remember in WWE, and this was one of the few hot things they did in the 2010s, is you had the Wyatt family and then you had the Shield, and they were kind of on both shows wrecking shit, and eventually they came face to face at the Royal Rumble.
Well, that crowd lost their shit when that happened.
And it was one of those situations where you didn't know you needed that in your life until you saw it. And I think if AEW does it right, the same kind of thing could happen with the Hurt Syndicate and Moxley's group. But, and this is a big thing, AEW, so hopefully we clip this, and I'm begging you, do not overthink this, man. Push them how you're pushing them. Do things right. It's okay for Swerve to lose to Lashley. Build Swerve up. You could, from this group, you could build a good 6 or 7 main eventers just based off of the 4 guys they put in the Hurt Syndicate. So I'm extremely bullish on this. I'm proud of Bobby Lashley. I'm proud of MVP, even though me and him were beefing a while ago. I'm proud of all of these cats. I think they're going to do very, very, very good things. I've liked what I've seen in interviews. I've gone on YouTube and I've watched so many interviews with Shelton Benjamin, Lashley, with the Hurt Syndicate, with all of them together, and just watch them talk about this and the excitement that they have about this. Don't blow it is all I'm saying. But yeah, Lashley is who I pick. But don't blow it, please, TK. Do not fucking blow it. I'm begging you, do not blow it.
Ray.
Again, we're gonna go unanimous. I got Bobby Lashley winning. Again, in a similar vein as Hangman, I don't think win or loss hurts, or I don't think a loss hurts Swerve in this particular situation. You guys have been showering pleasantries on Shelton Benjamin, and I agree wholeheartedly with all of those. And when it comes to, I think you're starting to see a little bit of personality come out of Shelton as well.
Right.
Even in the debut where he came out and he didn't even like debut to wrestle, but just debuting to come out on a backstage segment and then just taking the Prince Nana's cup of coffee and sip it, and it's like, this is good. Right?
Yeah.
Little things. Or,
Hey, Nate, what's your five? Shelton finally broke out of mode.
Shelton finally broke out of the 5 categories of the hierarchy that the WWE will allow black performers to exist in.
Right, yeah.
But yeah, go ahead, Ray, my fault.
No, you're good. And then I think it was one other moment. Oh, they had with that backstage segment that they had when they interrupted the Acclaimed.
Mm-hmm.
And I think MVP was like, you don't have to kill everybody. And Shelton was like, why not?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Chris.
No, I want to say this real quick because you bring up a very, very good point, Ray. Lashley is not, Shelton Benjamin is not somebody you have to fucking overthink. You don't have to give him these fucking gimmicks. This nigga shouldn't be trying to get Cisco hair, and you don't need to give him a mammy. Just be like, look,
Chris,
you are going
Chris
to
wasn't feeling the gold standard.
Right, yeah. Well, I mean, I was feeling him for trying, but but you knew he hit a wall. You knew the Cisco hair wasn't going to do nothing for him. And I think with this, it's like you tell him, hey, Shelton, we want you to be like a serious, cerebral, silent assassin. And when you speak, you don't have to speak a lot, but when you speak, the words that you have coming out your mouth are going to be important, right? That's kind of how it is. It's like that's how a good movie is. Sometimes it's a guy that doesn't have a bunch of lines, but when he talks and says something, it's like, oh wow, this is important. So that's and I think that AEW is hitting all the right beats with Shelton Benjamin. This is something WWE should feel really 130% ashamed of themselves for not doing it. Because I think we all knew it. I think me and you were talking about this shit back in the 2000s, Nate, about what Shelton Benjamin could be and what WWE was making him. And it's good to see in AEW, even if he doesn't win a belt in AEW, you at least got to see him be the best version of himself. Yeah,
exactly. And they're not like presenting him as like the thing. I think it was Nate who just said it. The thing I like the most is that he's not being presented as like Lashley's like fucking lackey, right? Shit like that. Like he's like presented as like, hey, this is my counterpart. Like that's who Shelton Benjamin isn't second in the Hurt Syndicate. He's standing right next to me in the Hurt Syndicate. Like, and I really like that presentation.
Business partner.
Is that business partner.
And the thing is when Shelton Benjamin and Brock Lesnar were at the University of Minnesota and they were sparring with each other, Brock Lesnar wasn't just destroying this guy all the time. Sometimes Shelton Benjamin would beat him in sparring matches. Like they were trading wins back and forth. If you listen to Lesnar tell the story and you listen to Shelton Benjamin tell the story, but if you watch WWE, you think that Shelton Benjamin was just getting his ass beat all the time,
like he was little brother and shit.
Yeah, but no,
and then a young Brock was like, "Hey, I kind of like the feeling of this."
Right? Yeah. So it's really
Kofi, where you at?
Yeah. So I'm so sorry, fans, for harping on this, but you gotta understand. I've been waiting for this Shelton Benjamin since
shit. We've been waiting for this shit for 20 years.
I've been waiting for this moment.
Hey, Chris, you've been waiting on this longer than I've been on this.
I know, right? I've been waiting for this for like decades.
There's a reason, Chris. There's a reason on the old intro to Monday Night Raw, the shot that was in there for years.
Yeah.
Shelton coming off of the middle rope and getting that super kick, the perfectly timed super kick. Like, there's a reason, man, that this dude was somebody that you had in there with Kurt Angle, that you had in there with some of these other cats. It's like Shawn Michaels. He had Triple H. Shelton Benjamin had the goods bell to bell. Like, if you want to quibble about his promo ability, okay, fine. But again, Brock Lesnar is no damn Shakespeare. That's why you have a Paul Heyman.
Man, hey,
Right.
now you want to know what's so fucking crazy to me when people used to use that argument. Like I heard Bruce Pritchard say that before. I think he was like, showing the mic work. I'm like, motherfucker, y'all put the belt on Jay Hager. Y'all put the world title on Jay
You
Hager.
put the belt on Chris Benoit, Jake Hager. You put the belt on people who had no business having the fucking belt.
Can I say something? Is this a safe space, ladies and gentlemen?
I'm saying,
I know we are on a network with people that we love, man, people we respect, John Pollock and Wei Ting, and we know where that network is based out of. And before I say this point, patreon.com/thekingdomsports. Subscribe now, because after I say this, y'all might not want to give us $5.
he about to shit on Canadians.
Bret Hart wasn't no damn Ric Flair on the microphone, y'all.
Nah.
Bret Hart wasn't no damn Rocky Maivia on the microphone. Bret Hart wasn't no damn Dusty Rhodes on the microphone, y'all. Like, Bret could cut a little promo, a little something, but he wasn't blowing the world away with his words. It was what he did in that ring, bell to bell.
I think the thing with Bret is the only reason I don't like disagree, but I say the only thing that I say about Bret is like Bret spoke just from like the stuff that I've like went back and watched from him. He spoke with like a conviction in his voice and the shit that he said.
Right, yeah. He believed the stuff he said.
Exactly. Yeah. He was believable. Like he sounded like this shit is like real to me. You know what I'm saying? This ain't no play for play shit. Like I'm like really living this wrestler life, and I want everything, all the fucking accolades and accomplishments. I'm about to say real quick, because and even to this day in interviews, even though Bret hasn't been active in fucking decades, like he still speaks with that conviction in his voice when he speaks about professional wrestling. So I think that's where those
and I would counterpoint that, because I agree with everything you just said, nephew. There's a world where Shelton Benjamin gets to speak his true voice.
Right, yeah, that's what I was about to say.
Fair point.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say is Bret Hart cut decent enough promos because he wasn't asked. They weren't like, "Yo, Bret, let's give you a fucking mammy. Let's make Bertha Faye your
Canadian
girlfriend."
Mammy is wild.
Yeah.
Canadian Mammy.
They weren't like, "Yeah, let's dress you up in polka gear." You know what I'm saying? They kept Bret Hart.
What if they gave Bret Hart the Cisco haircut? Would that have worked?
Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying?
Put that man in a motherfucking silk jumpsuit.
and Shelton Benjamin, like Nate was saying, just didn't get a chance to live his truth. He had to do what these fuckers wanted him to do. He's someone that I think him getting released from WWE and going to AEW is going to be the best thing that happens to his career. He's 49 right now. He'll be 50 next year.
Crazy.
He'll get
49.
Yeah. He'll get a good 5 years. He'll get a good 5 years there, and he'll do his thing. You know, I didn't know
he was 49. I swear I thought he was about like 45, 44.
Yeah.
Motherfucker still look young.
Yeah. And I think in 50 in 2024 is not the same 50 that existed in the 90s.
50 is the new 30, Chris.
Hey, Chris, let me tell you something. As long as Chris Jericho and that Raws, I don't want to hear shit about age. All right.
Yeah, and even Chris Jericho, I'll give him his due, as he's a serviceable wrestler at his age. He's fine. You know, I don't want Chris Jericho on my TV because he does and says stupid stuff, not because his wrestling is bad.
Yeah,
his wrestling is
shit. I'm about to say Jericho, the ROH world champion right now.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. So I mean, you know, and Shelton Benjamin could be ROH world champion.
Yes, he could.
Right,
yes, he could.
So do your thing, Shelton. Where the hell did Ray go, man?
He said he sent a message in the chat. He said he'd be right back. But next up we got.
You probably had to go to the loo, Governor.
Yeah, I'm about to say right there. I said that motherfucking tea was spilling over.
Tea ran right through him.
It's like this water over here running.
You talking about that tea went straight through. Go ahead, bro. I'm at Ray over there. Oh, there you go. He just came back.
There he is.
Right on time.
Ray Tetley tea looking.
British Ray.
Ray Saber Jr.
but next up we got Jack Perry defending the TNT.
You good, bro? You good?
Nah, he ain't good. He fucked up over there.
I ain't even get a sip of the tea yet. I was waiting for y'all.
The fucking bathroom probably overflooded.
Jack Perry? What's Jack Perry doing?
We got Jack Perry defending the AEW TNT Championship against Daniel Garcia. I definitely think Garcia is going to win the title. Like Garcia just I think he literally just re-signed. He had the option to go to WWE. We was talking about that when Stephanie Chase was on the show, and he chose to stay to AEW. And I very much doubt that they're going to have him re-sign, and he chose to re-sign just to fucking lose to Jack Perry at 4 years. So I think that Daniel Garcia is going to get the championship. We got a super chat from T. Anthony. He said, Nate, I want my refund.
Hey, it's too late, baby. The money is spent. Ray already had to put the down payment on the Lexus.
Yeah, I'm about to say Ray already making them payments, brother. You know, you had to buy some more tea.
Yeah, Ray, we stop spending the super chat money on tea, Ray.
Who you got, Nate?
Let's see. I'm going with Daniel Garcia in this one. And I feel like this is starting to tip into what I want to talk about here in a little bit about all the damn factions in AEW. But for right now, I'm not going to spill too much tea, unlike Ray Williams on these streets. And I'm just going to say Daniel Garcia gets the dub here.
Chris?
Yeah, I think Garcia's got to get the win because Jack Perry is. I think the character's good enough, but I do think it's starting to peak.
Man, that shit is about CM Punk.
Yeah. Right, yeah. I was just gonna say, Andrew, it's easy to see because here's the thing: if this Jack Perry character had legs, then it can easily like the CM Punk stuff is a starting point, and then you build off of that. But it's like the further we get removed from the Muffin Man, it's like, oh, you ain't the one or the two.
Right, yeah, and I'm starting to think that's getting exposed. So I think the sooner you get that belt off of Jack Perry,
and it's not to say that Jack Perry isn't good, Chris.
He's good, but it's like how long can you? It's like
this whole fucking character is about like he got pressed by CM Punk in London.
Right, yeah, it's like the Wyatt Six in WWE. Like how long can you carry on this?
I got some thoughts, brother, but I ain't even gonna get into that.
Right, but I mean, it's like like we've all moved on past this fucking all brawl out shit. I'm done with it.
Yeah, if CM Punk can move on from it, then you can too, Jack.
And Punk is living his best life in WWE right now. Yeah. Y'all are still doing this stupid shit. So we gotta get over, and you're still driving the fucking van, and you're still you're the scapegoat over something that everybody fucking forgot about. So we need to move on, and do something else.
I'm about to say, Jack Perry, he got the most out of that as he could. Like he got some great reactions, like from that, especially at that New Japan show in Chicago. Yeah. He looked like a star, but like, dude,
that's a good place to start from. But then what do you do next?
It's time, bro. It's time.
Yeah. Oh yeah, unless he goes to WWE and they carry this shit on.
Well, hey, Chris, let me tell you something. If he did, he'd be the hottest thing smoking.
Right?
If he did that, that should be crazy. But that ain't.
Yeah. But I think right now it's just this. Like if you're missing one of the components,
that's what I'm saying. You need CM Punk.
It's like, what the fuck are we doing? You know?
Yeah. So, what you thinking, Ray?
Same. I think this is Garcia's coming out party. I think that Jack Perry is getting a bit one-dimensional as well as far as with his character right now. I like the bus, but I do like the stuff that they're doing with one another. As far as like the promos and the backstage,
it's been some interesting stuff. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah.
Like especially that back when they got into like the little scuffle backstage, and and Jack Perry told him, he was like, "Yeah, they used to dance with me too." I was like, "Oh, that was cool. That was cool as fuck." I ain't gonna lie, but yeah, it's been some cool, like especially on Collision when they they strapped his ass to the bus and drove him outside
Yeah.
the arena. Like that was cool. Like the build hasn't been bad. I'm pretty sure Chris is saying the same thing. It's not the build. It's just like the Jack Perry character. It's like, you know what I'm saying? It's like how much longer can you ride this thing of, I'm the scapegoat, brother? In order for you to continue with this, you need the other party involved, which is who's currently signed to WWE, who's probably going to fucking retire at WWE. So you know what I'm saying?
Right. But I know one thing. Get yourself a friend like Matt Menard, Joe. Like get yourself like a real one, man. It's like no questions asked. Oh, you want me? You strap them up and drive them. Look, you ain't even say nothing but a word.
But yeah, like another. Before we get to our next matchup, something that just came to mind. I don't want to forget about it. So I want to kind of get to it now. But yeah, man, Kenny Omega's back, man. But Kenny Omega, he chose to return in New Japan instead of AEW. And Kenny got on the mic at that Power Struggle show and said, New Japan is the best professional wrestler in the world, and it's my home. And I was like, damn, Kenny. I was like, that's like, but I know he did an interview with Fightful, and I know he kind of talked about it. I haven't like got a chance to look at it, but I don't know if it was like any character or not, like if he was kind of like towing that line a little bit, but the stuff that he said from the Power Struggle show, like it was interesting to hear him speak about and his big return being in New Japan. I know he said that he was like, he felt like AEW didn't need him right now or whatever like that. So yeah, it's interesting to see how that all gonna play out, and like how Omega even fits back into the fold, because the Young Bucks are gone right now, and they're seemingly going to come back as baby faces to save AEW, as Moxley and them continue to run rush out with the Young Bucks to kind of
I got to say it now.
Get in there.
I got to say it. Ray, let me go ISO. Sometimes too much of a good thing is a bad thing. Tony Khan, pro wrestling is built on storytelling, characters, moments, good versus evil, shades of gray. Factions are a big part of storytelling in professional wrestling. They're a good part of the storytelling in professional wrestling, fellas. AEW, Tony Khan, you got too many damn factions, man. Too many damn factions in this company, Chris. I know you said earlier, like it's kind of a problem, but you don't really have a problem with it. I got a problem with it, Chris. Because it feels, and again, me and Chris, we the elder statesmen here. We a little bit older than
y'all niggas ain't even old for
the new school. But Chris remembers back in the AWA with Vern Gagne. My man Vern, in the dying days of the AWA, was like, "Hey, what we gonna do to spice this up? I got this new joint, yo, called the Team Challenge Series."
Yeah.
For those of you that don't remember the Team Challenge Series, Vern Gagne basically split up his roster into like 8 different factions. And it was kind of like the Laugh Olympics. Anybody that remember the Laugh Olympics back in the day with the Scooby Doobies, the Yogi Yahooies, and the Really Rottens? It was like that, but just in a wrestling company that was dying. And he was like, we're going to put all these factions against each other in various competitions. It was kind of like the first season of that game show season of NXT. Well, we're going to compete in all these stupid contests that ain't got nothing to do with no damn wrestling.
Right.
They call it the Team Challenge Series. Now, let me get back to the point of how this relates to AEW. Just off the top of my head, Chris, I can name 7 factions. Don't believe me? Hey, trust the bro. The Patriarchy. The Death Riders. Hurt Syndicate. Don Callis family. The Learning Tree. Don't help me.
No help. All right.
Don't help me.
We throwing another. You name the Acclaim, Daddy ass.
I ain't named the Acclaim yet. So you got them. You got
the Dark Order. They're still
Dark
around.
Order. Who's still on these streets? Who's the group?
Bang Bang Gang.
Like the veterans. Who's the veterans?
The Conglomeration.
The Conglomeration.
Did you mention
Don Callis family?
I mentioned the Callis family.
You mentioned the Callis family. The Elite.
House of Black. The Elite. Right there. That's 10 factions.
Hey, now Nate, you got another one. Heat with Jay Lethal, Jeff Jarrett, Karen Jarrett, Satnam, Sanjay.
Okay, yeah.
Yep, that's
the infantry with Trisha Dora, Carly Bravo, Captain Sean
So
Dean.
the infantry was who I was thinking of when you said the Conglomeration.
Okay, now that the Conglomeration, that's that's Orange Cassidy and them, like Mark Briscoe, Rocky Romero, Ishii.
So
and
that's
then you got
a dozen.
Hey Nate, hold on, we ain't done yet, Nate. We got the Iron Savages,
14.
Boulder Bronson. We got the Undisputed Kingdom.
15.
Right. Yeah.
We got
so I think,
hey Nate, hold on, we ain't done yet. We got LaFaxion and Gobernable.
16. Keep going.
16.
Ray, we got anybody else?
Hey, we got MXM Collection.
Damn, 17.
We got the Outcast.
Oh, are the Outcasts still a thing?
Yeah, Harley Cameron, Saray, and Zach Knight. But I mean, they haven't officially disbanded, but they're still
right.
Collection. We got the Patriarchy.
I said the Patriarchy.
Okay, we got the premier athletes, Ari Davari, Josh.
I didn't say that.
yeah.
The wrestler mentions Shane Taylor Promotions.
There you go.
Shane Taylor Promotions. Shout out to STP.
Keep in mind,
did you?
STP and Infantry now combined forces. So.
Okay. Hey, Nate, did you say Top Flight? With,
no, I didn't.
With Action Andretti, Dante, Darius, Layla Gray, and Leo Rush.
Damn. That's like 25 factions,
yeah, there you
man.
go. That's all the factions in AEW.
That's like 25 factions in a show that has 3 hours of television a week, if I'm counting.
Right, and it's the and I heard
Lady D say every AEW where
I heard Brian Alvarez talk about this a week or two ago, and I actually 100% agree with him. I was listening to the Wrestling Observer. AEW does need separate rosters, right? And I tell you why, because
they tried that already.
Well, but they got to try it again, because the problem is like in WWE, they've got 3 different rosters, right? They've got, as like I heard that AEW's got like 200 wrestlers signed to them, and WWE has about the same amount. The difference is WWE, they did this. The way they're doing the brand split now is smart, because it's a soft brand split. It's not promising one guy is never going to be on the other show, but it's a brand split where you recognize these people belong to a brand. They're not always intermingling, and the wrestlers on the shows are getting TV time. What's going on with AEW is Dynamite is their show. In Collision, they've kind of turned it into a show that you can miss, where you don't have to watch it.
Shout out to John Cena and K from Montreal Collision course every Saturday at Post Wrestling.
Right, and they need to go back to the way Collision, what they were trying to make Collision do. I don't know if it's the Saturday night thing. I don't know what it is, but you do need some separation between the rosters, because you got way too many fucking stars.
I was about to say Chris, the last time they tried to do that brand split, it was based off who liked CM Punk and who didn't.
And that was a stupid way
bad
to do
kids.
it. That was a stupid way to do the brand split too. So, like, if you're gonna you can have ROH be your on the app or whatever, and then do something with the Saturday night show. Make it exclusive to HBO Max. I don't know what the fuck you want to do, but you can't have all of this like lack of cohesion, because like Nate was saying, you got all these factions, and really we only know the purpose of like 3 of the factions, which would be the Callis family, maybe the
Death Riders,
the Death Riders, and then maybe the Hurt Syndicate, and maybe the Patriarchy. You know, I don't know, but it's just too much, and it's too.
And we thought we knew what the hell the Elite were doing, but I guess we don't, Chris.
We don't.
They supposed to be like they supposed to be heels, and like I mean, it hasn't been defined that they're not heels, but like it seems like they're being set up for a comeback.
But the thing is, if you got 2, and if you have 2 rosters, you can have the fact, because how many factions does WWE have right now? We got the Bloodline, Goon Squad. They're on SmackDown, and then you've got the
Street Trash, Judgment Day,
Street Trash,
the Judgment Day, and then you've got
you got American Made, you got Final Testament,
right?
You got
Wyatt Six,
Chase University,
and there's
the D'Angelo Family, Damage Control,
and they're all on their shows, and they're not
Purple Fusion Collective.
And they're not running into each other, you know. And I think that AEW is gonna have to find, if they're gonna have this many wrestlers, there's gotta be some uniformity there.
Yeah.
It just has to be. You can't exist like this.
Hey, Chris, you want to know what to your point? Like, I think, like, as I'm looking at the the WWE faction list, like, I think it like further highlights your points. Like, there isn't like a shortage of factions in WWE, but see, the thing is with these individuals, they're like broken up between brands. Like, there's a decent amount of factions in NXT, there's a decent amount of factions in Raw, a decent amount of factions in SmackDown, and it's all not like put together. Like, there's these different brands, and I think that like further.
I think another point, nephew, that differentiates them is, yes, while the numbers might be similar, the brand split helps with the WWE, and also there's a better heel babyface split than with AEW, where at least with all the top factions, like the name factions, they're all heels.
Yeah, they are.
Right, yeah.
So it's like, am I supposed to root for the Elite? Am I supposed to root for the Hurt Syndicate? Yes, of course I'm rooting for the Hurt Syndicate. You know why. Am I supposed to root for the damn Patriarchy? Am I supposed to root for the Don Callis family? Am I supposed to root for the Death Riders? Because they all supposedly bad guys, nephew.
Yeah, it's like a very like interesting like topic to talk about. Like, I'm pretty sure like we could go on about that shit.
Right, because it's the same thing with the belt problem. People used to say AEW's got way too many belts.
Right.
WWE has a lot of belts too.
They got a lot of fucking belts too.
Yeah, it's just their belts are confined to the spaces they belong in. Yeah. AEW's everybody's wrestling with a belt on every fucking show, and
except for Athena.
Yeah, except Athena.
She's confined to the SWAC and the MEAC only.
Yeah, they've kept her on ROH.
Games.
But I mean, it's a good problem to have if you're AEW and you're profitable and people are making money and your wrestlers aren't complaining and all that stuff. But if this is the kind of shit that causes unrest.
Yeah. So we next up on the docket for Full Gear, we have the grudge match between Will Ospreay and Kyle Fletcher. This has been brewing. Kyle Fletcher, he turned his back on Will Ospreay at Wrestle Dream and fully sided with the Don Callis family. I think that Kyle Fletcher is going to get the win, and he is going to get it because Mark Davis is going to turn on Will Ospreay. And Will Ospreay and Mark Davis are going to be in an 8-man tag on Wednesday against the Don Callis family. And I think that because like when they've had these situations, Mark Davis like refuses to put his hands on Kyle Fletcher. Like it's like they always come to like some type of like standoff, and it never escalates any physicality. And when Ospreay like went after Fletcher, Mark Davis kind of looked at him kind of like what the hell are you doing? So I have to think that Aussie Open will fully get back together as a part of the Don Callis family, and Fletcher will get his big victory. I feel like Ospreay has enough equity in AEW now. Like that motherfucker gets like some of the best reactions. Like I always judge people their overness by how when the camera does that wide shot in wrestling, and you can see the people that stand up when they hear that theme music. Like the theme music like is immediately like recognizable, Ray. Like it's not like no delay. Like as soon as you hear that opener, that you see the people right. Like especially like even with Adam Cole. Like I feel like Adam Cole is like in a weird situation right now because I feel like the audience doesn't view him as a baby face, and AEW's pushing him as a baby face, and this kind of audience kind of like But like even with Adam Cole, Ray, like it's like when you hear that, it's all, and you see the crowd. You know what I'm saying? I'm sitting like that. That's how I always judge the person's overness by like the people, how they react, and people do that for Will Ospreay. So I feel like Ospreay, much like Swerve, is like in that same bracket where it's like a loss won't hurt him, especially if you're trying to build up Kyle Fletcher. I think that'll just further help him. So yeah, I think that Fletcher is gonna get the W. What you thinking, Nate?
With all due respect, nephew, no offense, bruv. I'm going to toss this to the good gentleman Raymond Williams to talk about his British brethren. Ray, it's a sticky wicket, isn't it?
I don't know what
you should have sipped the damn tea to sell a joke, Ray.
You caught me. I just put it down. I was like,
He about to have Ray checking that ancestry.com.
You see?
I mean, it's not funny, but somewhere along the line, yes. The answer is yes.
Hey,
you go far back enough.
Go ahead, bro.
Well,
Tell me when I'm telling lies, nephew.
You ain't lying, bro. You ain't gotta say that, bro.
That's not right. You ain't
That
have
ain't
to
that.
say it. You're not wrong, but it's not nice.
What you thinking, Ray? What you thinking, bro?
I'm thinking Zack Sabre Jr. could take stop. I think I agree with you, Andrew. I think Kyle Fletcher is going to end up taking this one. However, even though they are kind of teasing, I think they are like leaving some subtle hints that maybe Mark Davis is going to come on the side of Kyle Fletcher. The only thing is that the Callis family are trying to make Kyle Fletcher out to be a guy out on his own. And if you put him right back into a tag team, it kind of defeats the purpose. Although I do think, well, they do have a tag team now with Lance Archer.
Yeah, they got a team. Yeah,
and Brian Cage. So I don't think they necessarily need to put him back in a tag.
Not put him back in the tag, but more so just reunite that duo within the Don Callis fame, but still keep Kyle Fletcher on his singular path. Like I think in wrestling, a lot of times people think that not you, Ray. I'm talking about just in general. Like even with the street profits, a lot of people think that in order for somebody to go singles, you got to break up the tag team. Like you can still have an individual traject their way onto that singles path while still keeping their tag team intact because it has that additional backup, especially because they're heels. That would kind of work. But I definitely get what you're saying, like in terms of like you don't want to strap Kyle back into this tag team mode after putting in all this work of him as a singles talent just to be like, hey, man, you're back with United Empire. So I definitely 100% agree with you saying, Ray. You making sense.
And then you do already have a lot of people already in the Don Callis family already. like you just let Powerhouse Hobbs go, but then you brought in.
We didn't even talk about that. Powerhouse Hobbs back. There you go. Look at Powerhouse Hobbs. He back in the fold. Salute the Hobbs, man.
You brought in Brian Cage and Lance Archer, like I mentioned before. You already had Takeshita, who's doing some good things right now. You got Kyle Fletcher. And of course, you got Don Callis. So, I mean, maybe you could bring in Mark Davis. But again, even if you don't have the tag team like back together, it's still like, what are you doing with Mark Davis in the meantime? Like, are you going to have him doing singles matches and stuff like that? Like, are you going to be pushing him in another vein, like away from Kyle Fletcher, or are you just going to have him be the heavy and be like the bodyguard? Like, I don't know what role he's going to serve if they do reunite, but I do still see Kyle Fletcher winning.
You got Nate and then Chris.
First of all, Ray Williams, well done, Governor. 10 points to Hufflepuff.
He's a motherfucking Hufflepuff.
Ray feels like a Hufflepuff. I don't know the damn Harry Potter houses. I know Ray's not a Slytherin. He's
Ray ain't no Slytherin.
Or Gryffindor.
Ray more Gryffindor.
Yeah, I can see Ray as a Gryffindor.
He Gryffindor. Harry Potter as
Okay, so I'm gonna say it. So Ray's Gryffindor. Chris definitely a Slytherin. Like the Doc is a Slytherin. That's
I don't think so.
Because Slytherins, it don't mean you're necessarily evil. It just means like you calculated.
So we got what is it? The Hogwarts house. We got Gryffindor. We got Hufflepuff. What's the other thing? Hufflepuff.
Andrew's
Slytherin.
secretly a Hufflepuff.
Hufflepuff is. It says one more, but I'm not seeing it on my thing.
I think it's Ravenclaw because I think Brittany Monet said I was a Ravenclaw one time. She was like, you're Ravenclaw.
It's Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. So the traits for Gryffindor are bravery, helping others, and chivalry. Who we giving that to, Nate?
Gryffindor. I'm gonna say Ray Williams. You a Gryffindor, dog?
Yeah, Ray Gryffindor. So Nate, we got Hufflepuff. We got hard work, patience, loyalty, and fair play.
Come on, nephew. You a Hufflepuff, dog?
Hey, you calling me a Hufflepuff ass nigga? Oh man, I'm a Hufflepuff.
Yo, you gotta clip this whole Harry Potter combo, Ray.
I'm Hufflepuff. Hey, Ray, timestamp this. Okay, so Nate, we got a Ravenclaw, intelligence, knowledge, planning ahead, and wit. Yeah, you got to take that. You might be right about Chris being Slytherin.
To be fair, Brittany said I was a Ravenclaw. I ain't call myself a Ravenclaw.
Okay, and look, I think this actually fit for Chris because it says Slytherin: ambition, cunningness, heritage, and resourcefulness.
Woo!
There you go. Look at that. That's
My
perfect.
man Chris out here, Professor Snape in the building.
Professor Snape, Chris Malfoy.
Hey, Malfoy with the Cisco hair.
Hey, Chris said that shit ain't funny. Don't call me no fucking Malfoy.
Yo,
Y'all funny. Hold on, wait.
yo, does the chat agree with that classification? Ray is a Gryffindor, nephew's a Hufflepuff, Chris
He
is
called me a
Slytherin,
Hufflepuff.
and I'm a Ravenclaw.
Hey, bruh. See, look, listen. I know people was they probably was like, all right, why y'all keep focusing on political stuff? See, this is then you get the variety, bruh.
Exactly.
You get the variety, bruh.
This is what you get from the Kings of Sport. This is what you get for the Nubian Wrestling Advocates. We talk about it all.
Y'all just got a whole Harry
You just
Potter
gotta wait.
analysis.
Don't leave like Ray said. You just gotta wait.
It's motherfucking Ray talking. You can leave.
Trying to fuck up the church's money, Ray. Trying to get rid of the audience, dog.
See, that's that shit that's gonna get you that meeting with John and Way. That's that shit, Ray.
Ray's like, before you said that, Ray, y'all had like 90 viewers, and after that, it was down to 34.
Nah.
Hey,
You
bro.
bad for business, Ray Williams, with your Gryffindor ass.
Nah, we actually went up. So we trying to rip rap.
Are we live on
Yeah,
Facebook too? Are we on?
We live on Facebook, Ray?
We are live on Facebook.
Okay, cool.
Okay. How many people watch this on the Zuckerberg platform?
Let me see. All right, it does say we are live. It doesn't mention specifically. I'm trying to scroll.
Because they fuck up the numbers on Facebook anyway. So.
Yeah, but I about to say you probably gonna get like an accurate depiction on that until like after the stream ends.
Yeah,
and they like fully calculate everything.
And right now it's saying all of our viewers are from YouTube right now.
Okay. Shout out to YouTube for this great Harry Potter conversation we just had.
And please clip that, bro. That's hilarious.
Clip it, Ray.
But Chris,
Clip it, don't sip it.
Chris, did you give your prediction yet about Ospreay Fletcher?
Oh no, not yet.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Fletcher. I got distracted with all that damn Harry Potter. Fletcher.
I'm gonna go with Ospreay. I do think the stuff that you said, all of you guys said, I think is gonna happen. I just think Ospreay is gonna get the win.
I can see that
because I know how TK is with wins and losses for certain people, and I don't think he wants to be feeding Ospreay to anybody like just religiously or just loosely. So I do think Ospreay's winning this match.
I can see that happening.
I feel like we kind of been a little heel heavy a bit, I think, on this card as well.
Yeah, we have. We definitely have. Like I'm looking at it. Kind of. So we got the main event next up. We got Jon Moxley defending the AEW World Championship against Orange Cassidy. I think this is going to be a clean sweep. Jon Moxley retaining this title. Like, bro, I'm not gonna lie. The Death Riders thing, I'm kind of like, it lost some steam for me. Like, especially after the way that they took out Danielson. Like, I'm thinking like they about to run roughshod, and they kind of have, but like I don't know. It's just like I feel like Jon Moxley just been kind of like talking in fucking riddles for the most part, and like I think a lot of people have been speculating that Shane McMahon is like the evil boss behind all this shit. And like, but the thing is, like, I think that may be the case because Jon Moxley, I don't think he's even like won the AEW World title. They kept the shit in the briefcase. Like, I don't think he's ever like actually put the belt on him in this particular run. So I think that, but again, I don't think we'll get no Shane McMahon reveal if he is involved until World's End next month. So we got another 4 to 5 weeks of riddles and just random people getting their ass beat in the fucking locker room, waiting in parking lots to get their ass whooped by Marina Shafir and Claudio Castagnoli and Pac and Wheeler Yuta. So I mean, again, I think it's solid, but I'm kind of like, I'm trying not to be that thing that they accuse wrestling fans of, like that short attention span and like wanting everything now. Because I mean, you do got to give things some time to simmer. You can't just give it all away. But I think I just kind of want to see like Jon Moxley after this 4-gear match to start actually hinting at what would be next for the Death Riders instead of like we're gonna take it over. Like he came on the thing last Wednesday and was like they was billing it as Jon Moxley takes over the Superstation. Motherfucker, that Hurt Syndicate took over the shit more than the Death Riders did. You know what I'm saying? Like I kind of just I want to see the next elevation of where this thing is going to go. Like, again, I'm trying not to be that, I need it now, because I don't need it now. I want to see it flesh out, but I just want to see like some more clear cut direction as far as like where they go. But yeah, Jon Moxley retaining. What you think, Ray?
There I am. I agree. I think Jon Moxley is going to retain. It'll be interesting to see who's going to come next, but yep, that's all I got.
Chris?
Yeah, I'm going with Moxley as well. I'm so confused by the Death Rider stuff so far. So I'm not like it's not like they've been dominating the TV with stupid shits, but it's just kind of there. And I'm kind of like waiting, like what's next kind of thing.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
It is what it is, but yeah, I'm gonna go with Moxley.
Clean sweep, nephew. Mox wins. And to your point, like I don't think it's so much of a short attention span thing, but I think it's like if you are going to do what you did with that angle at the end of the Bryan match, like then this has to be impactful. And I think they've been impactful, but only to a point. But also, again, to our earlier point about all these damn factions, who am I supposed to be paying attention to right now? Is it the patriarchy? Is it the damn Death Riders? Is it the Hurt Syndicate? Yes, it's the Hurt Syndicate. I already told you. That's who I'm paying attention to. Is it the Elite somewhere out there? Like, who am I supposed to be paying attention to, Tony Khan? Because you only got 3 hours of TV, 3 or 4 hours of TV a week, and you want me to pay attention to all these people. I can't do that, Tony Khan.
I'm about to say, and Christian Cage got that AEW World Title contract shot, like in the wings. And then, hey, Nate, let me ask you this: do you think that it hurts not having Bryan Danielson to follow up, like around the follow up when the title loss? Like he's gone. Like that. Like, do you think that hurts a little bit to not be able to have some type of like a big name? I mean, Orange Cassidy is a big name babyface within AEW, but like, do you think it hurts like not having Danielson around for the follow up?
Well, it's because you're singing. Well, I don't think it hurts, nephew, because I think it actually works in terms of selling what they did to him.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I feel like the problem is you didn't have a next man up. And there's no disrespect to Orange Cassidy, but come on, we don't believe you. You need more people.
It's not that. I don't believe that he's beating Jon Moxley.
No, that's not at all.
Yeah.
Like honestly, and this, like even then, if with this person, I wouldn't believe it. But to me, Darby's a little bit more believable.
Yes.
In that role as somebody that's like a singular person that ain't really attached with nobody besides his daddy Sting, who might pop in. You never know when that dude gonna show up. But like a singular dude that is following in the footsteps of his father, Chris, that once upon a time fought against all these factions by his damn self.
Right. Yeah.
I could buy that from Darby. Like somebody like Ospreay. I could buy it from Ospreay or Swerve, but the problem is Ospreay's tied up in something. Swerve's tied up in something. And so it's like, again, you got a lot of good ideas here, TK. You got a lot of good building blocks, but it's too much of a good thing, which makes it not a good thing, which makes it like that macaroni and cheese tuna casserole that Ray Williams ate earlier tonight.
Right. Hey, Nate, do you think Darby is going to be the one to dethrone Mox at some point? Maybe 2025?
I would love to see it because they've been telling us the story of Darby Allin is one of our pillars. Darby Allin is the guy that not only was doing all this crazy stuff, won the TNT Championship, but then spent a year and a half, however long it was.
Shit, longer than that, bro.
Under the wing of Sting and learned from this legend, this icon. And what does this new evolution, this new growth from Darby Allin look like after that time period and that partnership? And so, yeah, I feel like, especially if we're doing all this faction stuff, you got to have some Lone Rangers out there and some believable Lone Rangers.
Right,
again, no offense to Orange Cassidy, but we don't believe you, dog.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. So, yeah, that's going to conclude our AEW full gear predictions.
Hey.
And we got another set of predictions, but it's only 2 matches, so we shouldn't take that. I was about to jinx it and say we shouldn't take that long, but then I think I'm looking at the card and I'm like, we probably going to get into some a few discussions, but we got Survivor Series War Games November 30th from Rogers Arena in Vancouver, British Columbia. I think last month or August we talked about what we thought the World Heavyweight Championship match was going to be. We thought it was going to be CM Punk versus Gunther, but that is not the case. It's going to be Gunther defending against Damian Priest. fellas, I'm interested to hear your take on this. Who you think is going to win the match? I think that Gunther is going to retain. As far as what happens after, I know people were saying, like, I saw some speculation online. Like, that's not for like reporting, but more so just fan theories and stuff like that. Stuff that we would come up with if we were just bullshitting and, shooting the shit about what we think was going to happen. That CM Punk will probably recreate what he did last year at Survivor Series and pop up at the end of this match, and it'd be like the 1 year anniversary of his big comeback and all that type of stuff to confront Gunther and potentially set up a world championship match. Maybe that could happen. I don't really know about that. I don't think that's happening, but I think that Gunther is going to retain over Damian Priest. And maybe they'll do like a rematch or some shit at Saturday night's main event or something in December. But Ray, what you thinking, brother?
I got Gunther as well. I do want Priest to get back into that world title picture and have at least one more good run, because I mentioned this before when we talked about it. His first run was so hamstrung with like bad luck.
Mm-hmm.
When you look back at like the different things, it's like whether it was different botches, like him and Seth Rollins and him not kicking out in time, but then still being able to win the belt, or when it came to him with Drew McIntyre and getting tied up in the
that
rope.
was bad. That could have been so bad.
Yeah,
right. So I think he is due to have a run where he can truly prove himself, and I think that he is good for it. I just don't think it's right now. I think we're still too early. We're still too early in the reign of Gunther. So
let me tell y'all something. If y'all think that Gunther is losing that title before they do that John Cena match, you tripping.
Nope.
John Cena is getting a shot at that world title. But what you thinking, Chris?
If the plan for, because I'm still of the belief, if the plan for Gunther is to fight John Cena, then I think he'll carry the belt to
probably the WrestleMania. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If the plan is not for him to go at John Cena or give John Cena a match that he wants with one of his homies or something, I don't think Gunther is having the belt at WrestleMania. I think they'll get it off of him before WrestleMania.
Who you think that's shop up in this place?
Because this is my thought with the WrestleMania. There's just way too many A-list talent on in WWE, and I don't think as much as they like Gunther, I do think that they're looking at people like CM Punk hard.
Hey Chris, what you think about the idea of Seth versus Punk for the world title?
That's where my head keeps going to. That's why unless Cena's doing something at Mania, and Cena doesn't necessarily need to have, I do think they kind of need to build Cena back up. As weird as this, Cena's been doing a lot of clown shit at WrestleMania for like 5-6 years. Like when he was that one I think of where he was challenging the Undertaker and the
that shit was so
ass
ass
and shit, and then the Undertaker just beats his ass, and it was such a joke.
He came back as the Doctor of Thugonomics.
Yes.
Like every Cena Mania appearance has been like him just telling the WWE universe, fuck you, I do movies now. you want me to job to this whack ass Austin Theory?
I do. He was about to say Austin.
Whatever, I'll do it, but I'll make sure I don't build him up when I do it.
Hey, Chris, do you remember that interview Cena did afterwards when he was basically just like shitting on the match?
Right? Like it did nothing for nobody, and that's my whole thing with Cena. So I do think, if they're gonna give him it has to be. I know the prevailing belief is that they don't like just putting Cena in a match and not building him back up. It doesn't matter because it's Cena. I don't think that. I just think he's just been such a fucking clown for so many years. They got to put some good W's. But I mean, this dude's job to Shinsuke Nakamura, Kevin Owens a couple times, AJ Styles a couple times, fucking what's his name? Lesnar beat his ass, beat the humanity out that motherfucker. He's lost to everybody, and where he used to beat everybody, that they need to put some equity behind him. So with that said, for this, and I can honestly, because I can see them totally doing some transitional shit with Damian Priest. He's not going to WrestleMania with the belt either.
No.
And so I only see Gunther or a Priest type person going to WrestleMania with the belt, unless if the plan is to just give John Cena a showcase and that's it. But outside of that, I don't think CM Punk signed back to WWE to be not in the main event. So it's just, even if it is on one of the shows,
night one.
Right, yeah. Night one, yeah. It
Okay.
would be because they're like because the thing with WWE right now is they're very top heavy.
But they are top heavy as fuck. Hey, Chris, you want to know, like, real quick, not to get on top, but I actually want to get your thoughts about this. I don't even think it's a long shot that Cody Rhodes might not be champion at WrestleMania. I think they might fuck around and like pivot and just do him versus The Rock without the belt for like the People's Championship that The Rock keep carrying around and shit like that.
Right? You know they could do. They can do what they want to do right now, right? But it's just really, really hard to say. If I was just to be different, I'll go ahead and say Priest. I'm not like right.
I know what you mean
on it, but it's just I wouldn't mind it because I'm curious to see the story that they're going to tell with Cena, a guy who has shown for years and years. Cena's been so whack and stupid on WWE that I think this generation of kids don't remember him as the generation of kids from the 2010s remember him, you know? Like everything he's did at WrestleMania has been fucking stupid. I mean, tell me.
So I'm trying to look back. WrestleMania 30, he beat Bray Wyatt. WrestleMania 31, I don't think Cena. I don't remember if Cena was at WrestleMania 31 or not. I'm trying to look that up. Hold on. I know WrestleMania 32. He was at WrestleMania 31. WrestleMania 32, he had that match against what happened? What happened, Nate? We got the super chat. Anthony, shout out. He said this Punk win the Rumble in 2025. I don't think Punk winning the Rumble. I think Punk is gonna win eliminate because I don't like Chris was just talking about. I think that now this motherfucker Chris got me thinking now because it's so many like options, but they are so top heavy because like this what I'm looking at. You can go Gunther Cena, and people are gonna be so. Oh man, it's Cena's last WrestleMania. You gotta put the world title on him, and then I feel like there's a story there where Gunther just crushes everybody's fucking dreams, and then like you beat Cena, and then you do the rematch like at SummerSlam or some shit, and that's when Cena beats him. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And then you can go the obvious one, Punk versus Rollins. Like that was supposed to be the main event of night one last year, but Punk got hurt and he missed WrestleMania. So now you have the opportunity to do it. Why not get back on your original plan and do it? Like it's so many like different variables, and I think that Survivor Series is gonna like set that up. But like going back to Chris's point, so Chris WrestleMania 30, he beat Bray Wyatt. WrestleMania 31, he beat Rusev. WrestleMania 32, he had the segment when he came back to help The Rock. Mania 33, the mixed tag match with Nikki Bella versus The Miz and Maurice.
That's the proposal Mania.
The proposal.
And that's when the Mania started getting
stupid. And then 34, like you said, the one with Taker. 35. The Thugonomics appearance with Elias. 36, that was the COVID one. 37, what the fuck was 30? 37 was in, he wasn't on 37. 38 wasn't on 38, and 39 wasn't on 39, and then 40 wasn't on 40. So yeah, Cena been gone remaining for a minute, so yeah.
Was it 40 or 39? Because he beat Theory at one of them joints.
39, 39. Yeah, that shit's so forgettable, Nate. I'm sure. So yeah, he beat Theory at 39 to open the WrestleMania. I forgot about that shit. I don't know how we just talked about it. But
like they just got to give him some wins. I do think they need to do that with Cena. They got to give him some wins.
Hey, Chris, off the top of your head, who you think winning the men's Rumble? Like just off the top, like people like who you can like realistically see winning the Rumble, and then on top of that, you got to factor in like who's getting what title shot, especially like, or if it's SmackDown and you got Cody, but Cody might not even be fucking champion. Like, could Kevin Owens be Cody? Like, it's so much top heavy shit. Like, who could you realistically see winning the men's Royal Rumble?
Yeah, I could. I don't think it'd be a young guy if someone wins the Royal Rumble. I'm seeing like a Rollins, a CM Punk, one of those guys. Maybe Gunther. If I don't know. I don't think Gunther, but maybe like a Rollins, a CM Punk. Somebody
Punk like T. Anthony said, Punk would make logical sense, like to win a Rumble, but like I think they'll more so do something like he'll win Elimination Chamber to get his title shot.
Right?
Like,
they do something. I mean, it's like I said, the WWE. This is actually a good problem to have, also like AEW, because they've got like, I mean, I don't know if The Rock is going to be at Mania this year, but if The Rock is at Mania,
the way the red one flopping, he might be.
That's his own fault too. We could talk about that next month, but him being a dumbass is why that movie is flopping. Like and that's the thing about The Rock is The Rock does protect himself when he goes back to WWE.
Oh my goodness, talk about it, Chris. Get into it, Chris.
And Cena just doesn't do that. I'm not even blaming him for not doing it. I just really think this guy doesn't give a fuck. I just really think he like look, I'm doing the second season of The Peacemaker. Judd Apatow's gonna want me for another whack ass movie. Whatever. Like I think Cena's got his next 15, 20 years planned out.
Right.
And WWE isn't in it. And I'm sorry if that hurts anybody's feelings, but it just is what it is. WWE's on the board, so Rock is on the board, so he's different.
You want to know the thing about The Rock is like I think that he comes in and he like immediately shifts plans and like changes shit for a lot of different people who are in certain directions. Like he like the fact that before like Punk getting injured set so much shit on course that if he had not gotten injured, it would have been so different at WrestleMania, but him getting injured like changed so much. I'm not saying he's like the sole reason, but like his injury legitimately did change that WrestleMania back end card. You know what I'm saying? Like, so if Punk doesn't get hurt, then Rollins and him are main event night one. So like, what the fuck? Like, how the fuck does that fall out for does the tag match even happen?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's so much stuff that came with that. But yeah, we got most of Nate, who you got retaining Gunther?
First of all, I do want to disagree with something that Chris said earlier. And again, new people to the show, like we can have disagreements. Rational people can disagree on topics without yelling and calling names and being stupid. But Chris, you said, what is John Cena's relevance to the 10-year-olds? I would say if I'm the WWE, dog, it ain't for the 10-year-olds. It's for these damn 30-years-olds. The Andrew Thompsons of the world that grew up watching this man. The Andrew Thompsons that had the spinner belts and Andrew Thompson
the chain.
Wearing the damn jean shorts and the chain. It's for the 30-year-olds, Chris. That's who's gonna get hyped.
That's for me.
John Cena winning that damn, not the kids, but the grown-up kids. So I think, like, yes, they do need to do a bit of rehab on Cena. I agree with that, Chris. But it's not, to me, I don't think it's going to be as hard because the audience that they're going for wants to cheer for John Cena, like the Bradens and the Davies and the Andrew Thompsons and the Ray Sippin' T. Williams of the world. They want to cheer for this dude, John Cena, that was their hero, much like, you know what I'm saying, cats like Sting, and those dudes was our heroes, Chris. But in terms of this match, Come on now, Slim Walt ain't dropping the belt no time.
Slim Walter.
My boy Slim Walt on these streets.
Hey, Nate, if they do go Cena Gunther at Mania, do you think Cena wins the Rumble?
So here's the thing. I think if it is Cena and Gunther, I could see a scenario where Cena wins the Rumble, and I could see a scenario where, like Chris said, or maybe it was you, nephew, like Gunther crushes everybody's dreams. Because here's the thing with Gunther, I don't think his world championship reign is going to be as long as his IC reign, but it's got to be pretty significant. Because if he has like a 6-month reign after that long ass IC reign, then it kind of is like, maybe you ain't got the juice, baby. So I feel like he's gonna have significant title reign.
Kick back on that a little bit.
Okay, I'll yield my time to the distinguished gentleman from California.
Because I think with the world title, him carrying the Intercontinental title for how long did he have it for?
Like, that shit for like 2 years, though.
I think him doing a 6-month reign with the world title does tell the story that motherfuckers are hungry and they trying to eat. And you're not gonna be running amok with this world title the way you did with the IC title because the competition has come up.
Okay,
and they're not gonna and they're more hungry for your shit than they were when you were the top upper mid Carter on the in the joint, you know.
First of all, though, leave Chris on the screen for just a second longer, Ray. You see how our distinguished brother, our colleague, the professor, you see how he tried to debo me, rolling up the sleeves, showing off the guns and whatnot, trying to intimidate a brother on these streets, Chris. Those tactics are not going to work on me, sir.
Hey, Nate, let me ask you this.
I can do it too, brother. I can roll up my sleeves too, fam.
Hey, Nate,
sleeves work both ways.
Nate, Chris, let me ask y'all this, like in terms of the Gunther title reign.
Quick question. So when did Gunther win? What month did Gunther win?
He won at SummerSlam in August.
Okay, so we're talking August, November. Yeah, it's too early. It's too early. August, November, December, January, February. He drops it in Mania. That's 6 months.
Let me ask you this, Nate. Let me ask you this. Do you think, and this is from your hometown, Atlanta Falcons?
No, he wins at Mania, and then he drops it at SummerSlam. Is my prediction.
Let me ask you this: his hometown. I mean, your hometown. I mean, your football team, Atlanta Falcons. The Bad Blood was in Atlanta, Georgia. Do you think that Gunther is going to lose the title before he does this match with Goldberg?
Yes, because we don't need the title around that. Because
that's what I was thinking too. That was one of the reasons why I think Gunther.
When is that match kind of projected for?
Like so Goldberg did say that he's having a retirement match next year. They haven't said when. It hasn't been specified like when or where it's taking place, but most people assume that it's going to be with Gunther, and I think I agree with you. I don't think that needs the world, no. but if it's going to be his retirement match, Nate, you would think that they would want to have the championship on the line, like just having some regular ass, like, you know what I'm saying? Like it has to be something that like, am I tripping for that though? Or?
I mean, I think here's the thing, because I think Goldberg does not need the title for his retirement match to mean something. Mm-hmm. I do think, though, that Goldberg's got to win and look like the old Goldberg for just a second.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? Because to me, that is Goldberg's title is I went out like I came in, smashing cats.
Right, yeah.
And not that Goldberg is going – because to me, I think there's a difference between Goldberg and Cena in terms of beating Gunther and winning the belt. Because with Cena, you still got some months to go where he can build somebody else up.
Yeah, but Cena's going to be around to December 2025.
Exactly. Right, yeah. Whereas with Goldberg, he's one and done.
Yeah. Like, to me, it goes back to the whole Lashley of it all, is like...
You see, you got his sleeves rolled down now, nephew.
Like when you decided you didn't like Lashley no more, when you decided that he's done his black business and you don't care about him no more, you could have given
did his black job
Luther the distinguishment of sending Lashley away, giving Lashley his swan song to go to AEW. You know,
they would have had a hell of a match.
Yeah,
cool. And then Lashley was in the interview talking about ideas he had for it too. where
that shit was kind of wild. He was like he wanted to go to like insinuate some racist shit.
But the way he did it was funny though. He said I wanted Gunther to say something to me like guys like you can't be winning the belt, and then the audience is going to be looking and Lashley says, what are you trying to say? What do you mean guys like me? And then Gunther replies with MMA guys, you know, like kind of do it that way. I think that's a clever way.
Artist.
Yeah. I think that's a clever way of doing race without being so like hardcore with it. Yeah, but I think, but like I think that
like what Triple H was saying, Booker T had a nappy head and shit, like all that bullshit.
Yeah, that shit was stupid. Yeah, but I think you could have done that in a tasteful way.
Yeah.
But because you decided you don't like Lashley no more, you just kind of let him go to AEW with his last match at WrestleMania, even though it was a whack match, it's still a win. And he's going to your competition, you know. So I do, like I said, I think because I'm curious as to what they're gonna do with Priest if Priest loses to Gunther at Survivor Series. I'm trying to wonder what's there for Priest. Is they gonna put him in there with Dominic or something?
They're gonna send his ass right back to that Judgment Day feud, brother. But like, see, the thing is, Balor is like having some tension with Dominic. So I think they getting not close, but
we gonna have OG Judgment Day versus New Judgment Day. Come on, man. Come on.
It's gonna be Priest, Rhea, and Finn versus Dominic, Liv, and fucking JD. I mean, and Carlitos and shit. But
he's like, hey, this really worked for that bloodline thing. Let's do it over here.
Yeah, it's like you can tell. Like I don't think it's gonna happen soon, but at some point they're gonna do that full group split and they'll go their separate ways. But
to warm Ray Williams' heart, Edge shows back up.
Edge, but not like to Chris's point. Like I definitely I think that's more so my concern is like what the fuck do you do with Priest after this? Like where does he go? Like what happens to him after this? And then on top of that, you have see the thing about this is these events, and I think AEW had this problem last year when you had two pay-per-views, two big shows back to back, is that you have this like weird, like you're in this like weird like position where you have to craft two cards back to back because immediately after Survivor Series, Nate. 2 weeks later, bro, we got the first Saturday night's main event in years. So you know they're gonna try to load that shit up. And like the reason Cody Rhodes isn't on Survivor Series because the motherfucker gonna be defending the title against Kevin Owens at the Saturday night's main event. So you taking a Cody Rhodes match off of Survivor Series. Not that the War Games is the attraction, but like when you have these back to back things, like what do? You have Gunther beat Damian and then have Damian get a rematch and then fucking lose again at Saturday night's main event or something. Like it's like it's an interesting position. I feel like they when you know that they're going to try to load up that Saturday night's main event card. So like, and then you gonna have fucking Jesse Ventura commentary and shit. You know what I'm saying? You gonna have all the nostalgia and all that good stuff. You got the first Women's United States Championship being crowned on that show. So we're gonna talk about that for our final topic. So I don't know, man. Like but I'm definitely thinking.
I don't think there's I know Ray was optimistic that he might get it back and maybe someday. But when you're talking about the immediate future,
it's too top heavy, Nate.
You talking about it's either going to Punk, Rollins, Cena, Gunther, and that's it. It's one of them four dudes.
Yes, it's too top heavy, dog. Like and everybody can't get a piece of the pie, man. And like how Chris just said, it ain't no fucking way that Punk is not gonna win that title. He's winning that title at some point. Yeah. Like, so you know what I'm saying? And then on top of like, I don't know, man. But I mean, again, like y'all said, it's a good problem to have. We definitely gonna see because Survivor Series is in 2 weeks. So there you go. I'm in Vancouver, British Columbia. But
so everybody went with Slim Walt.
Yeah, everybody went with Slim Walt. So the next one,
no, I went with Priest.
Oh yeah, Chris went with Priest.
You're gonna be wrong, my esteemed colleague.
Yeah.
So we got the women's War Games match hasn't been confirmed yet. It hasn't been announced or anything like that. But on paper, it looks like Bianca, Jade, Io, Naomi, and Rhea Ripley versus Candice, Nia, Tiffany, Liv, and Raquel. That's what the 5-on-5 women's war games match look like. Is this nigga Ray Sleep? I was about to say, is Ray Sleep?
He had that night tea with the extra CBD in it.
It's
calming.
Ray put some NyQuil in that tea.
Soothing.
But Ray, we can go to using your pass out on stream, brother. So if you had to choose between that women's war games teams, who would you think coming away with the win? You think the heels or the baby faces?
Well, yeah, I'm getting close. We in hour 4, guys. I'm pushing. But yeah, I think the baby faces will win it. I think you still can tell that story of possibly Tiffany Stratton taking the fall and then the fallout between her and Nia. So I think the baby faces will get the dub.
There you go. What you think, Chris?
I'm thinking the baby faces in this one too. I do think that I guess Jade and Bianca are on some kind of collision course.
Yeah, you could tell. It's gonna happen.
You know, I think that I don't. Again, I said this when we were reviewing AEW. I don't like it when a wrestler is there and they're kind of, and the goal is to put everything that made you popular and a star off to the side so we could build this project up, you know? So I do hope that Jade finds her way eventually. But I think the baby faces win and then Jade and Bianca start to breaking up. Will they get a one-on-one match at Mania is the question.
I think so.
Yeah, so we'll see about that. I would say that, but this is Triple H's WrestleMania. I'm not ready.
How can he have a match between two people he can't see, guys?
Yeah.
It's like two John Cena's fighting each other.
I'm not ready to give Triple H that kind of credit just yet. I would need to see it first.
hey, Chris, he gonna put their motherfucking match on the SmackDown before WrestleMania.
Right? Yeah. Hey, I'll say this: if Triple H gives Jade and Bianca a one-on-one match at Mania, I will take back maybe an eighth of my complaint about it. A little bit.
How generous.
What was you thinking, Nate?
Speaking of generosity, a trait I admire in leaders, Ray, is generosity, man. Maybe that's something we can all hope can be fulfilled in the next 4 years. But
you never know.
When you look at somebody like the Queen, Nia Jax,
here you go.
She is a benevolent ruler, Andrew Thompson. She knows that in order for others to rise, sometimes she must fall, and so she will do her duty as our ruler here, as the leader of this matriarchy, if you will, Ray Williams.
Hold on, wait, hey Nate, are you saying that a woman can lead the pack? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, it's crazy. It's a wild concept, but sometimes a woman can be a qualified and fit leader. Nia Jax is fair and just. Again, Ray, she the GOAT, the most gorgeous of all time. And so I think the babyface is going to win this one. It is an interesting dynamic, though, like because you've got teams that have beef with other people on the other team, but also like there's internal beef. Can they all coexist? Like we were just fighting a minute ago, EO, but I guess we're together. So I like the matchup. It's intriguing. But yeah, give me the baby faces.
So the next up in the last one, we got Roman Reigns, the Usos, and Sami Zayn and their mystery fifth partner, who we do not know yet, versus the Bloodline, Solo Sikoa, Jacob Fatu, Tama Tonga, Tonga Lloyd, and Bronson Reed. Hey, bro, I ain't gonna lie to you. Bronson Reed, he looks great with the new blood. Like he looks great with them. Him and Jacob Fatu wrecking shit on SmackDown. That was hella cool. Now as for like I wouldn't have minded if this was just a 4-on-4, but of course, you know, they gotta add people in and shit. I'm not a fan of Seth Rollins and Roman Reigns having a closing into a fucking 10-year story that concluded at WrestleMania when he hit Rollins in the back and got his payback after Rollins broke up the Shield, just for Seth to be like, oh man, yeah, I got an issue with Bronson Reed, so now I'm gonna go help Roman. Bro,
Right.
I want Seth Rollins to be like, fuck Roman. I will never in my life help this man. And he literally said on Raw, the next time that I get in the ring with Roman Reigns, I'm going to curb stomp his fucking head through the mat. That is the only time I will ever be in the ring with him. I don't want Seth to cave in. I don't want that for his character because I feel like it's just stupid. Like, you had a 10-year story, Nate, that you wrapped up at WrestleMania 40 with that you closed the chapter on in this story with Roman hitting Seth in the back with the chair after all those years of him turning on the Shield, Seth turning on the Shield. I don't feel like it's necessary. Okay, so this is what I think the option. There's only two realistic options, three realistic options to me. Of course, Seth Rollins, because they'll probably do that shit anyway. Because
that's what they're gonna do.
That's what they. So number 2, Braun Breaker.
Okay.
Number 3, they can't find anybody. Roman needs to make the call to Paul Heyman. Paul calls CM Punk. That's the only thing that makes legitimate sense to me. Everything else is like off the table. So it's
I got another one, but they're not going to do it because for the reason you talked about earlier. But to me, they're going to do Seth. Like, spoiler alert, that's what they're going to do. They telegraph and they show in their hand. We can read the tea leaves. We all Ray Williams right now. But to me, I think an interesting thing would be CM Punk is a good throw out there, nephew. But to me, I'm like, hey, I got this. Roman's like, hey, I need to make a call myself. Hey, Cody, I did you a solid. You owe me one. And so then follow me on this, nephew, because then we also can have a moment where we have interference from KO. And then that puts Sammy in the jam. It's like, yo,
that's good.
That's my dog, but this
good.
is my family. What am I supposed to do right now? And then it's to me, from a storytelling standpoint, I think Cody would be a fascinating choice because of what you can branch off of Cody being in there. But it's gonna be Seth.
No, and now you want to know in there at first when you said that, I was kind of like, but now that you said it, to continue the storyline, that would be like a really great way, especially Nate, if you're going to do Cody versus KO at Saturday Night's Main Event 2 weeks later. I mean, that's like, okay, you know what? Yeah, I'm changing my shit now. I'm gonna go with Cody. And I mean, I think they'll do Seth, but I kind of wanted to be Cody now because I'm thinking about the story. But
because I think you hold Seth off into like Seth and Roman, like that's an issue they have to settle between themselves.
That's what I'm saying, but like, why would you? Why would Seth want to help Roman?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, he would have no. So in terms of so if it's Seth, I mean, if it is gonna be Seth, I think the bloodline, the new bloodline wins. Well, no. Okay, so if it's Seth, I think Roman and them win. If it's Cody, the new bloodline wins. Yeah, that's what I'm going. What would you? Okay, so what you think? And then we go Chris and go Ray.
Yeah, with Seth, I think that the OG bloodline wins. But again, if they do, like, listen to us, Triple H. I know what you don't see, and this podcast is full of what you don't see. But maybe, hey, Devontae, I know you watching, dog. All them years I played the Devontae song that we got copyright strikes for. I know you watching, brother. Tell Paul, tell Triple H that this is what the people need because this is a great story. If Cody's in there, I think they lose because of some shenanigans with KO, and Sammy has a moment, much like Ray Williams once talked about when he was describing Zack Sabre Jr. That moment of hesitation can cost you.
And I ain't gonna. That's a good call. I wasn't even thinking about Cody. That's a good call. What you thinking, Chris?
Just by the way, I heard they're moving those OTC shirts. I think Roman Reigns' team is winning. I don't think they want to stop selling those things lately. I don't know if they're selling any. I was
about to say, Chris, they let Solo Sikoa pin Roman. He just pinned Roman. He just pinned him.
Yeah. So that ain't happening at the pay-per-view.
You get one, Solo. You get
right,
one.
Hey, Chris, Chris, that happened in Saudi.
Right. Yeah. So, like, here's the thing with. There's so many hypocrites in WWE just in storyline. I mean, Rollins and Roman have turned on each other,
but they got back together. Like,
they reunited. They set Moxley off to AEW together, kissed him goodbye. Like I don't
That's
even
their
care.
point too.
I don't care about the logic behind this shit. If you want to put Rollins on the team, just make it a good match. But I think Roman is, especially headed into Saturday night's main event, Roman is gonna be the guy. I wouldn't be surprised if they find some way to get one of those belts on him by WrestleMania, because I do think that Roman is their guy that much.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Hey, Chris, do you think Saturday night's main event is where they do the Jacob Fatu match?
They could, yeah, but I don't know if they want to, like, I don't know how they. So, because when they're on Saturday night's main event, they're going to be presenting themselves to possibly their biggest audience ever.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if they want to have Jacob Fatu lose in that fashion in front of the biggest audience ever. But I don't think it would like hurt them that much. It's just, but I do think they want to establish that Roman is our guy, you know. Roman is what we used to want Cena to be, because I do think Roman is bigger than Cena. I think Roman is like next level. I think Roman is everything if they could build a superstar brick by brick, Roman is the guy they would build. You know, and I think for that reason, and they love I think I gotta ask Brandon about this, but I think that OTC shirt is their number one seller right now. And I just always pay attention to the way merch moves versus the guys, and they do base stories off of that shit. Don't think they don't.
They definitely do.
So I'm going with the faces.
Okay.
One more thing on Cody, Andrew. Like, not only could you have the KO stuff, because when Chris was talking about that, it just sparked in my mind. But that's also another way you can kind of sprinkle some of this rock stuff in here, and then he dips out again for a few months.
So okay, so for going back to Chris's point real quick before we get to Ray's prediction, the top merchandise seller as of November 2024 right now is Cody. And not too far, Chris, you ain't gonna believe this shit. Not too far off is CM Punk's fucking dog, Larry.
Is that a shirt or what?
It's a shirt, Chris. I'm so fucking serious.
Okay.
Larry is in the top 5.
That doesn't surprise me because it's attached to Punk.
Yeah. But Chris, his fucking dog.
Salute to Larry. Larry went from being in a backstage brawl to his shirts selling more than them all.
Yeah, when you are an over person, anything that's attached to you is gonna be as over as you are. You know,
Cody got to come out with a Pharaoh shirt now,
right? Yeah,
but his dog is in the top merchandise sellers in WWE. That shit is crazy. But Punk is so fucking over, bro. Like, that shit's ridiculous. Yeah. But what you thinking, Ray?
Yeah, I got the OG bloodline winning. I know it's very disappointing. I know, even though Jonah, aka Brunson Reed, looks very good with the newest group, I know his dream of Hikuleo, aka the tallest Tonga.
The tallest Tongan of them all, Ray. Check the measurements.
But they got that man under contract. He's sitting around waiting.
Yeah, I know that's disappointing, but it's good to see
him and Omos having some hellified pickup games in the back.
Hellified.
Hey, did one of those Samoan guys or island guys sign with AEW?
Nah,
I heard that one of them decided not to sign with WWE and is going to AEW. I want to make sure I'm understanding that correctly.
I ain't heard nothing about that, but I know Lance and Hawaii, Roman's cousin, just signed with NXT, so he's with them now. I haven't heard anything about one of them going to AEW. I haven't heard that, but I know
they got a new Samoan luchador, Chris. You might have misread the news. So they got a new Samoan luchador they're about to introduce to AEW programming. Y'all get ready for Smaller Tonga.
Smallest
Tongan of them all.
Anyway,
you say you got the OG bloodline winning.
I got the OG bloodline winning. However, I think that there is one other person that wasn't mentioned that could be a part of the bloodline that does make sense. Okay, and it was a person who returned from injury. Matter of fact, returned from being injured by Bronson Reed, and that is one Braun Strowman. So I think it's a small thing. And I think you can
tomato.
If this was the Vince McMahon era,
Braun Strowman.
I would be afraid of you saying that, Ray, and would give Vince McMahon an idea. I as much as I don't like Triple H, I don't think he's going with that.
Braun Strowman.
But you already, the reason why I say
Ray, that, why would you even put that into existence?
The reason why I say that is that you already had a storyline even prior to Bronson Reed and Seth Rollins. You had
Bronson Reed and Braun
Strowman kind of going like big kaiju Godzilla battles.
I mean, you want to know what? Roman did have a long feud with Strowman, but Strowman ain't Strowman no more, bro. Like That old Braun Strowman, 100%.
Yeah,
that 2017, 2018 Strowman, most definitely. Right. 2024 Strowman,
yeah, because the thing with Strowman is I don't think he's got like Strowman is not like if WWE released Strowman tomorrow, I don't see AEW like picking him up. He's not a commodity like that.
Narrative.
So that's it for our Survivor Series predictions. We only got I think two more things left. But we got the New Day 10-year anniversary celebration. It's confirmed that they'll be celebrating 10 years since they arrived with the WTV. There is going to be a special episode dedicated to these brothers. That's going to be centered around that. Their official arrival date was November 28th, 2014, and the closest date to that is the November 25th, 2024 episode of Raw. Nate, Kofi, and Woods have been at odds, had hella miscommunication. A lot of people speculating that this is where Woods might turn on Kofi. There might be some type of turn. Yeah. How would you go about this reunion show, Nate? Do you bring Big E back? Like how do you go about this whole New Day reunion? And do you think it will end with Woods turning on Kofi, or do you think it'll just be like some tension? And then maybe maybe the thing is that there's about to be a turn and Big E comes and just stops everything. Like how would you go about that?
I feel like a lot of families around this time of year, especially in the current climate in this country, there's going to be some tension at Thanksgiving for the New Day. You know, you might not be able to eat with all your relatives this year, ladies and gentlemen. But I think that's exactly how I would do it, nephew. I think Big E, has to be involved in this, because this story is about the three of them. Three guys who are essentially cast away. Like Big E, like we had high hopes for you in NXT. He needs 5 because that's how bad that brother was. But right now, after this whole bodyguard thing kind of, fizzled out, we don't know what to do with you. Woods, we don't even know if you're gonna have a job in 2 weeks, brother. We not you might want to call Dixie Carter, see if you can get your old job back, homie, because we ain't sure about you. Kof, you had a good run, but you ain't never gonna be nothing more than you are right now, Kof. I can't. Evan Bourne, R-Truth, I can't put you with no more tag team partners. You can use them all, Kofi. And those three came together and created something that is lasting, created something that is memorable, created something that has not only been memorable, Chris, but as you just alluded to, one thing you notice in terms of trends with these companies is who's moving merch. And these cats, for damn near a decade, had that on lock in terms of that, not only the shirts and stuff, not only the, stuff that is you would expect somebody as a wrestling fan to buy, but unicorn horns and damn booty old cereal boxes. You know what I'm saying? Like they did that because they took a gamble, took a chance on themselves. And so, yeah, for me, again, I never wanted to see the group end with like a turn. But if you're going to do the turn, the way I would do it, nephew, is Kof and Woods, things are coming to a head. It's about to blow up. E comes out. Hey, this ain't what we've been about, man. And then we have one night where they end as brothers as they came in. And then the next week on Raw, Woods is like, you know what? I changed my mind, man. We ain't family no more. And that's when we get the turn. But I like for the 10, like I don't want the turn to happen on the show. There's a good chance they might do it because they feel like that would be the most impactful. And it would be impactful. But for me, like I think the line between the storyline in this and then like the real journey of these three dudes, to me, the journey of those three guys is so important. I would keep that as close to sincere as possible and then do the turn the next week. But again, I understand, Ray, if you were to make the turn on that show, I get it. But yeah, like you can't speak enough about how important these three guys have been to the last decade of this company. Like there was a time where, you know, these guys were having bangers of matches with everybody. I'm talking about the Usos. I'm talking about Cesaro and Sheamus. I'm talking about hell, who's my man? Damn it. TJ.
TJ and Cesaro, Claudio.
Yeah, TJ and Cesaro before it went to Cesaro and Sheamus. Like they had bangers with them cats, man. And without the New Day, we don't get one of the greatest WrestleMania moments ever. And that's Kofi Mania.
Probably D.
Yes, it's on the Mount Rushmore. And again, like we're not gonna talk about how it ended with the male Chris Statlander ending Kofi's reign. But like it cannot be understated, like how important these three guys were, not just for the on-screen wrestling product, but these were the guys, Chris, these were the guys, Andrew, these were the guys, Ray, that they would send to all of these local markets because they knew they had a connection. And so to me, it's crazy because as successful as the New Day were as a unit, as a trio, I still feel like, man, they could have gotten so much more mileage. And again, it's unfortunate that Big E got hurt. It's unfortunate that they took the belt off of him because I feel like Big E as a champ, like associated and affiliated with those guys, but not the New Day as a collective as we knew them. Like that could have been huge. But it sucks that we didn't get, you know, more from this crew, but I feel like what we got was pretty damn special. And if for nothing else, man, again, Kofi Mania was one of the best moments as a wrestling fan and as somebody that covers wrestling that I've ever had.
No. Let's say what you thinking, Ray? Then we go to Chris. What y'all thinking about the New Day 10-year anniversary? And is this where we see the turn, Ray? Is this where it happens?
Well, I think Nate pretty much expressed all the things going on as far as how these guys came together. And I think they mentioned in themselves that they don't want to be another group that just breaks up with each other and things like that. As far as the turn goes, I don't think it's going to be the traditional turn. I think they have been doing a slow burn with it. I don't think it's going to be the traditional turn where Xavier attacks or jumps Kofi. I think it's going to be more like a breakup in a relationship where Woods is going to be like, you know what, I just need some time. I can't do
need some space.
And then he just walked off, and it's all sad and like with like the balloons and stuff, and I think like I think I can see.
And then we just cut to Kofi next week. If you think you're lonely now, oh yeah.
Like I could see Kofi coming out, he been excited, and then Big E coming out and he being excited, and then Xavier Woods coming out and he just being pissed, and he's just like, you know what, you guys, you having this celebration as though we haven't been losing and though we haven't been going through all of this struggle, and we can't just smile and use the power of positivity like we've been doing. I'm trying to win. So,
Ray, you want to know real quick, just on your point, the thing that scares me about that is the idea of Woods going solo, because I know Triple H ain't gonna know what the fuck.
He won't even see him, nephew.
He ain't gonna. But The idea of Triple H trying to get a singles run out of Xavier Woods, I just can't see him committing to that. I can't see it. I can't see it. The motherfucker can't even commit to Giovanni Vinci. I know he ain't committing to Xavier Woods. but they buried that motherfucker. Yeah, he is. It's over for bruh Giovanni Vinci. So like I'm thinking about Woods. I think that it'd be hot for like.
I can't even tell you the last Giovanni Vinci match I done watched.
Shit, he got job. He lost to Apollo Crews in like 10 seconds.
Like
damn,
twice.
you know what's no offense to Apollo, but you know what's bad when you lose to Apollo like that.
Yeah,
that's like losing to the damn New York Jets, man. Like you might just want to pack it up.
And I had so much hope for Uha Nation when he first signed with WWE, and then
yeah.
But Andrew, I did want to ask you before we get to you, Chris. I know you wanted to chime in, but I know we mentioned prior to coming on air that I think you mentioned the possibility of contracts.
that was me that mentioned that
release. Oh yeah, Chris.
Yeah.
So I mean, if a guy can't see color, then it's gonna walk right out the door. What do you guys?
So Kofi, back in 2019, him, Woods, and he all signed a contract extension. They signed 5-year contract extensions with WWE, and that's up 2025. And Kofi had said that he was thinking about retiring after the deal is up. So like I was telling Nate and Chris and you before we started recording, I was like, if Big E is supposed to get his checkup like around after WrestleMania. So if Big E isn't cleared to come back to wrestle and he's like, okay, I'm like fully retired, like I'm like announcing that I'm retired, then I can see Kofi being like, all right, well, I'm done. So Big E's not coming back, I'm gone. And then that'll leave Woods to himself to decide what he wants to do. And I think Woods will always be employed by WWE, whether it's a wrestler or his up, down, down channel that's owned by WWE now. So I think he'll always have a job there. And he can, I think that they'll give him somewhat of a singles push. They'll just have to remake his presentation a little bit. But yeah, I think that it'll be, I think it'll all rely on the back of Big E in terms of his future. Like if Big E can't wrestle anymore, I think Kobe's retiring. Yeah. And I think that'll be it. And I think they'll do something nice for Kobe. Shit, but how many fucking, bro? You got Cena, you got Goldberg, Kofi probably, you got Tanahashi. God damn, you got all these motherfuckers retiring next year, bro. That's crazy. Yeah, everybody retiring next year, but or 2026. But yeah, that's what I think, bro. I think it all depends on Big E. If Big E can't wrestle, Kofi's retiring. Woods gonna solo. If Big E can wrestle, New Day continues. That's what I think.
Gotcha.
What you think?
What's
what
the
you think,
date?
Chris? What the for the reunion show?
No, today's date.
Oh, the 18th.
Okay. November the 18th.
Let him go ISO, Ray. Let him go ISO.
I want this to be marked. If they do not re-sign a contract with WWE, the New Day is going to AEW. And I'll tell you why. There's a few different reasons. Kofi, Woods, and Xavier Woods are friends with the Young Bucks. There's precedence for that. They did that video game tournament a few years ago.
The Jones. I'm about to say, Chris, they tried to get the match at All In, the first All In between the Elite, but Vince shut it down.
Right, yeah. So I don't know what value Triple H sees in the New Day. I really don't. Because I'd love to say that Triple H sees the value in New Day, but he's let some guys go, which somewhat has me question his judgment a little bit, just the dirty way he did the Hurt business. Because I do think one of the reasons why Vince McMahon gave up on the Hurt business is because he probably had someone like a Triple H telling him they weren't guys to go with, right? I don't think there's a such thing as loyalty to companies in wrestling. I think it's nice to believe that, but I think when checks start getting written and futures start getting thought about and where you can make the most impact matters and shit. I think that is gonna be an issue. So I'm what I'm saying is I don't really, because even the breakup story they've been telling, not for since the beginning of time, like Nate was talking about, but since like the beginning of this feud, it hasn't been that compelling to me. It's been there, but you've got fucking Karrion Kross and just motherfuckers that don't belong anywhere near the New Day. And they're using that as a catalyst to kind of springboard a feud between these cats.
Odyssey Jones.
Right, yeah. And
Damn, I forgot about the Odyssey Jones.
I know, right?
Right, yeah, Odyssey Jones.
Big
like
O.
they just put random black guys with the dudes. Like, hey, he's black. Why don't you guys go? I think with the New Day, if they stay in WWE, I don't know what the future holds for them. If they go to AEW, I really don't know what the future holds for them either. But there's feuds with the Young Bucks in AEW. There's feuds with the Hurt Business in AEW. There's feuds there that they can have that will freshen them up.
Yeah.
And nobody would expect it.
Right.
It's so easy to say. It's so easy to say in 5 years, I'm going to retire. And then 5 years comes and someone offers you a contract. Right. and, you know, it's like next to the day. Like I remember like motherfuckers used to be like, Bill Maher said it perfectly. And I'll give Bill Maher a lot of credit for anything. But Bill Maher said what he said, yeah, I used to say when I was in my 30s, just give me 60 good Sammy Davis years and I could die and I'll be happy. And then I turned 59 and I stopped saying that. And I think this is kind of how I'm looking at the New Day situation, especially and we might as well talk about it now, like the way the new management is treating the black talent and the complaints that you're hearing are coming mostly from the black talent, the black male talent. You're hearing complaints from the Street Profits. You heard complaints from the Hurt Business. Now they're the Hurt Syndicate. You are hearing rumblings that the New Day hasn't signed a new contract yet, or are even talking about signing a new contract yet. There's some shit in the water in WWE. And we gotta address it, you know. So I'm for that reason, I think this will be kind of important, but I don't think this New Day feud is a priority for Triple H and them. And I think it's sad for me to say that because I hope I'm wrong. This isn't me hoping that I'm right. I wish this had some merit to it, but I just don't think Triple H cares about the fucking New Day.
Hard to disagree. I don't disagree with him. What you thinking, Nate? But did you already get your go? Oh yeah,
I already gave mine.
My bad, Ray. What you got, Ray? Oh, Ray, you already did yours too, didn't you?
Yeah, I did mine.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, but
you trying to stretch this out to the 5 hours, Andrew?
Nah, bro. I'm not. I swear,
go to bed.
We getting late. That's why I'm tripping like that. But the
minus 10 points for Hufflepuff.
Minus 10 points. Hey, bro.
That Harry Potter shit is some of the greatest stuff we've ever done, fellas.
Bro, please, hey, Brad, Ray, please clip that. That is hilarious. And tag me in that on Twitter when you post that. I gotta make one of those Blue Sky things, but tag me on Twitter.
Shout out to Blue Sky, man. Get up, y'all got to join me on that, fellas. It's fun.
I'm gonna try to join the what's the name. I'm gonna make it a account. The thing is about that, bro. I barely keep track of the shit I got now.
Right, it's really hard.
But I got Twitter, Instagram, and I got a Facebook account that I only use to cover virtual signings for posts.
I've got Instagram, I got Facebook, I got Twitter, and I'm not leaving Twitter because fuck you, Elon. I was there first.
I was there before that.
You know what I'm saying? But there is and I got Threads. Like Threads is kind of like okay. It's like that time Apple tried to throw that.
people said they was moving to Threads, and then they came back.
Here's the thing about Threads, man. Remember when iTunes like tried to slip that YouTube album in on everybody's phone and don't nobody
I remember that.
That's like Threads. It's like Instagram is like, hey, I see you got Instagram. You want to try this Threads? And it's like, I got on Threads, tried it for a little bit. It's like, oh, okay. But with Blue Sky, like I signed up for Blue Sky, and I don't mean to brag. I don't mean to flex on you, Ray Williams. But, you know, I got into Blue Sky when it was like the exclusive list where you had to sign up and be waited to be called on. I got in on that joint. And then I never posted anything for 2 years.
Hey,
but then I went back to Blue Sky like after the election. And here's the thing, like social media is social media. Like it is a reflection of the people that comprise it. And so I'm sure there will come a point where Blue Sky gets a little crazy on these streets. But just looking today when I was at work and watching the way people talked about NFL games on Blue Sky and seeing the way they talked about it on Twitter, Chris, you would not believe how many monkey, DEI, jigaboo, spook, all sorts of crazy stuff that ain't had nothing to do with a damn football game was over on Twitter that I didn't see on Blue Sky. So I was like,
right,
you know what? I might hang out here on Blue Sky for a little bit.
Right, yeah.
I don't need to be called a jigaboo just because I want to see how Patrick Mahomes did today, folks.
Right, yeah. Like my whole thing with Twitter is I've been planning my exit from Twitter. I don't think it's ever wise to just kind of like depart something without a plan, you know. I've got a lot of good friends on Twitter that I do want to like carry over to my to whether it be fan base or Blue Sky or whatever. I just want to carry them over, and Twitter has turned into a nightmare. Like the thing to Twitter's so fucking bad. It's like some of the stuff that I see on that page, like quite literally makes me sick to my stomach, you know. Like it really puts me in a bad mood for like the day. Like I'll see some shit top of the morning on Twitter and I'm fucking angry the whole day at just the nonsense, the shit these dudes were saying about Kamala Harris on Twitter. It really just rubbed me the wrong fucking way. So like Twitter's not profitable anymore. Like Elon Musk is trying to turn it into a state-run thing with him, and Elon Musk is
like with that Twitter blue shit.
Right, yeah. Like Elon, like blood diamond ass bitch.
How you really feel, Chris?
Like, I mean, like seriously, like this guy and his family, they admitted they were in the United States of America as illegal immigrants and kind of played the system to get legal status. You know, you hate unions, you hate poor people, you hate DEI. You think your transgender daughter is a victim of the woke mind virus. Like Twitter is not a place for us, and we got to start creating. But that doesn't mean you should just jump ship. We got to start creating places for us. Like the saddest thing about Kamala Harris, and this is the last thing I'll say about the election, is not that she didn't go on Joe Rogan's show. It's the fact that the left doesn't have a Joe Rogan type show that Kamala Harris can go to. You want to know, it's like, I just want so the only thing that I could think of, like I remember when Trump had went on that dude Aiden Ross's show. The only counterpart that we had to that is Cassinet. That's like the only person that I can like remotely think of who has like that level of reach to match what Aiden Ross is for Trump. But I don't even think that he wanted any parts of because I don't think that everybody is like prepared for that type of heat. I think that he very much knows that a lot of his fan base are these like young white males, and I'm pretty sure he has I'm pretty certain that he has a great black fan base as well. But I just don't think that he wants to alienate those young white males from watching him and sending and giving him their money and their subscriptions, because that is exactly what he would be doing if he were to bring Kamala on stream and sort of give her that endorsement. There's some good guys that we got on our side that are like redefining, like defining masculinity in a way that's not what these fuckers like Joe Rogan do, right?
Yeah.
Like my guy, Club Shay Shay, Shannon Sharp.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know
he
what I'm
actually
saying?
had come there as well.
He's not on. I mean, I don't always agree with the way Shannon Sharp does business with all those people going on there shooting on everyone else, but Shannon Sharp isn't saying a bunch of toxic, stupid shit on every show, you know. And I think that he's a good he's a good guy to redefine what masculinity is to a mass group of people, you know. Like we don't like the white guys that who do we have that are not doing the toxic shit?
If only there was a network somewhere. Now, hear me out. This is gonna sound crazy, dog.
Yeah.
If only there was a network out there somewhere with people who have been in this space for years, who have been creating quality content for years, who can talk about sports and politics and pro wrestling and all of these topics in a way that is entirely masculine, but also thoughtful and compassionate and rational. Ray Williams, if only there was a place to have conversations that could bring people together and not force division and not force crazy conspiracy theories and not platform people that want to act ignorant and act stupid and act foolish and bring out the worst instincts in people. If only Andrew Thompson, there was a network that could uplift people, not sugarcoat things, tell people the truth, but do it with a sense of joy. Do it with a sense of pride. Do it with a sense of patriotism, dare I say, Ray Williams. If only there was such a network, and if only that network had a Patreon, and if only that Patreon address was patreon.com/the Kings of Sport. $5 a month, people. Get your bread up, because we here. We active. We in these streets. You ain't got to listen to Joe Rogan. You ain't got to listen to Sage Steele. I had to pause for a second, because Sage Steele disappoints me so much. Sage.
Yeah.
You ain't got to listen to Whitlock, Clay Travis, Barstool Sports, Outkick, any of them people,
Theo
man.
Vaughn, all of those dorks, man. Like no Theo Vaughn, Andrew Schultz, and those dumbasses. We don't have to go to these people, man. We need to go to go Kings of Sport, like download us, go to Sirius XM Urban View, listen to that. There's so many different
Jamel Hill, Bomani Jones,
Jamel Hill, Bomani Jones, so many people in this space, masculine males, females that are allies, where we're not saying stupid, dumb shit all the time, where we're not making shit up as we go along, where we have the most whacked out, crazy scientists on our shows that aren't really scientists.
What's that dude that's always yelling all the time? I can't remember his name. Like he always fucking screaming. Like he always yelling about some stupid shit. I cannot remember this dude's name. He's a white. I think he's British. I think
Piers Morgan.
Piers Morgan.
Is that who I'm thinking about? Piers Morgan.
He's a British guy. He's a dumbass.
But yeah, I seen like so many, like even you wonder who came out as like a dumbass. Charlie Caruso, Charlie and all. Have you seen her?
Yeah,
her. She used to work for WWE. Lord have mercy.
So much
happened to you.
So much garbage out there, man. So
before we end up pulling a 6 hour, we got this last thing, and then we do our predictions for the women's U.S. title tournament. But I just wanted to mention Speedball Mike Bailey contract expired with TNA Wrestling, and Fighter Select reported that it appears he's going to be heading to All Elite Wrestling. Just quick thoughts. I thought that this is a smart move for Speedball. Like I think that it would be weird if he just upright left the independent scene. I think that him going to NXT would have been a good move as well, because he would have been shot to the top of the card immediately. But as far as the main roster run, I'm not necessarily that would have worked out. I think it's just a lot of what if. And I think it's a what if with AEW as well, past like his in-ring work. But the thing is with AEW, he can still work the independents, do some New Japan Strong shows, and he's still like in the mix. He can still maintain what he is. As far as like a run in AEW, I think the best way to probably introduce him is to have him in the Continental Classic. That'll be like the best introduction for Speedball. And I think as far as like character wise, it might be good to take the Okada route, like have him come in as a heel. I feel like Mike Bailey would be like a great like shit grin eating heel, like you know what I'm saying. I think he'd be real good in that role. Like, hey, Mike Bailey. Yeah, if you put if you get a chance, pull up a picture of Mike Bailey. He like an asshole. He looks like an asshole, bro. Like I'm serious. Like he's probably like one, like from all accounts that I've heard, Mike Bailey's like one of the nicest people. But if you see a picture of him and you didn't know it, he looks like a dick. Like I'm like, if you Raymond, you get a chance, just wait, pull that up. But I think I think the best course is this move to AEW. It would have been nice for NXT because I think that NXT they need some people at the top. All they got is Trick. They ain't got nobody else but Trick. Like Ethan Page has been like sort of pushed away to the side. Like I don't know what the fuck they did. They had CM Punk give him the fucking GTS at the end of the CW show. They had fucking the Dudley Boys put his ass through a table at the ECW 2300 Arena show. It's like, so Ethan Page, he kind of like de facto to me. They got Ridge Holland coming up next. They missed out on Daniel Garcia. I don't know what's going on with Ricky Starks. Ricky Starks is fucking wrestling at an independent show before he comes back to AEW. He's not even coming back to AEW. But yeah, look at Speedball. Speedball like an asshole. So yeah, but that's why I think that he would work great as a heel. But
I hate that the picture Ray chose is like we put Speedball Mike Bailey on the damn Pan African flag.
I know.
Like that's our new logo. I hate that, Ray.
That was not intentional.
I hate that so much.
But yeah, I don't know if y'all got any thoughts about Speedball and AEW or anything like that. But I just wanted to make sure I made mention of that. But
it's cool. It like definitely the brother's talented, and in terms of like where he goes in AEW, it's hard to predict because he's going to end up in some damn faction because that's what they do, and then B, like there's so many, like that roster is so stuffed right now. Like he's going to have some banger matches, like I can guarantee you that. But in terms of like a push, who knows, man?
Yeah, we know. We're gonna see.
Yeah.
But the last thing on the docket before we wrap it up, fellas, we have the introduction of the WWE Women's US Championship Tournament. Like I said, the winner will be crowned at Saturday night's main event on December 14th. We have a 4 pairs of triple threat matches already. One that's happened. We had Bayley get the win over Candice LeRae and B-Fab. First of all, Nate, I want to ask you, man. B-Fab finally get some shine, man. They gave her a big entrance. She looked decent, man. And then she got a nice little post-match promo. I mean, show promo on and it looked like they about to commit to B-Fab getting some more wrestling TV time. So first, before we get into these predictions, like what would you think about B-Fab getting some little solo shine after years of being a manager?
It's cool. Like I'm excited to see the progression. But again, given current situations, like I don't know. Like I don't know, Andrew. Like come on, man. What you want me to say, nephew? Like we can see B-Fab, we can see what she's doing, but the people running things might not necessarily be able to see her.
I need some hope. I need some hope in my life right now, brother. Need some hope. That's what we need. We need somebody to believe in.
I'll tell you what though, like who I do. Again, I think I might have said it on the last episode of the NWA podcast with Sister Stephanie Chase. Was Steph last time?
Yeah.
No, was she last time?
Rich Fan.
Oh, it was Rich Fan. Yeah. Rich Fan last time. Oh, and by the way, programming note: next month, y'all ain't ready for what we got next month. It's gonna be bananas. But
Here comes
like,
the money.
here comes the money.
Money talk.
Here comes the money.
See, Anthony said, he said, by that look, I bet Speedball cheats and spades.
Yes. Speedball. Yes. I was gonna say the word, but again, in this political climate, I don't even know if I can say that word. But I think real quick to your point about B-Fab, like I hope she can progress and is given the opportunity to progress. But I've really been excited about somebody that the good brother from California was skeptical about at first, and that's our sister Lashley.
Hey, Chris,
he has gotten better. Yeah,
Chris, I ain't gonna lie to you. You gotta bite the bullet on that one, brother. Lash.
No, I see. This is the thing. I wasn't hoping that she stayed garbage. I was hoping that she would get better. That's the problem with NXT is I just didn't think it was given these wrestlers that needed some time that shouldn't be on TV.
Right, needed some seasoning.
Yeah, throwing them on TV and throwing her into the deep end, but she's adjusted. She's done her thing. So
she's looked better than Maga the Stallion on these streets.
Yeah. Because she wasn't the only one. I was because I wasn't cool with Soul Ruka either. I was like, well, what's up?
Yeah, Salton came up too.
Yeah, because both of them have gotten better. Yeah.
Man,
damn Soul Snatches is like legit one of the best finishers right now.
That NXT women's division is fucking stacked, bro. You got Stephanie back here, you got Julia, you got Roxanne, Cora, Lash, Jakar, Kalani Jordan, you got Zarya.
Yep.
You got who else you got in that motherfucker, boy? You got Fallon Henley, JC Jane, bro. You got who else you got? You got what Shawty?
We got Wendy Chu on these streets.
Wendy Chu. You got Kendall Gray. I don't know if y'all, but we got
that's what it just clicked, nephew. This whole time Ray been cosplaying as Wendy Chu, being sleepy over there.
Hey, bro, real quick, we got she ain't even get on TV yet, but we got the Olympian Tamara Mr. Stop.
Yep. Oh yeah,
she's in NXT. And she having some matches on Level Up and stuff.
Jordan Grace be popping in from time to time.
Right, Jordan. Hey, but let me tell you something. I hope TNA ready. 2025, it's a wrap, brother.
Yeah,
she's gone. I'm letting y'all know that now. Jada Parker, I forgot about Jada. But fucking division is so stacked, bro. It's too many people. That division is crazy. Jada Parker, Lola Vice. I forgot about Lola Vice too.
Lola Vice.
Right,
Did you already mention? Is it Cora or Roxanne?
Yeah, I said Cora. Yeah, I said Cora and Roxanne. Roxanne the champion, so yeah, she instantly came to mind. But yeah, it's so many people, but that division stacked that you start to forget about people. So that division loaded right now. So we definitely gonna see how that all.
Ariana Grace still out on these streets.
Ariana Grace still out there. That division stacked. But yeah, we got so Bailey got the win in the tournament. I'm just gonna go around and ask y'all who y'all think gonna win. So we got Nate, I'm gonna go to you first. Chris, I go to you, and then Ray, I go to you. Nate, Bianca, Chelsea, or Blair? Who you got?
Bianca.
Who you got, Chris?
Bianca.
Ray.
Chelsea.
Boo.
Chelsea.
Tomato.
I got. You know what? I'm gonna go. Yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go Blair. I'm gonna say they're gonna get Blair. I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna go different. Okay, so we got so Nate, we got Jay, Meechin, and Piper. Who you got?
I'm torn between Piper and Jade, but given again, this part of the reason I picked Bianca is because I think even though that's not going to be the final, I think they want to tease us into thinking it could be the final. So give me Jade.
Okay, yeah, that's smaller. What would you got, Chris?
I got Jade.
Ray.
Jade.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna rock with Jade. So we got Naomi, Tiffany, and Alexa. What you thinking, Nate? Jade versus Naomi?
Yeah, that'd be tight. Part of me wants to go Tiffany because I do think they want to push kind of the idea like if Tiffany's got her own title, then she won't have to go after Nia's title. Shout out to the GOAT. But I'm gonna go with Naomi because shit, we just spent 30 minutes earlier talking about how good Naomi is, so she can't go out in the first round, dog.
Yeah, that's true. What you think, Chris?
I'll give it to Naomi.
Ray team?
I'll go with Naomi as well.
I think I'm gonna go Naomi too.
This.
I'm gonna go. We got clean sweep. Now Naomi versus Jade is gonna be interesting. Okay, so we all conceded on that. So we got second round. Nate, and Chris. I know y'all said Bianca. Ray, I know you said Chelsea, and I said Blair. So for Bailey versus Bianca, Nate and Chris, who do y'all got winning? Go Nate first, and then Chris.
This is where I think Bianca loses. So give me Bailey.
Chris.
I got Bianca.
Okay, and Ray, for you said Chelsea. Who you got winning, Bailey or Chelsea?
Even though as much as I want Chelsea to win, I think we'll have Bailey win.
Yeah, but I said, Chelsea ain't winning that shit. but I chose Blair, and I think that they probably just want to give her like some showcase. So I think that Blair's going to win, and then Bailey's going to beat her. Mm-hmm. So for the semifinals, we all agreed on Jade versus Naomi. I think Naomi's winning. I think that she's going to beat Jade Cargill. What you thinking, Nate? And then we go Chris, we go Ray.
Naomi wins. I think she gets one of the best singles matches out of Jade, though. And the way Naomi wins is by veteran trickery. Yeah. Like, hey, I just caught you slipping, kid. So yeah, Naomi comes out of the MEAC quarterfinals. Ray Williams. We got this matchup between Norfolk State and Howard. It's a big time classic, and Naomi gets the dub.
Chris.
I got Jade.
Ooh, Okay, what you got, Ray?
Okay.
I also got Jade.
Okay. Oh, we split. Look at that. So in the finals for me and Nate, we got Bailey versus Naomi, and for Chris and Ray, we got Bailey versus Jade. So Nate, we can go first. Nate, I think Naomi's gonna be the first women's United States champion. What you got, Nate?
See, this was like at first, nephew, you and me, we was here, dog. We was on this road together in the same Honda. We was on one accord, brother. But now is where we part ways, because as much as I would like to see Naomi have this honor of being this first U.S. women's champion, I think there is always going to be a privilege that is given to the horsewomen.
Yeah.
And so Bailey is the only horsewoman in this tournament. And so I feel like, because when they go back in the record books, they're going to be like, hey, and the first women's United States champion was Bailey, who was part of this class with Charlotte and Becky and Sasha back in the day. So yeah, give me Bailey in this final.
I was about to say, but Bailey beat Naomi so many times this year, bro. She beat her so many times.
They're going to do it again. So when Naomi lose this time, you shouldn't be surprised, nephew.
That's
hey, bro. Why can't you just say, we can just have a happy moment, bro? Why can't we just come on, bro? But so Nate and Ray, y'all got Bailey versus Jade. Y'all rolling.
No, I have Bianca versus. I've got Bianca versus
Chris going for the big fight.
Okay, yeah, we got Chris. Chris, you said Bianca beating Bailey, right?
Yeah, I think.
Okay,
Bianca
and Ray, you said that Bailey is beating Bianca.
I said Bailey is beating Chelsea.
Okay. But yeah, so Bailey's gonna beat Chelsea in the second. Yeah, so Bailey in the finals for you, Ray. So Bailey versus Jade is Ray's final.
Yep.
And Bianca versus Jade is Chris's final. Okay, so Chris, who you got, Bianca or Jade, as the first women's United States champion?
This is tough, right? Because now we get into complicated territory. I want to say Jade, but I just still think there's some of the old WWE in Triple H in the WWE-ness, and Bianca is. I still think they look at Bianca as theirs, even though both of them are theirs. So I'm gonna go with Bianca. And then maybe the problem with me picking Bianca though is if Bianca and Jade fight for the US title at WrestleMania, I don't know if they want to snap Bianca's WrestleMania winning streak, you know?
Yeah, she undefeated.
Yeah, so I'm gonna still go with Bianca right now, because I think they trust Bianca more than they trust Jade at the moment.
Okay, so Ray, you had Bailey versus Jade. Who you got?
I'm in the same boat as the Godfather. I think Bailey's gonna pick up the win. I think she is going to pull what I believe somebody said Naomi is going to try to pull over Jade. I think Bailey is going to try to pull like maybe a quick roll up or something to show where it's level to this kid. It's levels to this. And so, and I think Bailey will not only become the first U.S. women's champion, but I think she's already the first Grand Slam champion.
She already is. She won every damn title.
So she'll be the only person to have every belt that's ever existed. Now that this is,
you know what's wild, Ray? And I just had this damn thought, man. Triple H, you ain't slick, dog. You think you cannot trick me, Triple H? Because here's the thing, Ray. Anybody that played the damn WWE 2K24 game, man. If you played the storyline mode, right? They got a storyline mode for the fellas. They got a storyline mode for the ladies, man. I play both because I'm trying to get all these damn unlockables, man. I need all the variants of John Cena I can get in this damn game. I'm like a young Andrew Thompson wearing my jorts, trying to get all of these John Cenas. In the women's storyline, there is a story branch where you were like on SmackDown, and Bayley introduces a U.S. women's title because she lost. This is when Bayley's still in her heel damage control persona, and she invents a title that is not real, has no basis in sanctioning, and you have to fight Bayley for the U.S. women's title. Triple H told you what the playbook was. Bayley coming out with this U.S. women's title. It was foretold in the prophecies made to you by 2K Interactive.
There you go. A little scoop right there from Nate. So Nate has Bayley becoming the first U.S. Women's Champion. Chris has Bianca. Ray has Bayley. And I got Naomi. So we will see. We're going to find out real soon. We're going to find out in about 3 weeks who's going to be the first U.S. Women's Champion. But, brothers, that concludes our news. We are done.
We did it, ladies and gentlemen. So shout out to everybody still watching, man. Appreciate all the super chats. Appreciate I saw Hansi just commented that he just started the stream because he had a comedy show tonight. So shout out to you, Hansi. You'll hear this in about 4.5 hours, my man.
Yeah, he came in the beginning and said, "Hey, brothers, I can only say hello because I gotta go to the open mic." And then 4 hours later, he came back and was like, "Oh, y'all still on?" Like,
that's
Hansi,
what we do.
You know what it is.
You know what this is, Hansi. Somewhere in Ray's motherland of England, Benno was getting ready for work. Martin Bushby getting ready for work. And it's a beautiful thing. But yes, thank y'all for checking out the November edition of the NWA Podcast, Syndication Rights. That title makes a lot more sense now that you've heard the full episode, doesn't it? You think we're playing games with these damn titles. Everything in the show has a meaning behind it if you're willing to listen. Ray Williams, tell the people where they can find you besides falling asleep after drinking that sleepy. Ain't nobody tell you to drink no damn sleepy time tea 3 hours into the show, Ray. You know how long we go. But where can people find you on social media and harass you respectfully about not watching Remember the Titans?
Well, first of all, I'm as much English as Kelly Oubre is French, guys. So don't believe the hype. You can find me, of course. You can find me on the Kings of Sport Network, or there might be some changes upcoming, might be some changes brewing, but I know Godfather will keep you all posted on that as well. We got the Spinning Black Fist coming out for this month. We're actually doing the recording for it tomorrow. We're going to cover UFC 309 and the victory lap for 45-47. We also going to talk
47.
45. That's the only good thing that's come out of this.
That's a damn shame.
Right. And then also we're going to go over, we may have, I know we're going to interview my friend Joe Gilpin from flowgrappling.com and Flow Sports. We're going to talk about some big jiu-jitsu events that have been happening, along with just how he got started within the grappling and combat sports medium. And we might have another special guest to talk to Jason Paul, or not Jason Paul.
Don't see now. First of all, you tried to wish evil into this world by having Braun Strowman in Survivor Series. Now you trying to throw another damn Paul brother into the mix. Stop it, Ray.
The Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson.
Jake and Logan is enough.
We'll have a special guest, hopefully, if they're available to join us to talk about that. Both me and Chichi Okafor. So keep your ears open for that one wherever you listen to podcasts. I'm also going to be on the Kings of Sport proper whenever we are able to get another episode up and running, as well as the parlay
at the end of the year.
Yes, indeed. As well as the parlay, as Nate mentioned, we had an episode released this past week. Please don't shame me or roast me too much. I've seen a lot of movies. It's just a couple movies I haven't. So don't hold it against me.
You ain't in tune with your culture, brother.
But you can find me Other than that, you can find me online and X and on Instagram at MondoDondo1.
The nerve of this man, Ray Williams. But we appreciate you, Ray. We appreciate your efforts and your talents, brother. But nephew, everywhere you go, people want to know who you are. So why don't you tell them? That's a reference Ray Williams won't get yet. But nephew, what you got going on, man? Anything coming up on post or on Andrew Thompson interviews? Let the good people know, my man.
Hey, bro. So you find me on Twitter and Instagram at @AD_Thompson__. You know what? This is actually happening. Early December, very early December, December 5th. One night only, people. The return of Bushby and Thompson. One night only. This is confirmed. This is confirmed. One night only of Bushby and Thompson.
Scoops.
One night. So you're going to find out all the details. We got
it's a holiday miracle.
We got some things brewing. But yeah, December 5th. Make sure you check that out. Most likely going to be on the Poison Rana podcast YouTube channel. Good friends Davey and Braden Harrington. Davey pulled me and Braden Harrington. I made it sound like they was brothers, but yeah,
right. Davey and Braden, the Harrington brothers.
David and Braden Harrington.
Them damn Harrington boys are at it again.
but yeah, we're gonna do a one night. We're gonna do a one night Bushby and Thompson podcast. I'm really excited about that, and of course we got something brewing for the NWA podcast for the month of December. We ain't gonna give it away yet, but we got something cooking, and of course I'm gonna try to make my grand return to Kings of Sport because me and Nate got something to record because I just dropped an interview with former World of Stardom champion Shuri, who is currently competing in the Goddesses of Stardom Tag League tournament for the Stardom promotion. So very excited to record with Nate about that. This is just a written interview, so we're gonna go into how the interview got set up, how I got reached out to, and the translation process and all that stuff, and the communication it was, and sort of how I came up with my question for the former World Stardom champion. So yeah, we're gonna get into that, and very excited about that. But yeah, check me out on Twitter at @AD_Thompson_ on Twitter and Instagram. I try to make a Blue Sky one of these days. I gotta get around to it.
Good stuff from the nephew, one of the hardest working cats in the game. Before we go to the professor, Ray, do your job as a producer and bring up that last insightful comment that I know you already saw in the chat.
Oh Lord.
Yes, T. Anthony, Ray do be forgetting the Titans. How you gonna forget the name of the damn movie is Remember the Titans, Ray?
Hey, bro.
Chris, what you got, brother?
hey, Ray, you ever seen How High?
No.
Ray.
I tell you what he has seen though, because we talked about it on the damn parlay, Josie and the Pussycats. And I'm not shaming you for seeing Josie and the Pussycats because I love that movie, Ray. But you can't tell me you've seen Josie and the Pussycats and you ain't seen no damn Remember the Titans, Ray.
Nah, bro, How High is criminal. Hold on, wait, now time out, Chris. Before we get to you, Ray, have you seen Pootie Tang?
I've seen Pootie Tang.
Okay.
You was about to piss me off.
Belly.
Belly.
You seen Belly.
Hold on.
I've seen Belly. Yes, I've seen Belly.
Yeah, what other historical black movies? Where you seen Three Strikes?
Three Strikes, yeah, with Brian Hooks, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
These are all movies.
He
said Malcolm X, Ray.
Malcolm X, yeah, of course I've seen Malcolm X.
How you gonna say, of course I see Malcolm X, but you ain't seen no damn Remember the Titans, Ray?
Hold on, hey Ray, have you seen John Q?
Yes.
Have you seen The Pursuit of Happiness?
Is this gonna be
answer the question? Have you seen Pursuit of Happiness?
Pursuit of Happiness? Yes, recently.
Okay. Recently.
This man Ray Williams is a conundrum, ladies and gentlemen.
Go ahead, go to Chris, man.
Chris, Professor, I know it's been a busy month, busy year for you, brother.
Yeah.
What you got coming up, man? Like, I know we got the book coming up on the horizon, but where can people find you and get some qualified, intelligent, thoughtful political commentary, my man?
All right, so yeah, you just catch me on Kings of Sport, and then you could catch me on this show. For all of you out there, don't panic. Unfortunately, we live in a time at the moment where a lot of stuff is gonna have to happen first. A lot of bad stuff is gonna have to happen first, and then we gotta have to judge the moment and then make moves. But we just live in a lot of uncertainty. I advise everybody to kind of take in less cable news, if not cutting it out altogether. Read ProPublica, listen to us, listen to Sirius XM Urban View. But you want to kind of purge yourself of the bullshit that mainstream media gets to you right now. Midas Touch guys are cool. Just really, really watch your media intake. Ray, the real story of Coach Herman Boone is not what it is in Remember the Titans. So you do have that going for you. They had that one undefeated season, and the kids the very next year fucking hated him. A lot of the kids on the regular Remember the Titans team hated him. So I mean, I don't fault you for not seeing that movie. It's a Disney version, it's like Disney does with the fairy tales, how they take tragic stories like The Little Mermaid and turn it into like these princess fantastic movies. They kind of did that with Remember the Titans as well. So just
you saying Denzel is a Disney prince?
Kind of, sort of. If you believe the version of the story that they told, right? They kind of did the same thing to Ike Turner as well, because Ike Turner sold Disney the rights to his story, and then Disney just turned a bunch of that shit that they did in What's Love Got to Do with It. Even Tina Turner confirmed half of that shit didn't even happen, like the rape scene and all that stuff. Tina Turner said that never happened. So I don't fault you for not seeing Remember the Titans, Ray. It's the long version of saying that.
Hey, Nate, before you after you do your sign off, Nate, let me get the last word. And Ray, when I say this, I need you to end the stream immediately after I say this. All right. All right. So go ahead, Nate.
Real quick, Ray, I'm gonna give you my Ike Turner impression. Drink the tea, too, Ray. Drink the tea, too, Ray. Don't make me tell you again, too, Ray. But yeah, again, thank everybody for shout out to the people that's still here at 2:30 damn near in the morning on the East Coast, man. We appreciate y'all. We know time is precious these days, especially around the holidays, man. So we don't take your viewership and your support of the show for granted. Again, to echo Chris's thoughts, man, we gonna be all right. It's gonna be hard. We ain't gonna lie to you. We ain't gonna sugarcoat it. It's gonna be hard, but we're gonna be all right. We're gonna do the work. We're gonna be here. We ain't going nowhere. We got work to do. We got a job to do.
Protect your state. Protect your state.
Protect your state. And Chris, I'll add on to that. Protect your state and protect your state of mind. Protect your peace.
Right.
Like Chris is saying, sometimes you got to unplug, man, because there's so much garbage that is constantly being thrown at you from media and social media in particular, man. And so mental health is very important, especially in these uncertain times that we're about to go into. But we're going to be here, man, because we got a job to do, and we're going to do it to the best of our abilities. And so for me, man, you know where to find me, Kings of Sport. Patreon.com/Kings of Sport, man, is where you can get bonus audio, over 300 hours of audio and video content from the Kings of Sport and the affiliated shows on the network, man. And again, as Ray is hinting at, Ray is alluding to, things might be changing in the upcoming months, man. But when those changes come to fruition, we will let you know. But again, man, if everybody watching right now, if you haven't already signed up, I'm asking you, $5, man, $5. Give us a try. Give us a shot for a month. If you dig what we're doing, if you dig kind of what we're trying to build in this space, then keep supporting us. If not, then hey, we appreciate the $5, and you know, you can do what you want to do. I'm not going to be rude like Ray Williams and just tell you to go away, because that ain't what we about here, Ray. But we have shows like Andrew Thompson interviews, the audio component of his YouTube series. We have shows like Spinning Black Fist with Ray and Chinyere. We have shows like the Kings of Sport proper, which we've been doing since 2013. And again, like something like the Parlay, man, is something that I'm really excited about, because it's a place for people to come in and have conversations. And even, like I said, you ain't even got to agree with us 100% of the time, but there is a baseline of things that are non-negotiable. There is a baseline of things that must be held in good faith when we having these conversations, when we have any discussions. So Parlay first episode is out with Brittany Monet. It's 2 hours on the video version, and the audio version is a little bit shorter because I had to do some editing, but that's really fun. Also on the Patreon is where you can find Kung Fu Island, the summer series that Brent Chittenden and I have done. And I think I can announce it now. Our guest for the final episode of season 1 of Kung Fu Island, it's going to be myself, Brent Chittenden, and the infamous W.H. Park, talking about 1973's Enter the Dragon, ladies and gentlemen. Enter the Dragon, ladies and gentlemen, with W.H. Park. You don't want to miss it. And the only place you can hear it is on the Kings of Sport Patreon and on the True North Nerds Patreon. So, you know, if you can subscribe, if you can spare the dime, we appreciate it. For everything else, I'm still on Twitter. I'm on these Twitter streets, man. You ain't going to run me off, Elon, at @8 MOZAIK, at Nate Mosaic. And, ladies and gentlemen, I'm out here in these blue skies, baby. I'm in the Sky Ray. Nate Mosaic 757 on Blue Sky, man. There's a lot of great people. There's even starter packs for new people that sign up for Blue Sky that a lot of people have created. Like there's a post-wrestling starter pack that has all the post-wrestling members that are on Blue Sky right now, like myself, John and Wade, Braden and Davey, the Harrington boys, Karen Peterson, Rich Fan on these streets. Like Martin Bushby is out here on these Blue Sky streets, man. So it's, like I said, so far so good. Like there's a level of discourse and respectability, at least for now, on Blue Sky that I'm digging. So check us out over there, or check me out over there as well. I'm sure the fellas will eventually migrate if they choose to do so. I'll go over there. Next month, NWA Podcast. You don't want to miss it. You don't want to miss it. I'm not telling you what's going down, but all you need to know is to ask yourself one simple question. Who all going to be there? So as I always say before I pass the rock to the youngest in charge, the nephew Andrew Thompson, remember, folks, the revolution may not be televised, but it damn sure will be podcasted. You got the juice, nephew.
Are you ready to hit the button? I've never seen Remember the Titans.
Wow.
Yo, it's Righteous Reg. It's a case for the safe, keep a space for the Nubians. Unfiltered, off kilter, the professor, the godfather, host wrestling the NWA, not keep guessing, The views and expressions, you know the rest, it's pod excellence, get the message. Advocates for Nubian wrestling, you're listening to the best again. Black wrestling in the ring we invested in. Nubian kings and queens we invested in. It's for the culture and we reppin' it. It's for the culture and we reppin' it.